love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, prenoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. You already know why it's a very special day. Some of you do, at least. Some of you don't. Is it because I have a special guest coming on today? Recording artist, legend, Miguel? No, that's not the reason. Is it because you guys are LA taco enjoyers and you're like, oh, finally a collab with a local legend, a local legendary group? Is that what it is? No, that's not the real reason. It's one of the reasons, but I think many of you know exactly what the reason for celebration is today, because it's a very special day every single time. It is a very special day of the week, every week that we celebrate.
It's Friday then.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday.
It's Friday then.
You already know what it is. It's freaking Friday, baby. You already know what it is. It is a very special day because our forefathers fought long and hard. Labor unions, trade unionists, socialists, communists, anarchists alike fought long and hard to make sure that we have a 5-day work week and then have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a reminder of our humanity on the weekends where we feel like goddamn independent human beings for once. For all the wage cuts out there, it's a freaking Friday, which is precisely the reason why we celebrate every goddamn Friday. The vibes are going to be immaculate. Everything is going to be fantastic, no matter what people say. I'm not going to let people fuck the day up, fuck the mood up. And let's get a W unions. W weekend, W unions. That's right, folks. Anne burada konuşma lütfen. Başka bir yerde yap. Okay. Anyway, there's a lot of movement happening in the background in my home, as well as always, because I got family members visiting, because my brother's getting married soon. So you already know what it is. There's always motion and momentum happening right next to me as I'm streaming. It is what it is. It is what takes place. He looks like the happiest man on earth. He is, because it's Friday, baby, and you got to celebrate. All right. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. Whew. All right. So it is 9/5, September 5th, 2025. 10:59 a.m. I'm actually early. I'm a little early. And I will not apologize for that. Obviously, you know, I just can't get away from you guys. And as far as personal news goes, last night I ended the broadcast, as you know, and then I mean, we had a bunch of Fs, we had a bunch of attacks, we had a bunch of issues with the. We basically had a bunch of issues with like the whole streaming situation, and in the aftermath of that, I was already a little discouraged, and I ended it a little bit earlier than I would, but that's also partially because we have the freaking Fear End podcast. We shot the Fear End podcast, everybody's favorite podcast. Fear End podcast is under fire, as a matter of fact, right now. So Fear End is under attack. Not only were the servers under attack, but Fear End is under attack. Okay. Cutie's Crash Out is going mainstream on Twitter. Y'all are cooked. Yeah, I know. I hope it brings like attention and eyeballs. I hope it brings attention and eyeballs to the actual podcast though, because it's really funny that normies watched it and they just like were yelling about us. And, you know, there's like hundreds of thousands of likes on it. But it's cool because, like, you know, maybe they'll just like investigate a little bit further and realize that we're good friends. You know? A lot of girlies don't know y'all are friends. They're getting really mad at Will and you. Yeah, I know. It's funny, though, because it's like, wait, did Hospaz delete it or something? Oh, no, he didn't. He just posted, okay, damn. This one got 30K likes. Women should make misogynistic men cower in fear more often. Little bitch couldn't even look her in the eye. It's pretty wild. But we have a fun little bit today, or shot tonight. You should rage bait Cutie again over this clip. Lol kid. It's crazy how this post is taking off. Yeah. It's pretty funny though. People will just be like, people literally would just be like, this is exactly my experience with all of the misogynists that have hated on me for enjoying Taylor Swift. And it's like, well, you know, we're memeing, like we're rage baiting our friend who we love. Anyway, and not only is she our friend, but also our equal partner. In any case, look. There's so many. It's awesome. I think it's dope. I think this is the closest we've been to like a FaZe Clan style situation where we just like clip bait, we clip farm, and then it goes crazy. And then hopefully it increases the amount of viewership that we get for the pod. Brother, you guys are getting legit canceled? No, we're not, man. Shut up. It's just... No, dude, we're not. That's not a real thing, okay? That's not a fucking real thing. Please, don't be annoying about this shit, okay? Yeah, please, stop. It's just like memeing too close to the sun. I don't care. Anyway, hopefully it'll like I said, hopefully it'll turn into more viewership for the pod. That would be awesome. I think what a lot of people don't realize is that when you're friends in the real world, the audience's expectations, or the audience's like reception of something that you see is not going to actually rip apart the dynamic that you have with your real world friends. You know what I mean? It can sometimes, it can test people's real existing relationships, but that doesn't, you know, it's not going to actually impact. It's not going to actually impact the real world friendship that you have. In any case, that's fun though. I like it. I think it's cool. I mean, it's for me, this is nothing, but I feel bad for Will a little bit. I'll be honest, because like, you know, he's not super used to getting blistered like this, like being in the crosshairs like this. This for me is like any given. I mean, I get like Swifty saying I'm misogynistic is nothing in comparison to the American government. You know what I mean? Or the Israeli government using its Hasbara network to call me a fucking terrorist and demand I get deplatformed and maybe even arrested every day. So like for me, this is like this washes past me. This washes past me. Okay, yeah, see, I called it yesterday. New Yorker's also done it. The New Yorker trashed for inviting pro 9/11 radical Hasan Piker who called Israelis inbred to speak at festival. Give him a helicopter ride to Gaza. This photo is so awesome. Are they baiting their audience into thinking that like I'm cool and I'm a radical because I'm wearing a Texas tee? This is me LARPing as a J6er. Gloria Allred is quoted in this article. Gloria Allred? Wait, what? Gloria Allred is quoted in this article? What the fuck? Anyway, again, no motion, no momentum. It is what it is. But hold on. Pro 9/11 radical is wild and potential libel, is it not? Guys, we don't live in the old world, okay? I think a lot of you guys don't understand this thing where you say like, dude, like, what are you doing? Sue these newspapers. It's the New York Post, brother. That's all they do. Like, all the replies are just horrifically Islamophobic. At a certain point, you get used to this stuff, okay? If you are a visible, high-profile Muslim doing any kind of political commentary, this is your life. This is your life forever. And this has been my life forever. I don't really give a shit. It's just right-wing propaganda. Who gives a fuck, you know? It's only as impactful as you make it. It's only as impactful as you. Isn't it just Islamophobia? Yes, of course. Of course. Of course. Also, I love the New York Post. As you guys know, it's my favorite newspaper. It's the most serious newspaper in the tri-state. It is the real democracy dies in the darkness newspaper. So, you know, shouts out to the New York Post. They're my goats. I love them. I will, of course, keep, you know, I need to get like, what I need to do is get copies of these papers, like all of the ones where they've written about me and just like put it together in a compilation. Cause I think it's sick. Was Cutie actually mad in the clip? Not really. I mean, it's just, it's, I mean, she did get annoyed about the Taylor Swift stuff for sure, but like, it's not, you know, it's not like something that is a deal breaker. Like, you know, yeah, we're rage baiting her. Yeah, but the clip is like, I mean, she's exaggerating her reaction here. We didn't even do it, like, which is funny because like she says it. I think she says it like right after the clip is done. But of course, that part never gets.
You know, Taylor Swift with you guys. I'm not even kidding. I don't like it. I don't enjoy it.
You know what?
We asked you about the biggest news in America, which is her engagement news.
You guys are infuriating. So it's not like, oh, how exciting! What flowers is she gonna have? You're like, oh my God, Kitty, did you shit yourself? Did you shit in your little pretty pants? You stupid little bitch that loves Taylor Swift. Did you drink your pumpkin spice latte and kick your stupid little Ugg boots in the air? You dumb little fucking cunt. Is that what you say to me? I don't like talking about Taylor Swift with you guys. I'm not even kidding. I don't like it. I don't.
She's so real for this, not gonna lie. Yeah, she was banging. I think I cracked it. Yes, I'm going to talk about the 475 in custody from the Hyundai ICE raid, man. I will. Hold on. Nah, brother, it's just funny. I think so too. I think it's great content. It's not. She was right and valid. I would have crashed out on you dunderheads too. See, this is what I mean. That like people don't understand it. It's not as serious. Anyway, how do you guys navigate those boundaries? Do y'all know it's always content? Yes, dude. What do you mean? This is such a funny question because it's like, this is like what you see on camera is oftentimes an exaggerated version, but also like we're friends. Like we spend time with one another off camera. We talk to one another about, you know, issues that we have in our lives. I don't know how it's been like 8 years and I still always try to describe to people that like what you see on camera and your interpretation of events is not always going to be correct. And that a lot can get lost in like the nuance. You're forgetting just how autistic your chat is, Abby. I don't think it's the autism of my community, honestly, but I think there is something that like, I think the internet just makes people's interpretation of things more neurodivergent because of the medium, okay? The medium itself is not up for, like the medium itself is not up for any sort of real interpretation, and because you just can't tell. What you see is what you get. And especially if it's like negatively framed, especially if you're like leaning in the direction of something like that, unless you literally say, I am joking over and over again, or like lights are flashing that says, this is a joke, this is a joke. People are most likely going to take it seriously. And even if they are different in their own assessment, in their own interpersonal assessments, in their own lives with their own friends, in the real world, they can't make that similar. They can't translate that assessment to like what they see online. And I fall into this trap every now and then. It's just like a part of the medium, you know? It is what it is. But like I said, I enjoy it. I think this kind of controversy is good. Hopefully they'll come in to watch Cutie Cinderella bravely defend feminism on the pod. And it will drive discourse, but then hopefully attention to the podcast as well. Also, it is funny when people literally are continuing to do this thing where they say, well, Cutie read her comment on the video. Cutie commented that she's no longer talking about Taylor Swift on the pod, though. It's definitely nuanced. The pushback is definitely because of the audience reaction. Like, once again, you are talking to a 34-year-old adult who spent last night with these people. Okay? Why do you think you know about this? Why do you think you know about this back and forth better than I do? This is what I will never understand. People will be like, nah, dude, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. That's right. Update on this. Efendim. Al. Ne oldu? Yine bir şey mi oldu? Oh my god. Here. Okay, no problem. They think you are doing damage control. I know. That's what's so. I don't even give a shit about this. Yeah, we're misogynistic and we're really fighting. You should check out the next episode to find out more. Okay. Yeah. And then people will be like, "This is not a hill to die on." But yeah, this is real. This did happen. Streamer Hasan Piker reportedly put both his fingers in a Chinese finger trap and has been stuck for the past 5 hours. Oh, I didn't even talk about my personal news. So we shot the pod, and then I did the live stream like with Miguel. Miguel was live on his Instagram live. He was like doing a release. He's doing like an album release, a song release. and we promoted the stream that we're going to be doing today, and that was a lot of fun. And then I don't know, I've just been like really tired lately, so I passed out fairly quickly after that, and then I woke up early, but my trainer is pregnant, and today is his wife's due date. So we've been waiting for this moment. So it finally happened. So he's in the hospital, and so I was Mpreg. My trainer, my male trainer is Mpreg, first ever pregnancy of a man. So which is really amazing, which is awesome. But I got that message in the morning, and I'm like, oh shit, okay, passed back out. Even though I went to bed at like at a super early time, like at 11, right? I passed back out, woke up, I was late, and I was feeling so groggy. I was feeling so groggy and so shitty, and I was like, should I not work out today? Should I not work out today? Should I take advantage of this situation? But then I had I have that dog in me, as always. I said, nah, I still gotta go, because I will always feel better after I go and work out, and I'm so glad I did. And the reason why I'm explaining that to you is because I did end up going out and working out, okay? And guess what? I feel great. I never skip the gym. Even when I'm tired, even when I'm feeling shitty, I never skip the gym, because when I actually end up going and working out, fat phobia wins again. That's not fat phobia, man. What the hell? You can be fat and go to the gym. But ultimately, it's always good. It's always good to just like push. And someone said, I'm fat. I love working out. Fat people work out. Exactly. That's me, baby. Fat in the gym all the time. Yeah, me too, honestly. But it's just like, no matter how lazy you feel, no matter how shitty you feel, going to the gym is always good, because it always makes me feel better. I don't know about you guys, but it always makes me feel better. So, fat, skinny, don't matter. Just getting some sunlight is good, because I get to do that because my gym is outdoors. Getting some sunlight is good. Human interaction is good. And most importantly, just like moving your body around is so freaking good, man. It makes me feel so goddamn good. It's amazing. And yeah, the last thing I want to show you, of course, is that like right after this is over.
Did you drink your pee?
Anyway.
Man, I feel like throwing trash at her right now.
Cutie,
Okay.
we don't
Okay.
we don't have to talk about Taylor Swift. You have
That was scary.
You have a better.
You should be.
You have a.
I'm sick and tired of you.
You have a better segment.
Wait, do you have anything to say about it, though?
I do have shit
It
to say
is
about
kind of the biggest news in the United States.
There's not. I personally feel, because I keep getting asked this, I really don't think there's much to say. I really don't.
No,
Are you happy for her?
No, I
She's
think you got a
engaged?
lot of smoke for the upcoming part of this Taylor Swift reaction, because yeah, I wanted to talk about it because you got Charlie Kirk being a fucking dickhead. Austin was trying to, yeah. What's really funny about this is Austin desperately trying to move the conversation aggressively, because he wants this whole time in the background. Austin's like, please shut the fuck up. Just stop talking about Taylor Swift. Not because he's like worried about Cutie Cinderella or anything like that. It's because he's got these guys waiting in my studio to do this bit. And it was incredible. It was an incredible episode. Banger episode. Spectacular episode. Those poor men waiting almost 50 minutes on Hasan's stream room. Yeah. It was awesome. But that's why he was trying to push the convo. But I guess there's a point where she basically says it's a fucking bit. Okay. I think, what is it, like around here or something?
Who obviously is very popular and incredibly supported.
That'd be a lot of children.
I think that
What is it? As I 4530s where Cutie says she likes farming rage clips. Yeah.
I don't remember. I just like farming those clips where I yell and then they cut it into something.
No, honestly, that one's gonna do really
I
well.
was running out of stuff to say. Yeah.
You knew there was men waiting? No, I didn't. I had no idea. You already talked about it, but I'm making a PowerPoint for Cutie and I'm gonna destroy you and Will /J. Yeah. You need to start invoicing people for borrowing your takes. What is this?
And I will say, absolutely 100.
Wait, what the fuck? This guy is literally, I think this guy's a Nazi, chatter. Jesus is a Muslim tiger, Muslim TikTok. Yeah, this Kenneth O'Keefe guy is pretty sure, I'm pretty sure he's a Nazi. Okay. And not like, I mean, he listen. I don't know if that was before he like came out and about and was like talking about, you know, Hitler and stuff like that. But these guys do have the capacity. Nick Fuentes especially is a very dangerous person for that reason. Like, they have the capacity to make it seem like they have very reasonable takes. Like they know how to communicate, especially in the clip culture that we exist in. It's virtually the opposite of the way I operate because of my fucking unimaginable haters, where like everything I say, people try to clip out of context in a negative direction. Everything they do, their audiences will clip positively within the confines of like acceptability. So you'll see like a clip of them making a lot of sense and you're like, hold on, this guy's cooking. I don't know anything about him. And then you see more and more of that and you're like, wait a minute, I like this guy. And then slowly but surely, he just, you know, talks about how it's not about, it's not about dividing America. It's about these elites that are dominating our lives. These multinational, multicultural, globalist elites. All of them happen to be Jewish. They're Jewish. They're Jews. So like that's where it turns into. That's what it turns into. But for the uninitiated, for the average person that's just like constantly fucking going through this information environment, this landscape where there's like an incredible faucet of misinformation coming at them from every direction, when someone is able to cut through that, convincingly, you kind of build an audience and build momentum for yourself. I happen to experience the exact opposite of that because both my fans and my foes alike love to clip me in a negative way to fucking yell about me. So Philip DeFranco said he watches way more Nazi content now because he sees it as a huge blind spot in media. Yeah, he's right. I've always done this. Obviously, I am a person who is like constantly keeping tabs on what the fuck's going on in every facet, every ideological tendency in American politics, and obviously white supremacy. Hold on. I'm back. Are we getting... I think we might be getting attacked again. Is it just me? Like, I don't understand. I'm checking Kai Cenat's shit and his shit's fine. So it literally just feels like it's a me thing, you know? What the hell? That's really annoying. I thought it was just like, I thought it was a consequence of like Kai getting targeted or some shit. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the one who's getting fucking targeted, you know? Kai has dedicated servers. No, you guys don't know anything. Please stop. Okay? You don't know anything. I'm sorry. You don't know anything. There are multiple points of failure in live streaming. It's not my hardware. It's not my software. You don't know. I know what the problem is. Speed, Kai, all the top streamers that utilize a specific service got targeted last night because the service was getting overloaded. The service itself was getting DDoSed. Okay? And anyone that tries to figure out what is going on here and then like makes up their own mind and consistently fucking talks about like, oh, it must be this or it must be that, you are incorrect. I know exactly what it is. I know what the problem is. I know where it's coming from. And it's just, anyway. Okay. Hold on. Hasan, the mighty narrative guardian, angering the demons again. I'm not subscribing for this shit. Awful service, bro. I mean, you don't have to. But you know, I've never. It's literally free. It's not a Twitch related thing either. Okay. It's not a Twitch related thing. Okay, everybody calm down. All right, let's move on. I'm gonna blast off. I haven't even blasted off yet. Okay. TT's backups are all going towards Kai because that's more important. So every other streamer is getting cooked. It was happening to Wubby too. No, it's not a Twitch side issue. It's most likely not a Twitch side issue. I was talking about Philip DeFranco. All right, let me just blast off real quick because I got a lot of. I got a lot going on. What percentage of Fs are because of your internet? What are Twitch toolkit? Not Twitch, TT, like the guy that does the servers for you guys. Okay. Hold on. No, they're not gonna like cook other major content creators just because they want to fucking IRL Toolkit, the service, is not going to just like cook other content creators specifically because you change. Okay. Let me just blast off real quick. I'm trying to do so many different things right now. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Thank you to Macias for the playlist. He waters down his cold brews. Yeah, I do. Okay. Where was I? What was I saying? What was I doing? I'm all over the fucking place. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, let's blast off. ICE raid at Hyundai with 475 plus arrests. The economy. Oh, right on cue. We got the gray. Oh, dude, what a wonderful moment here. I feel like live streaming in 2025 is like a ship that's constantly sinking, and I'm just like trying to plug as many holes as possible. But in the process of plugging one hole, 8 other holes prop up, and then I have to plug those two. It was fucking great. You know, it's amazing. ICE raid at Hyundai with 475 arrests. The economy is tanking? Question mark. Shit's just popping off. The DOJ wanted to delete reps from Epstein files. What's Miguel's do we know what Miguel's like Twitter account is? Miguel and Miguel X LA Taco collab over ICE raids and more. Water park gaming later? Question mark. Get in now. Oh, it's just Miguel? Okay. That's cool. Miguel. Yeah, we got a lot going on. We got so much to cover. Someone mentioned Vogito has his own server now. Don't know if that would help. I don't work with Vogito. I don't know him like that. Will you cover the absolute batshit Wired article about surrogacy? Yeah, that's a crazy one too. Do we have a blast off meme? Oh, that's funny. Okay, we'll use this one. All right. Every day, man. Every freaking damn day. Okay, here it is, folks. Here it is. There it is. All right, here we go. We're still at it. We're still at this goddamn thing. We're still doing the dang thing. We still got it going on. Okay, don't get it twisted. Blast off is here. We are live. We are alive. Let the people know. We got the Justice Department situation. So this is a really funny and really interesting story. Yes, I read the article this morning about the SEAL Team 6 assassination of like North Korean villagers, like fishermen. Okay, I'm gonna cover that. There's also obviously yet another Trump deal on the table that Hamas said yes to, and it doesn't even fucking matter as always because Israel's like, nope. Don't care. We are not going to abide by any sort of ceasefire whatsoever because they're insane. Also, Google got a $45 million contract with Netanyahu's office to spread Israeli propaganda. Google's in the middle of a 6-month, $45 million contract to amplify propaganda with Netanyahu's office. The contract describes Google as a key entity supporting the prime minister's messaging. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about this beyond the fact that, like, this is the most, like, these people are insane. They're so insane. Yes, YouTube has been included in this. I know. There is a reason why you see so many, like, Israel ads on my YouTube videos, okay? It's because they never stop. Now, what's interesting about this is, like, is it impactful? Fuck no. Of course it's not impactful. But, like, YouTube and Google should be taking a stance at this point and saying, like, no, we're not taking the millions of dollars in ad revenue that you're giving us. It's fucking bullshit. I don't see Israel ads. So much of my, people have talked about how so many of my YouTube videos are polluted with, like, pro-Israel ads, non-freaking stop, whether it be through other advocacy organizations, American advocacy organizations that work as American 501c3, that is obviously still very much pro-Israel, or whether it be directly from the Israeli state, the Israeli government. This article is from Lee Fong. Google's $45 million contract with Netanyahu's office to spread Israeli propaganda is only, from what I understand, this is only a fraction, okay? This is a fraction of the totality of ads that are everywhere. I mean, there's an unimaginable amount of ads for Turning Point USA, Tim Pool, all these other, like, right-wing institutions as well. And when it comes to, like, pro-Israel advocacy, when it comes to Hasbara, there are also a metric ton of ads on that front as well. On March 2nd, 2025, hours after the Israeli government announced a blockade of all food, medicine, fuel, and other humanitarian supplies from entering Gaza, lawmakers in Jerusalem demanded answers, not on the devastating human toll of such a decision, but on how Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office was prepared to handle the public relations fallout. I began with the example of the cessation of humanitarian aid. Did you prepare for this thing this morning? Asked Knesset member Moshe Turpaz, the chair of a subcommittee on foreign affairs in Israel's parliament. Avichai Edrai, a spokesperson for the IDF, who asked the same question later in the hearing, assured the legislators work was underway, stating, we could also decide to launch a digital campaign in this context to explain that there is no hunger and present the data. Publicly available government contracts show that Israel's Advertising Bureau, which reports to the Prime Minister's office, has since embarked on a mass advertising and public messaging effort to conceal the hunger crisis. The push includes the use of American influencers widely reported on last month. As you guys know, a bunch of American influencers were sent to Israel specifically to go. A lot of them were PragerU influencers, as you know. They went there, they were like, see, it's the UN that's actually starving the Palestinians, even though they're not even starving and they're lying. They're actually fat. But also, if they were starving and you saw images of starvation, it's because of the UN. It's not Israel. Israel's not doing anything. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Like, that was a out and about open a Hasbara initiative, an open initiative to do genocide denial. That was, everybody obviously yelled about that for a little bit, but this is another part of the multifaceted approach where it's a multi-front propaganda war where they know that they've lost the messaging front because it's like the pain and the torment and the violence is undeniable. They are literally doing a genocide, and everyone is slowly but surely coming to that conclusion in spite of the faucet of misinformation that you see. And yet, ultimately, there is an initiative here from the Israeli government to try and change the discourse, try and actually give people the tools to deny the genocide as well. But of course, I think it's an abject failure overall, unless someone is already personally invested in this. Personally invested in Israel, personally invested in muddying the waters about Israel's cruelty, Israel's genocide. It's going to be quite difficult to overcome the truth that many people see. There is food in Gaza. Any other claim is a lie, asserted a propaganda video published by Israel's foreign ministry to Google's YouTube video sharing platform in late August and viewed more than 6 million times. Much of the videos reach results from an ad placed during an ongoing and previously unreported 45 million advertising campaign initiated between Google and Netanyahu's office in late June. The contract, which is Both YouTube and Google's advertising campaign management platform, Display and Video 360, explicitly characterizes the ad campaign as hasbara, a Hebrew word whose meaning is somewhere between public relations and propaganda. Okay? Records show that the Israeli government similarly spent $3 million for an advertising campaign with X. The French and Israeli advertising platform Outbrain and Teads is also set to receive roughly $2.1 million. And it is... I mean, what do you say? What do you say about this? They really try to cancel you over that pod? No. That's not real. That's just people are chirping. That's fine. That's it's irrelevant. It's all memes for the most part. So, I mean, there needs to be pressure against Google and YouTube in this situation as well for playing a formative role in pushing for genocide denial. Like, this is the Nazi playbook, and at a time when there is an unprecedented amount of information, it's like it's different than the Holocaust in the sense that you have direct access to the victims of said Holocaust, as opposed to in the information environment that existed in the 40s. It wasn't. The information environment that existed in the 40s, like, it wasn't as like clear cut. You couldn't actually see, what was going on inside the concentration camps. Like, people had their opinions. People had, there was intelligence reports coming out and stuff. But like, it was much easier for the Nazis to create a misinformation environment by bringing in the Red Cross at the time, both the German Red Cross and then the International Red Cross, to the Theresienstadt, which is famously the clean ghetto, the clean camp. That they used to lie to the rest of the world, who might have even been clued in on like all the stuff that they were doing to the Jews, right? Nowadays, it's like you can see it in real time, and yet seemingly a lot of people just don't care. The depersonalization, the dehumanization of Arabs and Muslims, and all of that. It has set in so much so that people see all of these people dying and can just like package that as collateral damage or assume that they must have deserved it. So that is where we're at. It's truly a disastrous situation. But do not let this discourage you. Obviously, you have the truth on your side. You need to stand firmly and strong against injustice, and continue advocating for the truth. Continue changing people's minds to the best of your ability. Okay? Damn, this guy got destroyed before I could even read his stupid ass bait message saying Palestinians did nothing for the world and we don't need another cancer Islam country. Jews deserve a little piece of land among all the humongous Arab countries, this guy says. Brother, what the fuck are you wearing? Set that shitty jersey on fire, brother. Gray. What's in those 33,000 Epstein pages? Please, can someone explain? I love that reporter named Peter. He's one of my fave. Jews deserve a little piece of land all among us humongous Arab countries. All among humongous Arab countries. All the wars caused by Biden. I love this guy. This guy's pro-Israel, pro-Donald Trump. Pro-Israel, pro-Donald Trump. Thinks that Donald Trump is actually ending wars. Literally still talks about the Epstein files. Doesn't realize that, one, Jeffrey Epstein was directly connected to that small nation that you're talking about. And played a formative role in American politics and global affairs in general, possibly at the behest of that small nation that you're talking about. Meanwhile, that small nation that you're talking about, albeit small, is still very much a nuclear armed nation that is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, doing a genocide to people. And you're trying to package that as like something that is appropriate or permissible by saying that Palestinians didn't bring anything to the world. Who gives a fuck? Even though it's untrue and incredibly racist, that still wouldn't be a reason. That still wouldn't be a viable reason to do a genocide, you fucking freak. All right. But once again, American politics is a sea of contradictions, and that person is completely lost in this space. Where on the one hand, he's like, well, I don't like Jeffrey Epstein. On the other hand, doesn't realize that Donald Trump was Jeffrey Epstein's bestie and is actively trying to stop people from hearing about who was connected to Jeffrey Epstein, Democrats and Republicans alike, as a matter of fact, which is another story that we're going to be talking about today. A really funny one, at least, one that came about because of James O'Keefe, former Republican operative hatchet man James O'Keefe. Has his own, has been going rogue and doing his own thing. And we are going to start off there. So James O'Keefe put out a video today showing a Department of Justice official saying any Republican should be edited out of the Epstein files. The Department of Justice tried to rebuff James O'Keefe with an email from the same official, but it only confirms that James O'Keefe actually caught him on tape. Normally, when I see something coming from Project Veritas, James O'Keefe's operation, or James O'Keefe directly, I immediately assume it's misinterpreted, it's edited, it's totally made up. Why do I assume that? Because James O'Keefe is not a real journalist, but he is a misinformation specialist. He will go, he'll have like a secret camera recording, he will get people liquored up. He'll have like, he operates like the intelligence community would operate. Like he'll do a honeypot sting operation where he'll just like go in and he'll have like a lady talk to some fucking dumbass that works in an advocacy org, or like some guy who works for the State Department or something. And then that guy will just like leak stuff, or he'll get liquored up and say a bunch of shit that is not sincere, for example, and then they will cut that down. They'll chop it up, and they'll blast it in the orbit, and then the Republicans will go along with it. Having said that, however, it's often important to see how people react to that sort of thing, right? He is an agent provocateur, for sure. He's Mr. Clipper and Shipper, for those of you who don't know. He's done a lot. He's done a lot of crazy stuff. And what's important in this is whether or not there is accuracy in the reporting. And sometimes he might arrive at like some semblance of the truth, but the outcome here has been quite funny because the U.S. Department of Justice responded to James O'Keefe. Here's the James O'Keefe video. It's 8 minutes long. Breaking: DOJ Deputy Chief admits government will redact every Republican while leaving all the liberal Democratic people on the Epstein client list. Says Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a lower security prison as a benefit to keep her mouth shut. Maxwell, got transferred to a minimum security prison. It's against BOP policy because she is a convicted sex offender. I think this is him basically trying his very best to attack the Republicans as well, because he feels slighted because they cut his funding recently. They tried to like forcibly kick him off of Project Veritas and stuff because he was mismanaging the funds over there to do his Broadway musicals and fly all of the employees to go watch him do a rendition of Oklahoma. That's real. That's a real thing that he did. But seemingly he's back at Project Veritas. I don't really fully understand what's going on here. No, he says to watch the truth inside of Veritas. Oh, so I guess he's attacking Veritas as well. But he's a Republican operative, okay?
For the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Been there like 23 years. I'm an analyst. I'll be acting deputy chief of our office for a few months starting next week. I work closely with like...
You have to remember, okay, when these guys fucking chirp, when these guys like get liquored up or go on a date with a lady who has a hidden camera, like, you can't take everything that they're saying sincerely, okay? And it's only because it's James O'Keefe. If it was anybody else who I actually respected or trusted, I would say that there is more, like, everything in my heart and soul wants me to believe this, okay, completely. And there might be some veracity to the statements being made here, but in the absence, like if there wasn't this idiotic response from the U.S. Department of Justice, I probably would be more more inclined to assume that this is, chopped up, edited, made up. You're a fucking disgrace, says QWERTY69696. React to the military parade mofo. Top G. I don't know how this guy went from being pro-China to saying, I'm a fucking disgrace. I don't know what happened. Stop taking the bait, Okay, I will. So, recording someone secretly on a date is crazy shit. No. This is classic James O'Keefe.
The federal law enforcement agencies and the U.S. attorney's offices, the prosecutors and stuff. The thing is, it's interesting because I do deal with so many of the agencies, like the Bureau of Prisons, the Marshal Service, the FBI, U.S. attorney's offices.
Recently, the FBI and DOJ have come under fire for promising transparency, then refusing to release footage and unredacted documents, going directly against the public's expectations and the promises made by Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel. In a DOJ press release, Attorney General Pam Bondi stated, quote, "This Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators," unquote, and also claimed they were shedding light on Epstein's extensive network, only to later claim that Epstein was acting alone, and that the only video evidence they had was of Epstein's personal child porn collection.
Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child.
Yeah, I mean, this part of the story already. Yes, the Trump administration went back and forth on transparency, revealing all the information about a potential Epstein client list. And then Donald Trump got cold feet when he realized that he's all over the Epstein client list himself. He's mentioned all over the investigation because he was very good friends and very well connected with Jeffrey Epstein for quite a while. We don't know the extent of their relationship, especially post Jeffrey Epstein's ouster as a convicted sex trafficker of minors. But Trump's recent actions in the aftermath, Trump's recent actions with demands coming from his own base of support alongside many other Americans to offer transparency on the Epstein client list and see how many of our societal elites were financially entangled with this pedophile sex trafficker and what foreign nations might have played a formative role in developing this blackmail operation. The Trump administration has seemingly gotten cold feet and is trying to cast a cloud of dispersal to the best of their ability over the situation, actively trying to move people's attention away from the Epstein stuff to like Barack Obama, things of that nature. And James O'Keefe, who was recently pushed away from Project Veritas, which is his own personal operation for mismanaging the funds and, getting people to getting his own employees to go and watch him do a rendition of Oklahoma, the Broadway musical, is now also taking that fight as an independent hatchet man to the Trump administration and the Department of Justice under the control of Donald Trump. These guys have a lot of a lot of interesting methods, let's just say, but more often than not, their videos are very deceptively edited. Their methods of extracting information out of people are also, oftentimes deeply unethical. And not only are they deeply unethical, but it doesn't give you a full, accurate picture. Having said that, the Department of Justice's response to this situation has been quite funny because Joseph Smith, acting deputy chief, Office of Enforcement Operations at the Department of Justice, is on a hinge date here with a lady working for James O'Keefe who has a hidden camera on herself. And this guy is just chirping. Okay. He is just yapping about. Okay. Joseph, not Smith, Schnitt.
Within the administration, there's
Want to hate me for it? Fine.
But, internally, there's a lot of, even within the administration, there's internal conflict.
Oh, okay.
Like, the FBI really wants it. Second in command at FBI has been, causing problems because he's like, no, these have to be released.
Yeah. So the FBI wants them out.
Yep, the top two guys that will do that.
And Bonnie does it.
I don't know what Bonnie wants. Bonnie wants whatever she wants.
Sure.
Why is there suddenly this internal conflict within the same administration that aggressively campaigned in 2024 to fully release the Epstein files to the American public? What new revelations did the DOJ and FBI make to now say that an incriminating client list does not exist?
Anyway, let's get back to the video, the OG video.
Actually get released, or
Do you think like the stuff with Epstein will actually get released or not at all?
not at all?
If it does, it'll be heavily redacted, and his name won't be in it.
But those files do exist.
There's files.
Yeah.
For sure. There's, thousands and thousands of pages of files. But again, if they're released in any way, it's going to be very redacted. They'll redact every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all the liberal, democratic people in those files, and have a very slanted version of it come out where it's like, look at what he's doing, without releasing any of their bad behavior.
This is James O'Keefe. You know me for exposing the truth.
Then there's a bunch of gold bars that he's selling in between. You already know that's just how it goes. Okay.
Small person.
Yeah.
So basically, in spite of James O'Keefe's significant lack of credibility, at least from my perspective as someone who cares about investigative reporting and making sure that like all this reporting is accurate and has goes through a internal fact checking process, which is precisely the reason why I, for example, defended both Taylor Lorenz's journalism and also Wired magazine's credibility, as someone who tries to instill media literacy in a lot of people and try to analyze the media critically and explain to you where the biases are coming from. James O'Keefe obviously doesn't fit that standard in any way, shape, or form. But having said that, this has been very funny because the acting director, Pollock, released a Notes app apology response to James O'Keefe's deputy chief admission. Okay? And it's a Notes app apology with a phone that's on airplane mode with 30% battery. Like they even put that in the screenshot, which is hilarious. Actor and director Pollock. I met a woman named Skylar on Hinge, a dating app, in July 2025. Her profile is no longer findable. We had 2 days, August 4th and August 16th. She claimed to be an au pair in Georgetown. She gave no clues that she was a reporter or recording our dates. Had I a clue, the first date would have ended immediately and there never would have been a second one. My profile indicated I did government work, but did not specify for which agency. I never discussed what I do at the DOJ. The comments I made were my own personal comments on what I've learned in the media and not from anything I've done at or learned via work. I have no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding Ms. Maxwell other than what is reported in the news. I also never divulged anything about what I do at work. I recall that she asked if I had any knowledge about Maxwell, and I specifically said, I only know what's been reported in the media. Awesome. As much as I want to believe the James O'Keefe side of this, and I think the truth is somewhere in the middle, I do think that this was a dude who was probably just trying to get pussy and literally was just like yapping either about like shit that he doesn't know or yapping about things that, he might be privy to a certain degree, but like greatly exaggerating. This is not a defense of the Department of Justice. Do I believe that the Department of Justice is actively tampering with the Epstein stuff and stopping people from revealing more details about the financial entanglements that Jeffrey Epstein had with high-profile American finance elite? Absolutely. Do I believe that the DOJ is actively working to either move away from the Epstein conversation or potentially even erase some of the Trump involvement in this process? Absolutely. Do I think that this guy has any serious knowledge over any of that stuff? I don't think so. But it is pretty funny. One of the things that he said was not something that he saw in the news. If you recall, he talked about how the attorney general is just a yes man for Donald Trump. She just says yes to whatever Trump's demands are. That part is both confirmed from the media reports, but also probably something that he's privy to as an insider. But as I've said before, I don't think this is going to lead to any serious revelations about Republican involvement in the Epstein client list, but it won't lead to serious revelations about Democrat involvement either, regardless of the amount of pressure that is being launched against the administration. Okay, but very funny story overall. And obviously, there's more to talk about. We're gonna be covering a New York Times report on the assassination of North Korean fishermen that was conducted in a military operation in 2019, which people were privy to since 2021 and refused to acknowledge or reveal, as a matter of fact. And this obviously comes on the heels of the Trump administration's illegal war crime against a boat that they claim was drug traffickers out of Venezuela. The American Navy has encircled the Venezuelan territorial waters, and they're conducting military operations and celebrating the fact that they're doing extrajudicial killings of different people that are on a boat at any given time, leaving the Venezuelan water. Now, you guys know already, I covered the first story here, and the administration is very clearly utilizing the term narco-terrorism as an effort to engage in direct destabilization efforts and maybe even boots-on-the-ground military warfare in Latin American countries that it feels like are having too good of a time, I guess, whether it be Mexico or, in this case, it's certainly Venezuela. They're claiming that these guys are, they're claiming that narcotics traffickers are also now or should be classified as terrorists. And as you guys know, the terrorism designation from the American State Department is one that is intentionally vague. It is created specifically so that you can do, war crimes and extrajudicial murders of whoever the fuck you have declared a terrorist. It's a way to deny habeas corpus. It's a way to deny due process from people when you even apprehend them. It's a way to unjustifiably surveil people without any sort of sincere reason to do so. And now that expansion is now that definition is expanding to random brown people from Latin American countries. Of course, I'm going to start off the story with the 11 people that the Trump administration assassinated on a boat. Because there was a dinghy leaving the Venezuelan coastline that had 11 people on it. And the Trump administration blew the boat up. And then they actually released a video of them blowing the boat up. And then they claimed that these were narcotics traffickers. These were people who were trafficking narcotics. Now, I covered extensively why this argument is idiotic. Number one, most of the overwhelming majority of the narcotics trafficking is not happening on that coastline and is not coming out of Venezuela. Okay, that's number one. Number two, even if you suspect a boat that is trafficking drugs, you can't kill the people on the boat. You can just as easily just seize the boat and apprehend the people on the boat and investigate whether or not they are actually trafficking drugs. Okay? That is ridiculous. There is no world in which you just go, I don't like these people, so I'm going to murder them. And last but not least, it seems as though this boat was not trafficking narcotics at all. And I think this is a terrifying precedent-setting move because in the past, these kinds of operations, of course, took place. And we're going to talk about one of them that was recently discovered that took place in 2019. Okay. And oftentimes this kind of assassination of people living outside of the security periphery or even inside of the security periphery of the United States empire would just get destroyed, would just get killed. And people would make up people would get mad about it if they found out about it, but never before had we had a situation where the administration openly pulls the trigger, flexes that they're pulling the trigger, tells you that they don't even have the evidence, and says, what are you going to fucking do about it? So while, Barack Obama also did his illegal drone wars, and we covered that extensively and criticized it extensively, including but not limited to killing an American citizen, okay, extrajudicially assassinating an American citizen. Barack Obama did that, which was an expansion of this collateral damage if you're even associated by blood, or if you're even in the vicinity of a strike target. If you're an American citizen and we know you're there, you're still going to get killed by the American government. It doesn't matter. Sucks to suck. No due process whatsoever. While that was a major escalation, it was a precedent-setting move. We have never had a situation where the government just like assassinates people and says, yeah, that's right, we did it. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Actually, yeah, we don't even have any evidence whatsoever. And I'll go so far as to say that Chelsea Manning was literally imprisoned for showing that the American government had done this. That's a big part of why Chelsea Manning, a brave whistleblower, went to prison. She literally went to prison and was tortured for revealing that the American government had done this. Okay? Now, the American government is no longer hiding that they're doing this. They're flexing that they're doing this. That is insane. Okay? You need to understand. That is insane. It's terrifying. Nathan J. Robinson from Current Affairs reports, after Trump killed 11 people on a boat with zero legal justification and zero evidence offered that they were members of a cartel, Democrats have, of course, fully denounced this outrageous abuse of power. Oh, wait, no, they're being silent. So they're not seen as soft on cartels. The Democrats in Congress who were quick to condemn Trump's strikes against Iranian nuclear sites have struggled to find a unified message that won't make them look soft on drug cartels. Senator Tim Kaine in the membrane, who was pushed to ensure Congress authorizes military actions, told reporters he's still digging into the legality of the strike and didn't elaborate on his concerns. Representative Ro Khanna and Senator Bernie Sanders, who are usually quick to note overuse of presidential powers, did not respond to requests for comment. I'm telling you right now, I think America is moving actively further and further into this fascist superpower position around the globe. And the Democrats are too scared or too disinterested in actually trying to claw this kind of this kind of expansion of abuse back in a way that makes sense. And because there are a million other issues that people are predisposed with, like the average voters are predisposed with, because their attention is elsewhere, the Democrat Party's compliance in this is not even seen as an issue that people as a big problem that the American people want or demand answers to. You know what I mean? Like it's a really awful situation, because on the one hand, the Democrats themselves are not taking on any sort of like leadership role here and demanding a scale back of these gross, in broad daylight instances of terrorism that the American government is openly celebrating. Okay. And I think that the consequences of that expansion of abuse is going to be really bad. But not only are the Democrats not pushing back against this stuff, it's truly terrifying and really, it's truly terrifying that like the people themselves are also kind of oblivious to everything that's going on. There's too much stuff happening. You got ICE raids, you got the economy that's in the shitter, you got Israel, and you know, people are just either tuning out of the process. You got the anti-vaxxer stuff. And you got people either tuning out of the process altogether, or they're just, it's impossible for them to pay attention to every single minutia, every single detail, because the administration is basically gish galloping fascist policies in broad daylight every single day. They're just like, every other day there's a new thing that they're doing, and you're like, what the fuck? You got the military occupying fucking blue cities? What the hell is that? It's awful. Trump's illegal mass murder of a boat full of people may not have been attacked, may not even have attacked the drug cartel, by the way. There's more updates on this article as well. The former official also said it was unusual to have 11 people manning a vessel that could easily be crewed by 2 or 3, especially since traffickers are always trying to maximize the amount of cargo space devoted to carrying drugs, not human beings. In the former official's opinion, it was more likely the vessel was carrying migrants on a human smuggling run. It would be impossible to know for sure, however, given that any evidence of drug smuggling was destroyed in the attack. Once again, I ask you, a Democrat Party that won't stop a genocide, what makes you think that they will stop the fascist takeover? They are not, and they are showing that they're not. And I don't know what to do about it. And even the former officials like, well, they're probably like drugs. They're not smuggling drugs. They're smuggling humans. And it's like, okay, who cares? Even if they were drug smugglers, what the fuck do you mean? We just get to kill them? Like what? What are we doing? A lot of this comes from the notion that you will never be on the other side of those crosshairs, okay? But you fail to recognize that an administration, a government that doesn't care about dignifying human beings or dignifying the sanctity of humanity, okay? Recognizing the humanity of all human beings and abide by certain standards that we have set. A government that doesn't care about those people is inevitably going to do similar things to you and your loved ones as well. Okay? Now, of course, this is moving along the understandable, logical trajectory. Okay? This is years and years in the making. Oftentimes, like I said, the permission structure is expanded by Democrats as well. Barack Obama comes to mind. And America is comfortably filling the role of the big bad. They are openly saying, we are the villains. What the fuck are you going to do about it? We're just going to keep killing our enemies. As long as we declare them to be enemies, there's nothing the world can say about it. One of the greatest examples of this is obviously the attacks directed at the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice for trying to prosecute the war criminals in the Israeli state or the Israeli state altogether for the crime of genocide. The United States of America, instead of taking the initiative and saying, hey, as the global world police, we had to put an end to this, even though America could have stopped this from happening altogether before it even became an issue, they have spent all of their political capital, social capital, and human capital on trying to stop people from trying to stop Israel's genocide, whether it be the Houthis over in Yemen, punishing them for the crime of trying to implement a blockade to punish Israel economically for continuing to do a genocide of the Palestinian population, spending billions of dollars blowing up the poorest country on the planet. Or here in the Western world, we're prosecuting the people who are peacefully protesting against the genocide. Prosecuting and sanctioning the people that are a part of the international organs of justice. We are prosecuting and punishing people who are of Palestinian descent by refusing to offer them visas, by trying to sanction them for also investigating Israel's war crimes. We are the villains here, okay? I still have the utmost confidence in our fellow Americans to recognize right from wrong, okay? And I'm not going to entertain people saying, I don't believe you. No, Americans are fucking first worlders. They're violent. They're abhorrent. They're demons. I can't believe that, because if I did believe that, and if I did believe that there was just like this unchangeable evil at the heart of every American, and it wasn't simply because, not because they're selfish, but it wasn't simply because they don't understand how these kinds of systems of violence actually impact them as well, then I wouldn't do what I'm doing right now, okay? So just remember that. But this lawlessness is out of control. Aaron Rupar reports on an interview conducted with the drunk Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
Mr. Secretary, what legal authority did the Pentagon invoke to strike that boat full of drug smugglers?
We have the absolute and complete authority to conduct that. First of all, just the defense of the American people alone. 100,000 Americans were killed each year under the previous administration because of an open border and open drug traffic flow.
Was there
that is an assault on the American people. I said we smoked a drug boat, and there's 11 narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean. And when other people try to do that, they're going to meet the same fate.
It's just insane. Like, I don't know. I mean, as someone who has been a commentator for many, many years, like, this level of transparently saying, like, no, we are the big bad. We are the evil people. We are the ones who knock. We are the ones who are going to keep doing this shit, and there's nothing you can do about it. And especially paired up with the unfortunate reality that, like, many Americans are actually oblivious to it, or don't care about it, or the ones who do know about it like it. It feels like no change is going to come. Just got in here. Were they actually smugglers or just fishermen? So it doesn't matter, right? Even if they were literally drug smugglers, even if they were drug runners, which there's no evidence to suggest that they were, and it looks like they most likely weren't. But even if they were, it still doesn't matter. This is a completely illegal action. Okay? It is a completely illegal action. You cannot just decide that you can turn around and murder people just because you felt like it, just because you wanted a W. It is a gross expansion of American evil. It's a recognition of American evil, which I am truly fearful of, because if they do this once and they don't get any pushback whatsoever, they're going to continue doing it. They're going to do it with way higher frequency. This is something that I've been warning about for quite a while. This is like a growing fascist, international fascist movement in a lot of these liberal democracies in the Western world. It is truly, truly terrifying, because the American government is doing this, but they're not alone. Look, poll, 52% of Brits think refugees should be sent to concentration camps, prison camps. 52%. Only 35% say they should not. That is insane. 88% of Reform Party voters think refugees should be put in concentration camps. 79% of conservatives think that 79% of conservatives think that they should be put in concentration camps. the worse people's material conditions are, the more susceptible they are to do violence to others. Okay? Where they're just like, well, all of the anger and resentment I have because the trains never run on time, because like the cost of living is completely out of control, it must be because brown people are here. It must be. Because in the absence of a clear moral conviction and a message that's coming from a real anti-fascist left flank party that says it's not the refugees, it's actually the financial elite that is destroying your lives at the behest of capital, at the behest of profits. And putting these guys in concentration camps is not going to solve these problems at all. In the absence of that kind of counter messaging coming from the Labor Party, which obviously is now completely gone, right? We are bouldering towards an international fascist movement. I've been ringing the alarm bells about this for a decade now, and it is here. What is driving this embrace of fascism across liberal democracies? I know you just mentioned material conditions not improving, but curious if there's more to it. No, it's as simple and as complex as that. Okay? But that's it. I mean, this already happened. This already happened with Nazi Germany as well. This literally happened. It happened not that long ago. There are still people alive that were there when it was happening. This is a byproduct of unlimited neoliberalism, unchecked neoliberalism taking hold of every Western liberal democracy, an erosion of social safety nets that directly contribute to material harm, that directly cause a decrease in living standards that people can recognize, people do recognize, people see, and people get angry about. And in the absence of any sort of push in the positive direction coming from an anti-fascist party, a left flank party, that is also completely invested and is invested in the existing hierarchies, invested in serving the masters of capital, you have the only game in town being the Reform Party and like hyper conservatives saying, well, yeah, of course you're angry. Why are you angry? Because Muslims are here. Refugees are here. And they're here to do rapes. They're here to do stabbings. It's terrifying. And the worst thing you can do in this process is to lean into these reactionary sentiments. If you are a supporter of any sort of left flank party, whether they are obviously a phony, fake liberal party like what the Labor Party has become or what the Democratic Party is, it doesn't matter. If you're a supporter, if you consider yourself to be a progressive, you consider yourself to be a liberal, consider yourself to be a leftist, if you're an anti-fascist broadly, okay, you have to ensure that your representatives understand that this is a clear-cut demand that you're making. Like, this is not just about improving first worlders' material conditions, okay? This is about ensuring that this coalition of Western liberal democracies do not go full tilt into a fascist, accelerationist, death and destruction-backed agenda and start blowing shit up with no repercussions whatsoever. Because as I have said, empires don't die quietly, okay? It doesn't happen overnight, and it certainly doesn't happen quietly. They don't just like fizzle out. There is a lot of death and destruction that comes in the process. And if you want to avoid that hardship, if you want to avoid that death and destruction, if you want to avoid that cruelty, you have to do your very best to try and put an end to it. And it's a win-win situation anyway, because while you're trying to put an end to it, you're also advocating for good things. You're advocating for healthcare. You're advocating to improve people's material standing. That is my demand. And I cannot comprehend how people don't recognize this. There's another story that I want to talk about with respect to a gross assassination campaign that the Trump administration conducted. Okay. This was the secret mission to spy on North Korea's leader. Okay. The New York Times reports that in 2019, a group of Navy SEALs crept out of the ocean onto the shore of North Korea for a dangerous and secret mission that has never been publicly disclosed until now. Okay? How a top secret SEAL Team 6 mission in the North Korea fell apart. In 2019, Operation Greenlit by President Trump sought a strategic edge. It left unarmed North Koreans dead. Here's the video from the New York Times.
We've been reporting about the military and special operations for more than a decade. And we received a tip about a mission that was so risky and frankly outlandish that I didn't even think it was real. The mission happened in 2019. At the time, President Trump and Kim Jong-un were in the middle of high-level nuclear talks. The mission was to plant a listening device. That device could give the U.S. an edge in all of the negotiations. But it also came with substantial risks. The mission started with a nuclear submarine motoring into North Korean territorial waters. The nuclear sub stopped and released 2 mini-subs that headed into the bay. In those mini-subs is a team of Navy SEALs. The Navy SEALs thought they'd be coming into a deserted shore, but there was a surprise. Nearby was a small boat with a North Korean crew. The unseen North Korean boat came close to their mini-subs, and the crew on board started talking loudly and shining flashlights right down into the water where the subs were. If the subs were discovered, they'd have no way out, and so the SEALs that were at the shore fired on the North Korean boat and killed everybody that was on it. The SEALs on shore swam to the boat to make sure everybody was dead. When they got there, they didn't find any uniforms or weapons that suggested the people were security forces or military. In fact, everything there suggested that they were civilian fishermen who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
The wrong place at the wrong time, by the way, is just North Korean fishermen off the coast of their own territorial waters. Like, it's the Navy SEALs that were in the wrong place at the wrong time, technically. You know? Oops, we came into your house and you outed us, so we had to fucking murder you.
The SEALs got out of the area unscathed. But it's hard to overstate the gravity of what happened. The United States put troops on the ground in an unpredictable dictatorship with nuclear weapons, killed civilians, and took extreme strategic risks. This was just one mission. But people within the special operations world say it's part of a broader problem that has plagued special operations for decades. There's never any real outside scrutiny that lets the public and the nation as a whole look at what went wrong. Everything remains top secret.
This was under Trump 1, and there is more details, okay? In 2019, the Trump administration directly violated international law, not only secretly sending military forces to North Korea, but murdering a group of innocent, unarmed Korean fishermen. This, of course, is under different circumstances a massive scandal. But a part of the reason why it won't become a massive scandal is because the Democrats knew about it since 2021 and never brought it up, never revealed this, never actually demanded answers for how they put together this special operation, because they too are complicit. Okay? You know the details now as far as like what the SEAL Team 6 did. Okay? Of course, as Nathan J. Robinson of Current Affairs reports, needless to say, if an enemy country did this to us, we'd call it an act of terrorism and denounce it in the strongest terms, because it would be an act of terrorism. We'd call the country barbaric, inhuman, but the U.S. claims the right to kill whoever the U.S. wants, whenever the U.S. wants, without anyone being allowed to criticize it. Of course, the Trump administration found that the rules of engagement allowed it to kill unarmed fishermen, and they never told Congress, despite having a legal obligation to do so. Will Trump be held accountable for this flagrant violation of international law? Of course not. This was planned under Obama in 2013, but he backed out due to risks. Trump came in and used old intel to ram ahead and try to prove it. Try to prove its competence. I can't, like, this is a separate story. Remember, this is a new story that came out of an old operation that SEAL Team 6 did. Nowadays, the Trump administration is not even hiding that they're doing this kind of stuff, because they're just openly fucking assassinating people on boats and saying, yeah, we're going to do it. Fuck you going to do about it. Okay? The aborted SEAL mission prompted a series of military reviews during Trump's first term. They found that the killing of civilians was justified under the rules of engagement, and that the mission was undone by a collision of unfortunate occurrences that could not have been foreseen or avoided. The findings were classified. The Trump administration never told leaders of key committees in Congress that oversee the military and intelligence activities about the operation of the findings. Government officials said, in doing so, the Trump administration may have violated a federal law, said Matthew Waxman, a law professor at Columbia University who served in national security positions under the former President George W. Bush. Many of the people involved in the mission were later promoted. Genk Lippenstein reports that members of Congress knew about this since 2021, but never told the public. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Mark Warner, Kevin McCarthy, Mitch McConnell, Devin Nunes, and of course, Marco Rubio, who is now the Secretary of State. How in the actual fuck was it justified? I mean, you have to understand, like, if you're the bad guys, all matter of like internal laws that you have created are designed in a way to always find legal grounds for why you did something that is transparently illegal. This story about a failed 2016 SEAL Team 6 operation from Joshua Hunt at GQ Magazine. He adds on to it about what we have done in the past that's similar. This story about a failed 2019 SEAL Team 6 operation in North Korea is shocking. America's most elite special forces unit rehearsed for months because every move needed to be perfect, but had no contingency for being discovered other than to waste unarmed civilians. The hubris is astonishing. We did something like this back in 2005. The Navy SEALs reasoned. So surely it will work again in 2019 under a different North Korea regime with different capabilities. Even for SEAL Team 6, the mission would be extraordinarily difficult. SEALs who were more used to quick raids in places like Afghanistan or Iraq would have to survive for hours in a frigid seas, slip past security forces on land, perform a precise technical installation, and then get out undetected. Getting out undetected was vital. In Mr. Trump's first term, top leaders in the Pentagon believed that even a small military action against North Korea could provoke catastrophic retaliation from an adversary with roughly 8,000 artillery pieces and rocket launchers aimed at approximately 28,000 American troops in South Korea and nuclear-capable missiles that could reach the United States. But the SEALs believed they could pull off this mission because they had done something like this before. In 2005, SEALs used a mini-sub to go ashore in North Korea and leave unnoticed, according to people familiar with the mission. The 2005 operation, carried out during the presidency of George W. Bush, has never before been reported publicly. I need you to understand, there is a reason why we don't entertain implementing Article 5 or bringing Ukraine into NATO. That is because Russia, the foreign adversary in this conflict, the belligerent in this conflict, is a nuclear armed nation. North Korea is also a nuclear armed nation. Agitating nuclear armed nations by conducting unimaginably risky operations like this with very little upside and massively consequential downsides like nuclear holocaust, mutually assured destruction, and a potential nuclear holocaust is insane. So not only is this morally repugnant, America behaving like gangsters, like criminals that are not accountable to anything and anyone and can do whatever kind of cruelty to random innocent civilians all around the world so that they can get like somewhat of an advantage in the negotiations process, rather than try to deal with foreign adversaries as like sovereign nation states. We try to do this kind of trickery. We end up making these incredibly costly and incredibly dangerous mistakes. And someone in the chat said, wasn't North Korea testing or sending nukes or sending warnings to Japan around this time? Once again, remember, this helps you perhaps understand why, from their perspective, they're doing stuff like this, because Japan is seen as, understandably, for foreign adversaries, is seen as an American island, an American-occupied island with American weapons, trained on not only North Korea, but also on China as well, another American adversary, a nuclear-armed nation. So from their perspective, they're like, we have to posture as a matter of deterrence, as a matter of demonstrating our sovereignty. And yet America still violates said sovereignty. So the argument here is twofold. On the one hand, obviously, this is morally repugnant and completely unacceptable. It's a war crime by international standards. But of course, when America conducts war crimes, no one can say anything because the United States of America is the hegemonic superpower. But it's also incredibly dangerous for American citizens as well. You're just like, you're gambling with the lives of potentially millions of Americans by doing these things. So that's where we're at. And since then, the situation has obviously worsened. Like I said, now that we have, now that this administration is using a new method of radical transparency, or I guess you could call it shamelessness, they're not even trying to shelter people from the truth. They're just saying it's the law of the jungle. And the people that are in the crosshairs, when they recognize that America is a lawless and evil country that can assassinate their citizens on a whim, eventually they're going to get together. And eventually they're going to understandably try to fight back. What do you think happens then? Even if America, quote unquote, wins in the end with all of our military prowess, with all of our might, how consequential will that be for you and your loved ones? Even if you are only looking at this from the perspective of utter selfishness, why do you think this will improve your lives? What good is it that we are increasingly behaving in a belligerent, militant manner around the world? Now let's get back to domestic affairs. As the Trump administration is behaving in this incredibly belligerent manner, out and about in broad daylight, talking about how awesome it is that they're just like murdering random people off the coast of Venezuela and how great that is. The American Jobs Report and the report on where the economy is heading is showing dangerous warnings. Let's take a look.
The economy is sputtering. We learned this morning that job growth in the past 3 months has all but ended. There were just 22,000 new jobs created last month, and new revised data showed the economy actually lost jobs in June, the first time that's happened since President Trump's first term, back when most of us were still in isolation during COVID. And unemployment ticked up to 4.3%, the highest in nearly 4 years. An economy that's stalling out is bad news for any president, but particularly for one who got back into the White House in large part because of what voters saw as his economic acumen. When President Trump didn't like last month's jobs report, he fired the head of the agency that compiles it. This morning, he placed the blame on his economic nemesis, the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. Jerome, too late. Powell should have lowered rates long ago. As usual, he's too late. I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters here. Anne-Marie Horton of Bloomberg, CNN's Matt Egan, Abby Livingston of Puck, and Ested Herndon of the New York Times. Matt, take us through some of the numbers and what they mean.
Yeah, Dana, look, this was another brutal jobs report, and this really suggests that after years of historic resilience, the job market is facing some serious trouble right now. I mean, hiring has basically stalled out to almost nothing, right? Just 22,000 jobs added during the month of August. That is a fraction of what economists were expecting. It's crazy to think that not even a year ago, back in December, the economy was adding 300,000+ jobs. Now we're, not even 10% of that. And as you noted, we saw that June was revised lower to show that for the first time since COVID, the U.S. economy actually lost jobs. So that ends this nearly 5-year streak of uninterrupted job growth. That was the second longest streak in American history. It's now over. And then the unemployment rate.
Look, this is not my forte, but from what I understand, at least like through anecdotes and through what I have seen with all the discontent, it doesn't even feel like those jobs that are supposedly new job opportunities, new job openings, people looking to hire employees, any of that is even real. Like I've seen no evidence to whether or not that's even a real situation at all, and all evidence to point to the contrary.
So you mentioned that ticking up from 4.2% to 4.3%. That's not high per se, but it is the highest since late 2021. And Fed Chair Powell, he has said that that's the number one indicator that he's looking at for evidence of weakness in this job market. I think that we shouldn't rule out the possibility that this is just a slow patch and the economy.
People are about to find out that the Biden economy was good. It was the world economy that wasn't. Now you'll have a bad U.S. and world economy. No, it wasn't even good. The U.S. economy wasn't good necessarily. It hasn't been good. Okay? The metrics that we look at, the metrics that we examine to figure out whether or not a liberal capitalist nation's economy is good is already distorted. It's already out of whack. If the U.S. economy was always good, because it was fucking great under Obama, right? Post 2008, post recovery. It was great under Obama. So why did people turn around and vote for Donald Trump the first time? This is a question that one must ask themselves. It's one that I keep repeating. It's one that I keep repeating over and over again. And that is precisely because that economy wasn't working for many Americans already. Okay? That economy already wasn't working for many people. And that's why they wanted to hatch it through the system, through the establishment. They wanted to destroy it with the hopes of rebuilding. They took a shot in the dark at someone like Donald Trump, who was implementing some populist and dare I say, fake left economics in his campaign. I mean, it's a lie, right? And it obviously clearly was a lie. We know that it was a lie because he didn't legislate that way for 4 years. But the economy wasn't good then either for many working class Americans. And then it got significantly worse during COVID. Okay. And then there was another recovery period post-COVID where people were saying, well, you know, metrics look good. Metrics look good. Metrics look good. What are you talking about? It looks good. It's a vibe session. It's a vibe session. You guys are wrong. You guys are wrong over and over again, which led to a lot of animosity amongst the working class Americans who then said, no, fuck you. I'm going to go with a guy who says the real solution to this is to obviously deport 12 million migrant workers. Now, of course, that wasn't a solution at all. But in the absence of a party with a clear vision, with a clear agenda that addresses the real problems that people were experiencing, people once again took another shot at the dark at the racist guy. And we are seeing the outcome of that. We're seeing the predictable outcome of that, one that I have warned against over and over and over again. Because remember, when we look at the unemployment numbers that are at 4.3%, that's not the entire story. Like I said, a lot of the metrics that we look at, unemployment numbers, for example, or the GDP, they don't show the reality. They don't show the full story. Or we look at the stock market. The stock market is doing great. Okay? At a time when there are mass layoffs taking place, the stock market is doing so great. Why? Because they're eliminating redundancies. They're going to make up for it with AI. Is that good for you? You just got fired. No, it's horrible for you. But the stock market is doing well. Okay, well, it exacerbates the income and wealth disparity in this country that causes people to be even more angry, be more mad, demand answers, demand restitution. The goal for someone like myself is to get those people to understand that it's not about deporting Guatemalan and Mexican migrants. That is not going to solve their situation at all, because it's not a Guatemalan migrant that owns your home, that is your landlord. It's not a Guatemalan migrant that is at the board of this corporation that you work at that refused to offer you better benefits, that refused to give you the back pay that you deserve, that is yours by law. Okay? It's your bosses. It's the capital owners. And it is the duopoly that finds bipartisan consensus when it comes down to things that impact you and your loved ones in the most meaningful ways. It's their lack of interest in changing those structural forms of inequality, structural forms of violence that you experience. The affordability crisis being one of the simplest terms to help you understand. So, of course, it's creating a lot of panic right now. You got people saying, look, hiring plans fell to the weakest level of any August on record, and intended job cuts mounted amid broader economic uncertainty, according to outplacement firm Challenger, Gray & Christmas. U.S.-based companies announced in August plans to add 1,494 jobs, the fewest for the month in data going back to 2009. Of the 30 industries tracked by Challenger, hiring plans were concentrated in aerospace and defense, industrial goods, and retail. Announced job cuts jumped from a year ago to almost 85,980 and marked the largest August total since 2020. Excluding the impact of the pandemic, the number was the highest for any August since the Great Recession in 2008. Spencer Kimian says, you don't realize how weak the economy is right now. If you have a job, hold on to it for dear life, because if you get fired, it's going to take you years to find another one. But the stock market's doing well, right? I mean, it's hot, 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 right? It's good. It's good. We're doing great. Here are all of the areas of loss for the record. This is the chief economist for the Navy Federal and a columnist at the Washington Post, Heather Long, says the labor market is going from frozen to cracking. Look at how many industries have lost jobs in the past 3 months. Mining lost 13,000. Construction lost 10,000. Manufacturing lost 31,000. Information lost 15,000. Business and professional lost 51,000. Federal government lost 34,000. Finance has zero job gains. The U.S. job market is almost entirely dependent on healthcare. That is not healthy for the economy. And it's especially fucked up because these were the key sectors that Trump was seeking to boost with his tariffs agenda, right? That was the plan, right? It turns out it's actually impacting. Another problem here is not only just a tariffs regime that is causing too much instability, but another problem here is also the deportations. These are areas these are sectors that have relied on undocumented labor. The proper protocol here should be to document those workers. But instead, the Trump administration has placed the crosshairs upon them and is making it seem as though they are the reason for why Americans are struggling, Americans are suffering. And they're taking these militant actions against these people, and it's actually cooking the fucking companies. If you were to recognize that these are just regular workers, okay, instead of just like adding on the fact that they don't have the documentation or the proper clearance or whatever, okay, because again, that's a matter of just paperwork, right? If you go in and you say you're going to deport like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people from the fucking labor force in specific sectors, don't you think that's going to cripple the fucking economy? Of course. Even if these guys are like invested in hiring American citizens to make up for the lack of labor, you're firing a bunch of trained employees that have been working in these sectors for years and years and years. Of course, that is going to cause tremendous instability, if not full-blown collapse. And that's where we are. Good. No more quiet quitting or bouncing around to different jobs for these young people. They will be forced to work on the farms. Dude, oh, you are so dumb, okay? And it's going to be kind of funny when, you know, you just don't have any food that you can purchase at the grocery store because you just fantasize about some totally, utterly irrelevant, made-up reason for why the economy is fucking on fire right now, okay? You stupid fucking boomer. The one time I get us on it is for trolling. Don't do that. Stop LARPing as a dumb, out-of-touch boomer, please. The construction industry has been facing growing labor shortages for years as the workforce ages and fewer Americans seek to work in physical labor jobs. Add to that Trump's stripping legal status from 1 million workers plus mass deportations, things are going to get ugly. At the start of the year, the nation's largest trade organization for contractors projected that they would need to attract an additional 439,000 workers this year just to keep up pace with new construction projects. Yet, as of today, the industry is losing workers. And I said this before. It's not that there aren't available jobs. You can just make new jobs, okay? You can do a federal program. You can do a federal jobs program. There is obviously need for more housing, for example. You could just be building houses with a federal jobs program with good pay, a decent salary, good compensation, good benefits, you know? The issue, however, is that people don't want to do that. People don't want to offer that. The government doesn't want to intervene in the market because that market intervention would actually harm the profit seekers and their primary interest, which is to improve their profit margins. Okay? So the only thing the government is doing is creating a new sector, the Gestapo. That's it. Instead of creating a federal jobs program that actually solves some of the material issues that Americans are facing, like the fucking explosive housing market, we're instead creating a totally unaccountable, unconstitutional Gestapo force, a secret police force in the form of ICE that is at the mercy of whatever the fuck this goddamn president wants to do. This is truly terrifying. And once again, for people who fantasize about the mythological, backbreaking work and the honor and service of that sort of thing, people who don't want to fucking work in those fields at all, people who don't want to work in construction at all, that just like simply say these things from the outside, don't realize, because they've never had a relative that has worked in construction, that has worked in a fucking factory floor, Those people don't want their next of kin to also go into that same sector because they have suffered for years and years. They fucked their backs up, okay? That's the whole reason. They don't want other people to do that. They have been destroyed in the process of doing that. None of these people actually want to do these jobs anyway. So those who actually do take on these backbreaking backbreaking jobs should be paid adequately. They should get the proper clearance, the proper authorization, the proper documentation. They shouldn't be cast aside and discarded to make some of the dumbest, most racist motherfuckers in American society feel as though things are actually going well. Because that's all this is. It's to make the dumbest people in the United States of America feel comfortable that there is at least like someone who is worse off than they are. In the same way that in the Reconstruction era, the powerful entities turned around and said, hey man, look, you're white working class, you're poor as fuck, but at least you're not black. At least you're not black. There's always someone you can look down at. You know? A separate industry organization wrote in July that mass deportations and harsh immigration policies like stripping workers of status are likely going to further exacerbate the labor shortages in the construction and cause labor costs to rise 4 to 5% unless there are mass layoffs. Economic growth will continue, but risks of inflation and recession are high. Higher tariffs will raise costs, invite retaliation, may disrupt supply chains. Okay. Harsh immigration and deportation actions will worsen construction labor shortages. Expectation of larger deficits may push interest rates higher. Who could have told you that this was going to inevitably happen? I did, and I'm a dumbass. I'm a fucking stupid-ass Twitch streamer. How the fuck was I able to see this ahead of time? How the fuck was I able to warn against this ahead of time when Trump was saying he was going to do this when he was running for office? I said this is only going to worsen the situation overall. It's not only cruel and unusual punishment for no real reason whatsoever other than to fucking satisfy the urges of some of the dumbest races on the planet, because that is a great distraction for the administration to not actually address the material harms that they are experiencing, because those material harms would require to shut off the money faucet to mega corporations and harm their profit margins, right? Any kind of initiative in the direction of socialization is going to harm profit margins, right? And you can't do that. So you have to create this mass distraction to make it seem like immigrants are actually responsible for all the pain that you're experiencing. And then you just fucking keep hitting that note over and over again. And you keep fucking pushing this button over and over again, even if it destroys the economy. Yes, I know Eric Adams is most likely going to drop out of the race. The announcement is coming at 4:30 p.m. I know, it's right here. Mayor Eric Adams to make an important campaign announcement. This comes on the heels of the Trump administration stating that they want to give him a Saudi Arabia ambassadorship job, so he stands off, so he gets out of the race in order to clear the way for Andrew Cuomo, at least, like, so with the hopes that like Andrew Cuomo could pick up more. Pick up some of those Eric Adams voters. It's really stupid anyway. But yeah, here, getting back to the Trumponomics nonsense, okay, because we're not done here. There's obviously still a lot more to talk about. Increase in both youth and black unemployment, now at 7.5%, the highest since October 2021, suggested the crackdown on immigration has not created a more favorable job market for the more vulnerable components of the U.S. labor force. Okay? Unemployment rate for 16 to 24-year-olds is now at 10.5%. Once again, this is not the whole story anyway. The unemployment rate in the way that you understand it is not the entire story. There's an underemployment crisis here as well. Yeah, welcome back. Bidenomics is funny, of course. Related, weirdly underrated dem advantage in Virginia is that the Republican messaging is keep the great economy going, and it's obviously been getting worse. Yeah, even the Trump administration is hitting the same brandonization notes, whether it be permanent support for Israel and you know, constantly finding themselves tricked by Israel somehow. Or even the vibe session shit. Ironically enough, their industrial policy has been also worse than the Brandon administration somehow. At least the Brandon administration was trying to move the needle in the appropriate direction, albeit marginal, albeit without any sort of fucking checks or balances, without any sort of demands being made from these corporations, and just like opening up the money faucet with the hopes that they actually do the right thing that will benefit the American labor force. It didn't, but still, it was moving in the right direction. And these guys turned around and said, nah, we're moving into the wrong direction. It's amazing. All the while, they're doing the Brandon notes and talking about how, nah, it's a vibe session, baby. Shut the fuck up. Here is Mike Conzal, Senior Director, Policy and Research at Economics. What is this? Economic Security Project. It's a bad number, the new numbers that just came in. Just 22,000 jobs, and with revisions, June went negative to minus 13,000. Worse, deeper into the data, you can see that the theory of Trumponomics is failing. It's not too late to change course, but it will require dramatic action they won't take. Let's dig in. They just narrowly dodged a 4.3% unemployment rate last month and got it this month. But these aren't rounding games. You can see a steady increase over the last 2 months. Maybe it's noise, but it's the highest in years, and given everything else, it's worrying. Here's the breakdown by industry. We already covered the breakdown by industry. It's like a lot of the sectors that Trump said he was going to bring back jobs to are the sectors that have actually experienced a tremendous amount of loss of jobs, manufacturing jobs specifically. They dropped almost as fast as the federal workforce. Okay. The first theory of Trumponomics was that tariffs would build up manufacturing work and federal workforce cuts that would free workers for them. Didn't happen. Better way to see that, the slowdown over the past 4 months versus 2024. This isn't then them rebalancing the labor market. It's a fall across basically everything. Manufacturing was also falling last year, and now following their healthcare cuts, medical jobs are finally slowing. Another less clearly stated element of Trumponomics was to bring back jobs for men. However, with tariffs attacking in those industries, men have lost 56,000 jobs over the past 4 months. This is CES data. Women have gained 76% of jobs in 2025 compared to the regular 50%. Meanwhile, another Trumponomics goal was to use deportation quotas to bring jobs back for native-born workers. But you guessed it, that's also failing. Amidst the broader weakening, the native-born unemployment rate is at its highest level since the pandemic. Fantastic. To show that the slowdown is broad, we can look at the diffusion index, or basically the percent of industries that are gaining jobs. It's now below 50% for several previous months, meaning more industries are losing jobs than are gaining them. That happens in slowdowns. Last month, they blamed the revisions, but revisions aren't driving these bad numbers with the baseline so low. And this month, you can't even fucking blame the revisions because you put your guy in charge. Right? It was the bad guy. It was the Brandon guy that was lying about the numbers. Now it's your guy. What the fuck do you do now? But revisions aren't driving these bad numbers with the baseline so low, and revisions are one of the few cyclical predictors of oncoming slowdowns. They should learn from these numbers and turn pro-growth policies. It may not be too late. Their solution to this is, are you like, it's the same as the military, right? It's like, you want upward social mobility? Join the military. Go kill some fucking 14-year-olds overseas, get fucked up. And then maybe you can get free healthcare and a free college education so you can enter the shitty job market that will literally give you nothing with, 8 years after everybody else, all of your other peers went into the same shitty job market, right? And now we're literally turning that in to a domestic military force that is also unaccountable, just like the foreign military force that we have that is completely unaccountable because it's a foreign invading force, right? And that's where we're at. That is where we're at. We got ICE. ICE is the only way that you can get a fucking honest pay for an honest day of work. And that honest day of work is what? Terrifying random ass Americans, okay? Terrifying random Americans kidnapping people at their court hearings instead of allowing them to get proper clearance to work in this country after they have done so for a decade plus. Fantastic. You're becoming a Gestapo force and turning around and creating concentration camps. That's the areas of growth. Those are growth sectors now. Fucking awesome. Meanwhile, this dipshit is also chirping from afar. Looks like we lost India and Russia to deepest, darkest China. May they have a long and prosperous future together. President Donald J. Trump. Everything around us is unwinding and falling apart.
Can rebound from here, right? I mean, job market's been so resilient for so long, but clearly this is another major challenge. And I think the warning signs in the economy are really piling up.
Yeah, and stand by, because I do want to get back to what you just mentioned on the Fed and interest rates. Instead, let's talk politics. Yeah. And I mean, yes, the president likes to say that immigration was a big issue. I'm sure it was. The culture wars, definitely. But we know the biggest reason, and it was the fact that people were hearing from President Biden that the numbers are good, let's just wait, but people didn't feel that way. Now it's the numbers that aren't looking good either.
Exactly. It's a mirror image from kind of 2021 when we had Democrats at that time kind of telling people, don't look at the numbers, don't kind of believe what's in front of you. You kind of hear that from Trump now. This is what we had kind of warned about all through the summer, the prospect that his kind of self-imposed economic crisis, tariffs driving that, could pose not just uncertainty, but a downward job market and really reverse what has been Trump's number one strength coming into this. But I also think you got to add in the big, beautiful bill with this, right? And it speaks to, I think, is a kind of hypocrisy at the heart of Trump's second term. For all the talk about his growth among working class voters, his growth among working class voters of color, what we have seen in terms of economic reality here is a bill that largely amounts to a wealth transfer, a removal of benefits from SNAP and Medicaid. And I think that's the reason why you see some of those poll numbers, particularly on the economy, reversing among the very groups that delivered Trump the White House last year.
Abby?
You know, Trump immediately pivoted to the Fed and Jerome Powell, but when I talk to Republican sources, they're all worried about tariffs, and the full brunt of that has not been felt yet. Some say we may not feel that. But politically speaking, the question I have is, does this impact the gubernatorial elections in November in New Jersey and Virginia? But moreover, when does this hit next year, if it does, and how does that affect the midterms?
And, you know, there was such hullabaloo, to use a word that probably shouldn't be used very much, Emery, over the fact that the last month, when the jobs report came out and the president wasn't happy about it, he got rid of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics that compiles them. And so the Commerce Secretary was on this morning, interestingly, before we all knew what the jobs numbers were, and was once again going after BLS, even though the guy that they removed is no longer there.
They're just bent against the president's success. They're rooting against America and against Donald Trump, and that's got to end. So he can't replace somebody, 2 weeks ago, and you expect fundamental change. But what you will get is an agency that's on side.
Well, there isn't fundamental change yet at BLS. The commissioner actually doesn't even have control over the data. The data is collected by statisticians. They sit in different units. They're almost walled off. And then once the press release is written, it's sent to the commissioner, and the commissioner then sends it off to the White House and the CEA. The one issue that Wall Street has in terms of credibility, and this is the gold standard, the jobs report, the U.S. jobs report is the gold standards of economic data. The one issue that Wall Street has is the fact that when you go out and these statisticians are looking for these surveys, the response rate.
Everybody, we got LA Taco's very own Memo in the building right now. We're waiting for Miguel as well. Obviously, make sure you don't show anything to the camera, by the way. That's one right there. So. But we're gonna be heading out and getting some tacos and talking about everything that's going on in Los Angeles specifically. But before we do that, I'm in the process of covering the new jobs numbers that just came out and how devastating things are looking. And you can offer some feedback as well. But for those of you who don't know what LA Taco is, how would you describe it?
We're like a hyper-local publication here in Los Angeles. kind of trying to fill the void of alt news that LA Weekly left behind after they gutted everybody. We cover LA from the street ground up, from food to local politics, investigative journalism. So
Yeah.
culture and arts as well.
Yeah, you were. I mean, originally it started off as just like simply covering local food joints, right?
Yeah, I mean, it started off as a blog, and it was a bunch of fools, and what they loved doing was covering graffiti, cannabis, and tacos.
Uh-huh.
And that was just a blog, and then in 2018 it relaunched as an actual publication.
Yeah, and then one of the things I wanted to talk to you about was like what caused you guys to like start participating in like local activism and changing the trajectory a little bit of LA Taco in some ways. I mean, I guess it was like a organic. It was an organic change because it's like, you know, if you're doing like graffiti and stuff like that, but like what specifically caused you guys to change your trajectory a little bit?
Well, we've kind of built up our chops for the last 5-6 years covering LA's political, cultural, and art scene, especially food scene. So we got to build a lot of ties with the community members, restaurants, organizations all around Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, when I started attacking those same communities that we've been covering, we had kind of feel like we have a duty and obligation to cover them. And we're best situated to do that with having all the connections that we have and the history we have with Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're here. I got the hat on and everything. Let's get back to the jobs numbers. Obviously, this like everything that we talk about, everything that I talk about here is usually interconnected, all the way from what Israel is doing in Gaza down to the American Gestapo doing these unjustifiable ICE raids, and how that actually factors into the horrible economic output that we're experiencing currently, as the administration is like trying to move the attention away from this stuff to be like, no, you don't understand. Things are actually fucking dope. Hey, what's going on, guys? Things are actually dope. You don't get it. You know, everything is awesome. And it's when it's not awesome
at all.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see like mainstream media also try to communicate this, at least from like a somewhat of a partisan, from a partisan perspective. Yeah,
very polished headlines. You know.
Wait, where is Hannah? Where's March? Okay, isn't he supposed to be here already? What the hell is going on? My camera guy's not here. My cam op and producer's not here. I don't know what's happening. But yeah,
but all of that is connected. You're very right. I think people don't need to tie the strings together. I mean, even like the spyware that ICE is about to use, that Israel's been using to, against their enemies of the government. So they're going to start using that on the observers, people that are out there trying to document all the ICE raids.
Yeah.
Has been so low for months. That is why we saw massive revisions last year. That is why we were seeing massive revisions now, to this point where June actually you have a negative print, negative 13,000. That is a huge deal for this economy and for this Federal Reserve. So the problem is that they're not getting 100% of the data when that first print comes out. And this is why you have those revisions. When you talk about, though, the new BLS commissioner, I think only this week his nomination was sent to the Hill. He hasn't even had a hearing yet, and many are still questioning actually if he's going to be able to get through Senate confirmation.
Right, exactly. And then there's all of that, but then there's the underlying argument that you're still hearing from the administration, which is to blame the people who are compiling the numbers as opposed to the actual policies, or maybe it's just the pendulum of the economy.
Yeah, the argument there, it's an interesting one. It would kind of be like if you had an NFL owner, right, whose team just lost big, and instead of changing the quarterback or the play calling or firing the head coach, they go out and fire the scoreboard operator, right? I mean, you might not like the score, but there's probably some bigger issues out there, and shooting the messenger is probably not going to fix anything. But to get back to something we were discussing earlier about the self-imposed nature of some of this, let's look at manufacturing, right? So tariffs, they're supposed to be propping up manufacturing. And what we're actually seeing is that U.S. manufacturing lost another 12,000 jobs in August. This is not an anomaly. It's the fourth straight month of job loss.
It's interesting because they were talking about how this is like the Trump administration has claimed that this is the one area of impact that they're going to fix, right? And part of that was, they were saying that we're going to do this with like tariffs and it's going to boost domestic manufacturing. But in the absence of like a robust industrial base, a robust industrial plan, there is no real trade to protect. And the existing trade that we have, or the existing manufacturing that we have, is on the poultry side, is Ford F-150 pickup trucks, and perhaps more consequential than both of those things, our military industrial complex. And even then, especially with all of the AI initiatives that we're taking, which is created as a mechanism to displace the existing labor force, the Trump administration is obviously failing disastrously to improve the manufacturing jobs numbers. The other side of the story is, of course, the mass deportation policies that they implemented, claiming that as long as we fire and deport violently the existing labor force, that some of which is not getting the proper documentation that they deserve after working for years and years on U.S. soil and participating in the American economy in very meaningful ways, it's frying these corporations that have lost significant chunks of their workforce. So it's a real cut off your nose to spite your face situation here.
Right.
And it's crazy because it's being done to distract people away from the real economic harms that they're experiencing and the anger that they have, to soothe their anger, to say, you feel this way because it's Mexicans, you feel this way because it's Guatemalans, you feel this way because they're taking your jobs, and it's bullshit. It's complete and utter bullshit.
I mean, I think what's his whole plan is to free up jobs so that Americans could take jobs that immigrants currently have, which is not going to happen. And then when they said that, nobody's going into the farm fields, he said people on Medicaid are going to go in there and do the work. People that have disabilities. Yeah. I mean, his whole job plan is disasters.
Yeah. And now he's live from the White House. He's talking about, he's glad handling again. You got all these fucking billionaires, millionaires, all these elites coming in, giving him gifts and sucking up to him, basically telling him what he wants to hear.
How do you, as a billionaire, have any self-respect to go up there and just gobble out his feet, giving him these gifts? It's just so embarrassing.
I think Trump won. They did push back a lot. A lot of the elites were like, oh, this guy is just this guy is a madman. He's crazy. He's stupid. He's going to ruin the economy, whatever, all this shit. And now they've realized, no, if we just present ourselves as servile little lords, then the God King will offer us a bigger piece of the pie. And that's it.
Yeah.
And you see this not only with financial elites and whatnot, but you also see this with European leaders as well, who were very antagonistic to Trump under Trump 1, but have now turned around and are genuflecting.
Yeah.
Every day they just sit there as he fucking yells about the Epstein files or whatever the fuck he's talking about. They just sit there and on the cuck chair and let him go crazy, and they just keep saying, you're right, Mr. President, you're brilliant.
There was no problem. It was a perfect attack, and it knocked out any possible nuclear capability for Iran, which nobody wanted to see, and we weren't going to put up with. So great job, Dan. And we've been talking about this Department of War. So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And
his announcement is he's changing back the Department of Defense to Department of War.
We're going Department of War. And,
I think it's really interesting because there is a level of honesty to Trump. This is very Trump to just be it's aesthetics focused, it's optics focused, but it's almost a recognition of what America does. Yeah, it's evil. Yeah, we're doing evil shit. What are you gonna fucking do about it? It makes a lot of sense that he would do this.
Yeah, I mean, his whole goal is to be an emperor, really.
Yeah.
Assert all power, take all authority, and show force around the world. So.
Yeah.
Dan Raisin Kane to say a few words, please.
Mr. President, thank you. After winning a war for independence in 1789, George Washington established the War Department, and Henry Knox was his first Secretary of War. And this country won every major war after that, to include World War I and World War II. Total victory, Mr. President, as you said. Then 150 years after that, we changed the name after World War II from the Department of War.
Yeah, honestly, since they changed it, since World War II, we haven't had like a just war anyway, you know? So maybe we'll go back to only doing, I'm kidding. I was going to say, maybe we'll go back to like fighting anti-fascist wars, but I fucking doubt that, you know?
That's how you trying to tell people that they won every single war. Don't bring up Vietnam, don't bring up Afghanistan, don't bring up Iraq.
Yeah.
It's about restoring. Words
Just a
matter.
sea
It's
of,
restoring,
like,
as you've guided us to, Mr. President, restoring the
genocidal
warrior
conquest.
ethos. Restoring
And
victory
abject failures,
and clarity
but I
as
guess
an end state.
technically
Restoring
you're not supposed to, war is not waged to be won any longer anyway. It's supposed to continue. And you just like move the budgets around from one to the next.
Fight to win, not to lose. We're going to go on offense, not just on defense. Maximum lethality, not tepid legality. Violent effect, not politically correct. We're going to raise up warriors.
He's rhyming,
not just
bro.
defenders. So this War Department.
That's what I was about to say. Is he
Mr.
reading a
President,
poem?
Just like America. is
Drunk
back. Thank
rapist,
you for your
dude. I
leadership
can't
and
believe
your
this
clarity. We're
motherfucker
gonna
is
set
the
the
Secretary of
tone,
Defense.
for this
He's
country.
using big words
America
right now.
first.
I'm proud
Peace
of him.
through strength.
Look at
brought
him.
to you
Look at him
by the War
prove.
Department. We're back.
Peaceful president, by the way. Remember, he was like, "No new wars. I'm gonna end Ukraine. I'm gonna end Gaza in one day, day one."
We really chose to be very politically correct or wokey, and we just fight forever. And then we'd, win, lose. We wouldn't lose, really. We just fight to sort of tie. We never wanted to win. Wars that every one of them we would have won easily with just a couple of little changes or a couple of little edicts. I was told that ISIS would take 5 years to win. And Dan Kane, when I told him how long would it take, he said, I think about 4 weeks, sir. I said, what do you mean 4 weeks? I was told 5 years by the people in Washington. You know who they were? 5 years. I said, you can't do it in 4 weeks. I actually flew to Iraq to meet with him, and I met him at a big air base. And remember that famous day, right? It turned out to be a famous day for our country because you're now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which is the biggest deal. And he is because he did things that everybody said he couldn't do. So they said it was going to be 5 years, and he knocked them out in about 4 weeks total, 100%. We took over, and ISIS was gone, and pretty amazing. But we never fought to win, and now if we have to fight at all, we solved 7 wars. We have the one that I thought was going to be probably one of the easier ones, and that's with President Putin and Ukraine.
Why would you think that's one of the easier ones?
Turned out to be one that's a little bit more difficult, but the 7 are done. They were supposed to be much more difficult to solve. I solved every one of them, and we're going to get the other one done too. But it turned out to be a little bit more difficult than I thought, and it'll get done or they'll be held to pay. But because they're losing 6 to 7, it used to be 5. I used to tell you 5. Now it's almost 7. I guess 7,000 people last week. 7,813 people, young soldiers, died. Russian and Ukrainian, not American soldiers. But it's a shame. And it's just, they're human lives, and I want to see it stop. But General Kane's done a fantastic job. And again, defeated ISIS, which they said would take a long time. And it didn't take a long time at all, and did other things that people said really couldn't happen. We have the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest soldiers in the world. Dan, say a few words, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a true honor for me today.
Yes, he is
to
covering his
represent
hand.
the incredible
He's
men
insecure.
and women of America's joint force. Today and every day, the 2.8 million service men and women stand ready to fulfill our sacred duty to protect America at home and abroad. As the President said, America's military is the single most powerful fighting force in the world. The mission you and the Secretary have given us is clear and unambiguous: to deliver peace through overwhelming strength. And I remind everyone that the U.S. military can reach any adversary at the time and place of our choosing. Service to this nation is an incredible gift, and we're grateful
It is
and
a
honored
gift.
every day to do so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, and it's an honor to sign this. And we will do that right now.
Look, I'm not a liberal, and I don't believe in like the power of words or optics in general all that much. I care about policy. I care about impact. I care about consequences. Okay. Having said that, however, this move in the direction of taking ownership over bad shit is certainly not a good thing, because we're just dropping the notion that we even care about international rule-based order, and openly becoming indecent. Okay, whether it's changing the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War, or whether it be what we did in Venezuela, off the coastline of Venezuela, where we turned around and we just lasered a boat with 11 people in it, and then just claimed that those 11 people were actually narco terrorists, drug traffickers who are now designated as terrorists themselves. It's ridiculous. Okay, it's completely ridiculous. Like back in the day, that kind of war crime was at least like masked, because they were worried about like having to face accountability. This means that they know that there's no accountability coming, and they know they can get away with it. They know they can get the public to not actually demand any sort of accountability whatsoever, and that means that it's only going to happen with more and more frequency. It's only going to get more violent, as a matter of fact. And that's a terrifying prospect, because once again, every dollar that is spent on rockets, every dollar that's spent on bombs that we send to Israel is a dollar that we could be spending on ourselves to build our infrastructure, to rebuild it, to fix it, to fix the housing market. That's a dollar that you could have spent on a brick to build a home. That's a dollar that you could have spent on books for school children, for food for school children. And yet, instead of doing all of that, we're just going into this permanent state of conflict and war, and only going to escalate that. And it's truly terrifying for America's future.
So stupid. And they were fools. The people were fools. No, we're...
Are you saying they weren't drug traffickers?
Military, and I think that indicates
I am saying that there's no evidence that they were. And even if they were drug traffickers, you can't just fucking kill random drug traffickers, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
In another country.
What do you do? What do you mean? Who cares? Okay, let's say they're drug traffickers. Let's say they're the biggest criminal drug traffickers of all time, even though the DEA's own information for years and years shows that Venezuela is not a fucking narco trafficking hub anyway. Okay, it's not a narcotics hub at all. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, it's not even on the right side of the fucking continent. Okay, it's the wrong side of the continent. That's not where the drug trade is happening. The wrong sea. Okay. But having said that, even if it was true, what do you mean? You just laser a fucking boat off the Venezuelan coastline? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Just, you can't seize and apprehend the ship? There's 11 dudes in there. The American Navy, you mean to tell me that the American Navy has, one, any right or responsibility to be around the Venezuelan coastline altogether is already ridiculous. But let's say they have to be there. Let's say this is a real problem and drug trafficking is a significant issue off the Venezuelan coastline, even though there is not. Okay? You're telling me that the fucking Navy can't actually seize this ship, capture it, do a proper investigation, do proper arrests? What are you, insane? This is the kind of stupidity that allows this administration to get away with doing this shit, okay? This is the reason why there is no real accountability, because people just go, well, I guess they're drug traffickers, so I guess it's fine that we just assassinated them, you know?
Very strongly.
How many warships did he send over to bomb one little boat?
But we'll put it
there's like 6 ships around right now. The Venezuelan, but it's not because to bomb that boat. It's because I think they're trying to create casus belli for full blown destabilization. It's like 7 Navy ships.
Or anything. We're going to be doing it not in the most expensive. We're going to start changing the stationery as it comes due and lots of things like that. We're not going to be doing things like have been done in the past where they changed the name of forts that shouldn't have been changed. Those names of the forts should not have been changed, at least for the most part. And as you know, many of them have been changed back already. At the request of the communities, every one of those communities said, we want our name back, like Fort Bragg as an example. The people in that community wanted that name back. They refused to call it anything else.
Dude,
but
this is
Fort
literally
Bragg.
I don't know how people don't understand this, but what this is the exact like reversal of what liberals do. Okay? Liberals will try to sanitize the language in an effort not to actually like implement any sort of material change that is beneficial for people. They'll go in the woke direction, and these guys are basically doing it in the reversal. They're doing it in the anti-woke direction. It's like, oh yeah, we changed it back to Fort Bragg. Okay. Like, not only is this deeply unproductive, but it's also like immoral as well. At least when liberals are trying to sanitize the language, you can point to like trying to move in a more empathetic direction, right? This is just the same shit. It's vice signaling as opposed to virtue signaling. It's fucking stupid.
The country has either, by the way. So you're going to see things that are pretty amazing. But it's really about winning.
And what about the security guarantees aspect of that with Ukraine, sir?
Well, we'll work that out. We'll help them. Look, we want to save a lot of lives, so we'll do something with that. I think people expect that. We'll help them. Europe will be first in by far, and they want to be first, and they want to see it end. Europe wants to see it end, and it'll end. It'll end all of a sudden. It's going to come together. You watch. Yeah, did you want something? Right.
Current satellite imagery shows that the fleet is consolidated and the Marine Expeditionary Force is now positioned about 250 miles away from the Venezuelan coast. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, no, it's 4, 7. It's 7 and a plane.
Narco-terrorists, is that going to be a critical function of the Department of War moving forward?
It depends on the individual instance, you know. We don't want drugs coming in from Venezuela or anybody else or any place else, and we'll be tough on that. We don't want human trafficking. We don't want to see people coming in where they open their prisons from all over the world.
No, the sanitation liberals do is more insidious, to be honest. Fake compassion is worse, as it's not to move in a better direction. It's to stop any movement at all. Fair. I understand where you're coming from with that. But I mean, this goes back to the same dynamic that people always talk about. And I want to hear your perspective on this. Like, some people will say, like, it's better that people are just like openly being racist rather than like sheltering their racist ambition and like masquerading as like someone who would be offended at the prospect of being called racist while being racist anyway. And to me, I don't think it matters.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's truth and honesty always is what people desire and want until what you hear is hurtful or pisses you off or angers you. I think people forget to include back into these conversations the issues of respect, right? Just genuine respect for somebody else, for a human being, for having a different opinion, for having a different viewpoint, or just being a different person, right? Altogether. Yeah. Some people were like, it's like, look, you can have a different perspective, you have a different opinion, but also respect it. Like, and I think what's been lost in this whole conversation about honesty and truth is respect.
Yeah, but I will say this much. While I understand why people think like it's better to be open about our violent desires, I still think that this expands the permission structure and it makes people feel more comfortable about behaving in this way. And the example I'll always use is Twitter, right? Twitter, when it had like some semblance of like terms of service, right, was still filled to the brim with like a bunch of different psychopaths, but it was never as bad as it is now. The reason why it got, we all know how consequential that's been. It has expanded the permission structure for people to be openly white supremacists. And when other people see that, and especially if they see open white supremacists get rewarded, it makes people in the margins feel more comfortable with leaning into these like hateful narratives, with these hateful attitudes. And the most consequential aspect of that is when the Trump administration is going after quote unquote woke or whatever, and they're doing this kind of thing. Yeah, the wokey war that they're waging. I feel like in the short term, this will bring people on board with whatever the fuck Donald Trump is doing. It makes people recognize like, oh, this is what America's doing. Okay, I'm on board with it. Rather than live under the false notion that they can be a peaceful country, that they want to demand peace. Okay? When the mask is off and the battle lines are drawn, you might not like how many people are on your side, how many people are truly anti-fascist, as opposed to how many people who are comfortable with fascism, or at least can turn a blind eye to accelerated fascism. You know?
Serving our nation is an incredible gift that we give, and the reward on that gift pays back exponentially year over year. And I think the young people of America are seeing the importance of service, and whether it's in any of our armed services or in local police, fire, or rescue, service is an important thing that I personally encourage, and I know everyone else in government service sees that same reward.
And Pete, on recruitment, what do you think?
I was down at Fort Benning, the newly properly renamed Fort Benning, yesterday, watching Army basic training, and they're so full they can't barely handle the throughput. It is truly historic across all the services, as you said. It's been a surge into the, I was going to say the Defense Department, but I will say the War Department, and that you might almost call it a vibe shift. An attitude shift, a feeling that the country is back, that service is back. And there were military families last year.
All the white
President,
supremacists,
that said, I don't know if I can recommend. I mean, I wrote a book on this. I don't know if I can recommend service.
Dude, I'm telling you,
to my son or daughter,
it's so
given what's
cooked
been
because,
done
like,
to our military.
as
You heard it over
conditions
and over
worsen,
and over
as
again.
people can't
And
find
I hear
fucking
from those
jobs,
same
the only available jobs are the federal jobs programs, whether it be the Department of War, Department of Defense, now the Department of War, or ICE. Then yeah, people are going to gravitate towards that, but you have to look at the output. At the end of the day, is that good? Is it better if the only available jobs are jobs that are, you know, Trump's secret police, or jobs that require to go and, like, I don't know, defend poppy fields in fucking Afghanistan so the JSOC operations can have a dark money fund that they can utilize when they engage in these sorts of assassination missions all around the fucking world? Like, is that actually a good thing? I don't think so. I think it would be much better if our federal jobs program was directed at solving some of the major issues that Americans experience, fixing our infrastructure, like I keep repeating over and over again, building fucking fiber optic cable lines all over the goddamn place, and you know, building housing, building public housing, so that people are no longer at the mercy of profiteers that have paywalled shelter, that find themselves in the throes of homelessness, discarded away by these administrations and cast aside and even further criminalized and prosecuted.
ICE was just doing its job. But I know nothing about the instance. It happened a little while ago. Okay?
There has been some pushback on that, though, from South Korea already. And of course, you know, they pledged to invest $150 billion in the U.S. and they were just here, you know, last week. Are you concerned
Well, and
at
they
all?
have the right to sell cars and things in our country. You know, it's not like a one-sided deal.
Are you concerned at all about, you know, your immigration agenda potentially clashing with these economic goals?
Well, we want to get along with other countries, and we want to have a great, stable workforce. And we had, as I understand it, a lot of illegal aliens, some not the best of people, but we had a lot of illegal aliens working there. So, you know, look, they're doing their job. That's what they have to do. These are people that came through with Biden. They came through illegally. They came into our country. So we have to do our
We might
job.
have to do 2 cars. You guys have a car here?
Yeah, we have several cars.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Tasked Congress with proposing and passing a crime bill. What are some things that
You know what the goal is with all this shit, right? You know what direction he's
Well,
going.
I think one of the things is the cash.
I mean, I think the direction is just, like you said, some form of American fascism. It might not look exactly the same way as like Adolf Hitler or Mussolini or whatever, but like that's the direction that we're headed towards.
What about this theory and prediction that he's going after the cartels, right? He wants to attack the cartels in Mexico, and he's going after Venezuela because kind of textbook history, right? You go after a group, you demonize them, now you make them enemies of the government in an act of war, and now they're, you know, potential, you know.
Oh yeah.
You know, so then what they
Yeah.
did with the Japanese,
Internment, yeah,
put them in
internment.
an internment camp, which is why they're building so many prisons now. Like
Yeah.
the new one that just came out of Mojave Desert, it's huge. So I think I don't know. The way I see ICE going, I see this being a thing that's going to happen. That they're going to start not only imprisoning Latinos, they're going to be holding them as, you know, potential enemies of the state.
Yeah, and I think like in that situation, there's like I feel like that's going to be turned into a work camp / death camp situation in the same way that we saw in Nazi Germany, where
Yeah.
like what better way to boost the American economy than to force people to slave away in these internment structures,
which they already
in
do.
these sorts of concentration camps.
You know who's the biggest guilty state is California. California is the one that has the most forced labor.
Yeah.
Forced labor in the prison camps.
Yeah. All right. Miguel's
So-
here as well. And
That's
we'll move,
a
we'll
tremendous
move out
compliment
soon
to
after we introduce our guests,
military, what
the
we
rest
did.
of our
The
guests
National
as well.
Guard's done a fantastic job.
Or I guess we could do that on camera. It's easier probably.
Yes.
But yeah, you're right. People don't understand. They think California's woke. And they think like, because like, you know, they love Gavin Newsom. They're like, California's woke. What are you talking about? It's like, no, man, we have one of the worst prison structures in this country. And it's so bad that it even forced the hand of Gavin Newsom to like try to lower the prison population, which then everybody fucking yelled about, where they were like, oh, you're going to let rapists out on the streets. It's like, no, dude, it's like,
small time people got arrested for whatever.
non-violent offenders and all these other
people
like,
peeing on the street or whatever.
Yeah, other people that are in the prison system that have already gone through the majority of their sentence, get in front of a fucking board, and their sentence is like accelerated. Basically, it's like it's sentence commutation after a board still reviews whether or not they have been rehabilitated, and it was only done because there was just no space in the fucking prisons. And it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous that like even that was seen as a bridge too far by so many people that were like complaining about it.
I mean, our prisons are so full that they literally have to release people with like smaller offenses, which then the right takes and be like, oh, they're releasing criminals back into the street. Like, I mentioned the fact that our prisons are maxed out, over capacity.
Yeah. But that first part of it, the story that's perhaps significantly more consequential is is the real indication that like California's not woke at all. Our prisons are overflowing. Wait, someone said something funny about LA Taco. Hold on. Where is it? Dude, LA Taco was rating my uncle's taco spot TYQ, and now my uncle doesn't follow him because he thinks LA Taco is too woke. Shaking my head.
I know who his uncle is.
That's so funny.
I know who they're talking about.
Y'all are too woke.
Yeah.
Damn, he just aired out his uncle like that. That's crazy.
I know exactly who his uncle is.
Damn, dude. Now you're gonna see him. Now you're gonna see him be like, you think I'm too woke? The fuck's that?
That's so funny that people think we're too woke, but it's like, look, we've gone after all our local politicians, which are all Democrats. So if we're like woke and liberal, like why are we going after them?
You're going after them in the wrong way. You need to be going after them because in an anti-woke fashion.
I mean, we're just about holding people accountable. So if that's woke, well.
He said, "LA Taco is my uncle now." After he aired his uncle out, he's got a new uncle. It's you. You're the new uncle.
All right, nephew, let's go get some tacos.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Did you? Hey, what's good, man? Thanks. What's good? All right, here. Pull up on the chair. Say what's good. Say what's up, and then we'll move on to get some tacos. Yeah.
Go for this one. Yeah, just out of here. Here, you get in there with it.
All right, we got Miguel in the building as well.
What's going on? All right.
Man, you gotta be real close into the mic.
You gotta be like making out with this mic.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those things.
Good to meet you, brother. Good to meet you too.
So we got a bunch of stuff that's happening right now. Obviously, normally at this time frame, I'd be covering the news that's happening. Obviously, Trump is still alive, and we are gonna move over. We're gonna get out of here. There's a bunch of cars. Can we take your cars, or should I call one?
We have a car dirty as hell, but we
okay.
Yeah,
I
feel like we might
one. I'll call one like SUV, and then we'll need one extra car. No, it's fine. We got room.
Just on the way back. I have to go to another podcast. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so you can go in your car with some of the homies, and then we'll go in one car, and we're gonna go. What are we gonna do today? Do you guys know?
We're going to Sonora Town.
Well, don't leak it. Oh no! All right. Well, you gotta remember. No, you can't say where we're going. Now people are gonna show up. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. Don't show up.
We're going to the
Don't
Long Beach
show
location.
Don't show up. Like they don't know. They don't know how this stuff works. Okay. In any case, yeah, we're gonna go get some food, and we're gonna chat it up. We're gonna chop it up, and yeah, all right. So here, I'll just leave you with Donald Trump for a little bit as we move on to the next location. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna leave.
This is crazy.
Hold on. Am I doing this right? Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
The screen is.
Yeah, I know. I don't know.
All right.
Well, I just think it's strong. We're strong on drugs. We don't want drugs killing our people. I believe we lost 300,000. You know, they always say 95, 100,000. I believe they've been saying that for 20 years. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year. I know families that lost their son. Those families will never be the same. I know a family lost a daughter, a beautiful daughter. In fact, it was like she took something that she thought was like a minor deal, and it turned out to be riddled out with fentanyl, the size of the head of a pin, and you're dead. And no, we're stopping the drugs. We're going to save a lot of people. Look, whether it's 100,000, but it's not. It's 350,000 people died last year from drugs. And we're not going to let that happen to this country. Think of that. Think if you're in a war and you lose 300,000. We'll lose 600,000 in the, pretty much between Gettysburg and all of that, the Civil War, we lost, what, 600,000. So we're losing half of that every year to drugs. We're not going to do it. We're not going to allow it to happen. You think of the wars. If we lost 600,000 people in a war, but we lose that every 2 years, more than that. So it's 300 to 350,000 people. And when I see boats coming in, like loaded up the other day with all sorts of drugs, probably fentanyl mostly, but all sorts of drugs, and we're going to take them out. And if people want to have fun going on the high seas or the low seas, they're going to be in trouble. I will tell you, boat traffic is substantially down in the area that happened. They called it the runway. It's a runway to the United States. And boat traffic is very substantially down on the runway. You can imagine why. I think anybody that saw that is going to say, I'll take a pass. I don't even know about fishermen. They may say, I'm not getting on the boat. I'm not going to take a chance.
What happens if Venezuela flies jets over U.S. naval vessels again?
Well, I would say they're going to be in trouble. We'll let them know about that. We heard that happen, but it wasn't really over, not like they described. But I would say, General, if they do that, you have a choice of doing anything you want, okay? If they fly in a dangerous position, I would say that you can, you or your captains can make the decision as to what they want to do, all right? Sure.
Sir, how close did they get, Mr. President? You said they didn't go over.
Say it?
How close did they get? You said the planes did not
Well,
go
I don't want to
over.
talk about that, but if they do put us in a dangerous position, they'll be shut down. Thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to now cover the G20, and I'm going to let these people go back to the Department of War and figure out how to maintain peace. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations, General. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great job.
Sir, just before G20, we do have one more EO
Okay.
for you today. And I should also say that the Department of War EO that you signed was actually your 200th EO since you came back into office on January 20th. That's more than Joe Biden did in his entire term in office, more than Obama did in either of his 2 terms in office. So it's a momentous accomplishment, and congratulations.
That's good, but Biden never signed one.
No, yeah,
They
you've
were
done
signed
every
by
one
the-
up in here.
They've been
before.
signed by the auto pen, right, didn't he? So we really beat him by much more than you think.
The 201st executive order, sir, this relates to hostages and wrongfully detained Americans. This provides a new legal mechanism to declare foreign countries to be countries that engage in those sorts of practices and gives your administration powerful tools to get American hostages out. This has been a
Right.
focus of your administration
Yeah.
this time around. Adam Bowler's here, and he's done incredible work already. This will give him even more.
I think it's great, and
more
Adam's
tools.
amazing. So, Adam, do you want to describe how many hostages we've gotten out together, you and I, and you and a couple of other people that we know, and
Yes.
me and a couple of other people that you don't know, but we've gotten a lot of hostages. Do you want to describe it?
Mr.
please?
President, you brought back 72 hostages since your term. If we compare that to President Biden, he has gotten 20 taken. So he is negative
20 taken.
20 taken.
They don't take our people so
yeah.
often.
So, Mr. President,
That's great.
when we spoke, you said that that was a primary focus, and I'll tell you the job is easy because of you.
And we paid nothing, too.
We pay nothing. We
They
don't
pay
exchange.
$6 billion. They always
Yeah.
paid $6 billion for
Yeah.
5 people. $6 billion It was just a number I kept hearing. Not only that, $6 billion plus we'd get like one person, and they'd get 6. They got one, the Prince of Doom, they call him. He was the #1 arms merchant anywhere in the world ever. And they got him out. And on top of that, we paid money. So, no, we don't do that. You know, once you pay money, then a lot of people start disappearing. They start grabbing reporters, too. They think the reporter is going to get a lot of money. And to me, they would. You'll be well taken care of. I better stress that, because otherwise we have headlines. He said this or he said that. No, I'm not smiling about it. But they would. They'd be grabbing reporters. They'd be grabbing everybody. And especially when you pay the kind of money that Biden and Obama, they used to pay money that was crazy. We don't pay. And if you don't pay, they find it to be not a lucrative business anymore. That's fantastic. Would you like to say something?
Julia. So it's really Spihar, Special Envoy Bola, it's Rick Grenell, it's Steve Witkoff, who brought Americans home. But with this EO you are signing today, you are drawing a line in the sand that U.S. citizens will not be used as bargaining chips, and it provides your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the same tool set to punish states who take our citizens wrongfully the same way that we can punish those who sponsor terrorists. This is a very significant EO you are signing today, sir.
Thank you, Sebastian. Very good. You're doing a great job, too.
And this is your director for hostage affairs at the NSC.
Yes, and I hear.
So Julia was seminal as well to all of this.
I heard you're doing unbelievable. Would you like to say something?
Absolutely. It's a outstanding EO, absolutely unprecedented action against those foreign adversaries who would take our people. They now know they are on notice, and it's not acceptable. And if you take our people now, you will pay.
You know, Adam gave up a job where he was making tremendous amounts of money, big stuff, top of the line Wall Street. And he wanted to do this. He wanted to do hostages. I offered him other jobs, too, very big jobs. He said, I was shocked, actually. He didn't want them. He wanted to do hostage negotiation. And pretty amazing. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you all. Do you have any questions for them on this very important subject?
I think it shows a lot of your leadership as far as fighting for Americans and fighting for humans. And to think that, Joe Biden went in negative territory.
Oh, he went way negative.
Way negative, and you're actually making progress on this. I think this does send a message to the world that we don't negotiate, we're going to stay strong in that type of what they call business.
Well, one little anecdote that may be of interest. We were told by numerous families who had missing loved ones during the Biden administration that this building, Biden's National Security Council, told those families not to talk about their missing loved ones, to be quiet, not to create any pressure on Biden and on Jake Sullivan, the key propagator of the Russia hoax. This administration has met with those families on a weekly basis.
Right.
People like Adam, yourself, sir, your envoys are doing everything to get every single American home. Not to tell them not to talk about their loved ones, but bring them home.
Well, I can tell you one story that was amazing. A few weeks ago, very little written about it, but there should have been. But it was a very nice gesture. The head of Belarus, who's a very respected man, strong person, strong leader, he released 16 hostages. John Cole, a lawyer who works for me, great lawyer actually, one of the greatest lawyers. But John Cole was over there, and he heard that they had hostages. And you know about this. 16 people he released. And I just want to thank the head of Belarus. But while John was over there, they had, I believe, another 1,400 hostages. Now, not from us, from places all over the world. And just pretty tough place, in all fairness. But they had 1,400. And I believe they're going to be releasing a lot of those 1,400. They're not... I think very few, if any.
Hopefully it swapped. I don't know if it did. Oh, it did. Okay. Okay, we're live. We're in the car. We're heading to an undisclosed location right now. Okay? An undisclosed location. Memo was wrong
Yeah.
for what he said.
Yeah.
He was wrong for what he said. But yeah, we're in the car. We got LA Taco. We got Miguel in the building.
Yeah.
And you know, what do you want to show us about this place that we're going to as far as the food?
As far as the food,
You're the food review guy, right? I mean,
the spot is fantastic. It's a really great spot. They bring a lot of like their product from Mexico. The most important product, tortillas, the flour tortillas, the flour to make those tortillas.
They got flour tortillas.
Flour tortillas.
So can I just say something?
Yeah.
So Miguel, you're Mexican as well, right?
Yeah. My
So
family's from Michoacán.
So let me say this as a Turkish man. My preference is flour over corn, and everybody yells at me for it.
I mean,
okay, Marge is taking a different stance. I feel like he's.
So today I'm Mauricio.
Okay, Mauricio.
He's like, let him know.
Mauricio Miranda.
People get mad because you're supposed to root for corn because it's the indigenous corn. Mexico, it's what the real tortilla started out.
Yeah.
But man, I grew up with some good buttery ass flour tortillas.
Dude, thank you.
With like a good stew, like a guisado or mole. Just to me, it's just like
guilty.
I prefer flour tortillas over corn, and people get so mad. But I'm glad that you're defending it.
Yeah,
so that's good.
People give it a lot of hate. I know probably the stream chat's talking all kinds of shit, but I don't care. I grew up with flour tortillas. But my part where I grew up in Mexico, Zacatecas, there was a little town, Moyagua. They make their own fresh flour tortillas there all the time for their burritos. And so like I just kind of grew up on that. So for me, there's a lot of nostalgia to it too.
Yeah. Takes you back home.
Yeah. It also depends on the meat and the meal too, though.
It's such a regional thing. For where my family's from and Michoacán is like
a lot of carnitas.
Corn, and corn, like puro maíz. So you're not gonna. No one's ever like for sure flour tortillas. Then growing up here in LA, we definitely had flour tortillas, and I'll never forget having just butter. And flour tortilla.
A little butter, a little sugar on it. You ever had a little sugar on it?
God. That's struggle meals?
The struggle meals. Talk about struggle meals. My grandma used to, she was like real frugal, so she would save all the ketchup packets from McDonald's and Burger King.
For sure.
And then for a snack, she would make a flour tortilla and like squeeze a ketchup pack out of it.
That's crazy.
And that was our struggle meal.
I mean, I still save the packets. Some of those sauces you can't get anywhere else. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like everybody's got the drawer.
Yeah.
And you just pull it out. It's
I don't trust people that don't do that.
It's not dirty.
You have to.
You have to.
Oh man.
Do we have a preference of like the best taco here? Do they do like carnitas or they do like?
They don't do carnitas, but they have good cabeza. They have great tripitas if you like tripas.
Wow.
They're really like nice and crispy.
Crunchy. Yeah.
And asada, they're asada. It's, on the grill with mesquite, so you can't really beat that. It's really good stuff.
Banger.
Yeah.
Okay.
But had I known you were from Michoacán, we could have probably thought of some carnitas.
My family's from Zamora.
Zamora. You ever been to like the Carnitas Zamora?
No.
They got great chicharrón, like big ass pieces of chicharrón.
That's my favorite. It's like chicharrón in the taco.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And it's like you get the crunch. Ooh.
People on the stream getting hungry now.
I wasn't as hungry, but now I am.
The driver's hungry. He's like,
salivating a little bit.
He's like, yeah.
It's that time. It's definitely that time.
Your flour tortilla team too?
Let's go. Let's go. This is a battle that I have had to deal with. My community is always yelling at me about this. I got a couple weird food quirks, and this is one of them. The other ones I prefer like room temperature Gatorade to cold Gatorade, and people get real mad about that.
Come on, man. What is that?
Yeah, there's bound to be something that's like fucked up, in my preferences. But like that's another one. And then what else? What else do I got, chat? What are the other weird food quirks that I have? Well, I mean, I don't eat. This is the most embarrassing one, but I don't eat seafood.
At all? Nothing.
Yeah, no seafood whatsoever. No shrimp, no lobster, nothing.
Really?
Yeah,
people. Man, you're missing out on Mexican mariscos.
Yeah.
You know about
That's
mariscos.
the one, the mariscos. I go crazy. I'm good for a shrimp taco all day. Oh my God. Come on.
You got to go to Holbox, man. That'll give you a good introduction.
That's the one.
Packed in here.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of LA taco peeps there. So they wanted to come hang out. And that's Jen, the owner, cleaning the table for us.
Do you have the shotgun?
I don't.
Oh shit! You didn't bring the shotgun. Well, we're not gonna be able to hear everybody if that's the case.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Can you get out this way, man? Yeah. All right. Thanks, bro.
Damn, we gotta get the tabbies on and everything. This is fire.
I was filming today, man.
Yeah, this is what do you got? Fit check.
Wrecked.
What do you got?
We definitely did the Margiela tabbies.
This
is a brand called S1. This is about S1C.
That's cool.
I gotta get you one.
What about the chain?
Chain is just.
I forgot my camouflage pants, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Memo. What about?
We would have had all the terrains covered.
Yeah. What about you, Memo? What you got on? You got the LA Taco shirt?
You got the LA Taco shirt,
repping.
the Reeboks, and
He's
some
repping.
jeans. Keep it simple.
Nice and relajado.
There we are. That's Hallie. He's one of our co-founders.
What's up, man? Hasan.
Nice to meet you, Hadley.
Nice to meet you. Hi. Hasan. Nice to meet you.
How we doing,
What up,
man?
Hasan? Nice
Yeah,
to meet
Hallie.
you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Marina.
Hi, Marina. How are you? Good to meet you,
And
too.
Ivan over there.
Where's Ivan at? Chilling?
We didn't meet, actually.
What's up? Crystal, what up,
Crystal,
man?
nice
Good to
to
meet
meet
you.
Crystal.
Okay.
I was like, where?
Yeah, they're on their way. Yeah, him and Alex.
Yeah, we got more people showing up too. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but it's all good. The more the merrier.
It's a little higher, but
Maybe. Yeah.
The more
they're
the
inside.
yeah.
Looks like they expanded over there, huh? Well, we should order.
Yes.
Let's
do
jump
it.
in there. Let's jump in there for sure.
That side or
Is
this
it
side?
that way?
I think it's this side.
Yeah, I think it's this way.
Oh.
I like your style. Yeah, the nice little Friday tequilita.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah.
Order for Brandon.
Damn.
There you are.
Any advice on the menu? I mean, I know my preference. I'm definitely getting a burrito, and then whatever you guys suggest as far as tacos, I'll down them. I'll eat it. I can eat a lot.
You get a bunch of stuff.
So, like, I go to the place that I go to is Sonia Rita's. Is one of the spots that we. Yeah, I love Sonia Rita's because they do the
burritos.
Because they do the thing where they put the cheese. They melt the cheese on the side of the burrito, I think.
Yeah.
So then it has like a perfect
crunchy.
It has the perfect consistency of cheese all throughout. Very important for me. It's a good balance.
How do you
And
stand
then-
on rice and burritos?
I don't mind it. I like it. Why is that?
We're anti-rice.
Oh, you're anti-rice.
Yeah, no rice.
Okay.
Do you want anything?
Is that fake? I didn't even know.
No, it's not fake. It's
No,
just
yeah.
a preference.
The thing. People don't want rice and burritos. Yeah. You're that way?
What happened?
Rice and burritos or no?
I'm gonna chill on the burrito right now.
There's no rice in this one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
But
don't
you're
mind
just saying
it.
in general.
In general.
I'm not saying it
In
tastes
general,
bad,
I
it's a
like rice in my
preference.
burrito. Yeah, I do rice in the burrito.
There's like an anti-rice and burrito movement.
Yeah, we're trying to
I'm
start.
with all of it. I'm with no rice or beans, just puro carne.
Yeah,
Always,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
with that. But then I'm with the rice and beans too.
I get it.
How about you?
Oh, me, I'm not. Don't put the rice in my burrito.
No, he's a no rice advocate.
Sorry about that. Dos tacos costilla, por favor. Una coca. Con todo, por favor.
What's the
No, gracias.
Sonia Arana's the chorizo Sonia
whatever
Arana
everyone else
style?
gets. Thank you.
What do you recommend out of the grill for the burrito? Because I'm gonna get a burrito regardless, and then you're in charge of everything else.
We'll do it. We'll order a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I'll taste everything. I don't, as long as it's not seafood, I'll eat whatever.
Yeah, just get the steak. For tacos, I like the tripa en la cabeza.
All right, but what do you recommend for the burrito choice of meat?
Get the steak.
Interesting.
Steak's the
Okay.
classic.
Yeah.
Yeah?
And then was it Sonora is like famous for steak.
Lime is my
Yeah.
jam. I love Jamaica.
Sonora style. They
I'll
do
try
it.
it. Fuck
And
it.
the flour tortillas.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're having a big old flour
I got
versus corn debate in the truck, and
Oh
everybody
yeah.
seems to be
Oh,
flour.
no, I got it. I got
Driver.
it.
What you mean you got it?
No, I got it for sure. I'm gonna get a costilla burrito
With everything inside?
Yeah, with everything inside. I'll get one of these too.
I'm about to tear these tacos
Guava, yeah, the corte de guava. Oh, I'm gonna get chips with guac as well. Wait, are those the same chips? Or are those like made here and those are...
They're the same.
Okay. I don't know. Yeah, let's get a large one.
A large one with a large guac?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the rest is... oh, and what do you got for sodas?
We have the Mexican Coke, Squirt, Chico, and the agua fresca.
I'll get a agua fresca. I'll get
all the bad things on it.
Coconut milk horchata.
Yeah, this will get me right.
Large.
I just need a beer and I'll be right.
Yeah, get Lorenza de costilla.
Lorenza costilla with everything on top?
Yes, please, and taco de cabeza. Yeah.
Oh yeah, get a bunch. Get a bunch.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. We'll get another. I'll get a Topo Chico too. Why don't you get all the tacos?
Why don't you give us one of each taco? We'll do some tasting.
Let's do multiple. Let's do 2 of each. 2 of each. We got, or even 3. We got a whole crew here.
Yeah, I know.
We gotta feed a lot of hungry bellies. Let's do 3 of each. 3 of each taco.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah.
It's a party with the spicy salsa and everything, right?
Yeah, spicy salsa, everything on it. Jen.
That's the owner, Jen, right there.
Hi.
Started this.
Hi, Hasan. Nice to meet you. It's Miguel.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming. And then my boyfriend's here also. He's the one who's talking about the autograph.
I'm gonna throw this out.
So wait, are there like beefs like between taquerias, like between certain places?
And like in LA?
Yeah, just like
I know.
I don't fuck with that spot.
There's always like haters in the crews, you know.
Yeah.
There's a couple taquerias that don't fuck with us, or we don't fuck with. So, yeah. Hey, still.
What's on? Hasan. Nice to meet you.
That's it. Miguel. Nice to meet you.
Bien, ¿tú? Good to see you, man.
This is bomb.
Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to the tortillas.
I already started.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Never been here before?
Not first time. First time.
Yeah. So flour or corn?
Flour.
I'll take it.
You got your numbers are growing by the minute.
Are we done? I got it. No way.
All right, but since you're Michoacano and you have carnitas,
right?
What do you put on your carnitas? There's a big debate right there.
Salt. That's it.
Just salt.
Sal y
and do you have a chile with it? Cortillo?
Always.
Or salsa?
No, I like to have a chile. I like to have a chile.
Wait, where do I
pay? This
pay?
from Michoacan, man.
Well,
yeah, that's the way to have it.
Some of the best meat. Oh my God, you been in Michoacan?
I haven't been to Michoacan.
Oh man, the smallest spots always have the best. Like.
Yeah, and I still gotta go. I mean, there's some good carnitas in LA too, though.
Oh man, it's a great one.
Yeah, that's always the debate. People are like, they're like, how do you have the carnitas? Like, OG.
Come on,
with the jalapeño.
That's it, jalapeno. But that was my dad. My dad was like that. And as a kid, I couldn't do it. Just a taco and a jalapeno, just those two. It hits now, but as a kid, I couldn't do that shit.
I love spice, so
always with it.
It's a big part of Turkish cuisine as well.
Yeah.
Are there favorites here of Turkish cuisine here that you would recommend?
Not really.
I'm not really hit it.
We have a table outside. If you guys want to sit outside.
It's mostly a lot of the
They'll bring the
restaurants
food
out
out,
here. Armenian restaurants are pretty good. They're super close to Turkish cuisine, and then like Lebanese restaurants too.
Get my drink.
Try and fit in here.
How should we do this?
You guys probably want to be sitting.
I grabbed one of those too. Oops, sorry. As long as I'm in there, I can sit there. However, go ahead, bro. Like I don't know what to say.
We can move that over here.
I'm left-handed.
Maybe. I don't know.
Nah, you're good.
You know a place is good?
Yeah,
when
with
the
like a
dude's
white
working
wine
behind
or
the
something,
counter
like with the wine, I think.
for lunch. Turn around and eat here.
instead of tequila because
You
they
know?
can't serve. Yeah, they can't serve actual high.
What is this?
You're like, yo, this is not hitting that hard, but I like it. It's all right. I understand.
It's so funny, I had no idea.
I asked him,
This is so good.
how are
brought
you?
out some margaritas
How
too,
are
if
you,
anybody
mama?
wants to try them.
How old?
I mean, it is Friday.
Incredible.
What do they
My
got
son's
on the
just
side?
turning 1 tomorrow.
Chamoy.
Just turning with my first
Chamoy with a little
Thank you
tahini,
so
maybe?
much.
Or-
Congratulations, Mari.
Sticky sour.
9 months. Yeah, it's a great time.
That's nice.
Sleep regression?
We haven't.
Yeah.
The big ones, but not.
Okay.
March works better when he's inebriated.
Yeah, right.
Gets a steadier hand on the camera or what?
Yeah.
Man,
He gets
congratulations.
the shake.
In this direction.
3 months? 3 months?
This is Lexus Olivia Ray, by the way. I don't know if you got to meet him.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah.
She's
Well,
beautiful.
our investigative journalism, Alex is a co-founder along with
Guys,
Ellie.
Friday, just let me know when
Valley
you wanna
Taco.
slide out. We kind of
And,
blocked you guys out.
I figured out a new title for myself.
Thank God. What is it?
Yeah, the director of etc.
Oh, and I love it.
Yeah, just everything else.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna, you know what, I ordered one, so. Shit. I'm just
Director
all
of
the
etc.
drinks.
pretty much describes it.
I thought I was having tacos that came for the drinks.
Yeah.
All right, this is guacamole.
Have you been to this spot before?
I feel like I ordered from Sonora Town before, but
I'm gonna just throw a mic on the table right here. That's kind of in between you guys. So it takes up more coverage.
if it's magnetic, it'll stick though, so watch out.
That's fine. Just leave it there. I'll grab it later.
Oh,
This is a good one.
that guac is bomb.
Bussin'?
I've
Oh,
actually
yeah.
eaten here several times. I order from here all the time. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh, it's hidden. Okay.
I usually go for was it 1989?
1986.
1986, because like they have a bucket of meat that you can get. Because normally I don't eat like a lot of carbs. Normally I eat like mostly protein, nothing else. So whenever there's any restaurant that offers like a bucket of chicken, that's what I go for.
Straight protein.
Yeah.
Are you carnivore? A carnivore
No. I eat everything. I don't have like any sort of quirky dietary preferences like
regimen.
that.
Yeah. You said 86 serves like a platter in here.
They do a pound of chicken, and I weigh it too.
Oh,
It's never a pound.
Oh, thank you.
But
They go over or under.
Cheers.
yeah. So in Turkish cuisine we have like or in the MENA region we have like a different, like we have a restaurant, we have a type of restaurant that like everyone in the MENA region will say like, oh, this is fake, right? Like it's Israeli restaurant, Israeli cuisine. Do you guys have something like that for Mexican food? Where like, is there a Latin American country that just like claims Mexican food, but then it's like not really that good?
Not really. I think what we have is mostly a lot of fusion. Like we'll see Mexican, Lebanese, we'll see Mexican, Venezuelan, Mexican, Argentinian.
I feel like Mexican
It's also kind of the reverse where like any restaurant you go to who's actually cooking the food.
Right.
It doesn't say matter what it says on the outside. You go in the back room, it's usually Mexicans cooking.
Yeah. And then I think you can go to almost any restaurant and they'll have a taco by default. Like it might not be a good taco, but they'll have a taco by default.
So what do you think about that fusion? Like they do tacos to, no, it's not tacos to madre. What's the one that does like fried chicken burritos and stuff like that?
Machin? Machin does that,
Tacos
right?
to Madre does it.
I think it is. It might be
They do that
tacos to
one?
madre actually.
A fried chicken taco.
Yeah.
It's actually good. I like
It
fried
is.
chicken
It is
tacos.
kind of bomb.
I think fried chicken goes really well with tacos.
I'm
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
2 steak tacos.
It's me.
And then I have a steak burrito too.
That's yours.
That's mine.
Beautiful.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, we're not ones to like gatekeep tortillas.
Oh, I got the horchata.
Yeah.
There you go.
Damn, that's.
We're not ones to like gatekeep tortillas and be like, oh, don't touch our Mexican food or our tacos. You know, as long as you do it like with an intention of making a good taco, we're happy with it. Because you can the tortilla is just a vessel. You
All
can put
right.
anything on
What's
it,
your
right?
limit though? Be honest. Sushi burrito, too much, too far.
Sushirito?
Sushirito.
Sushiritos?
Yeah.
3 tortilla tacos, 3 chicken tacos.
You can just put anything in the middle because everything's for everyone.
Sounds good.
I mean, I think if you're gonna call it a burrito or a taco, it's gotta have a tortilla. I think that's just basics, right? If you don't.
We already perfected sushi too.
Yeah.
I don't need it bigger.
It was already good as it was. Just leave that alone. Sorry. That's
Yeah.
I don't eat sushi anyway, so it's easy for me to say, but I feel like that, I'm not like a super big into fusion, but like you said, the fried chicken one at Tacos de Madre is pretty good, but sushi burritos, I'm like, that's too much.
The thing that trips me out is here in the U.S. when somebody comes up with something like a sushi burrito or a hamburger taco, people are like, "Oh, they're bastardizing the taco." But if you go to Mexico, they'll make tacos out of anything over there. Yeah, they do the hamburger tacos over there. They do all kinds of,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
you can go to
Nobody bastardizes food more than Mexico.
What kind of food do you think would be like the craziest you've ever had, like Indian fusion with Mexican?
Oh, there are some spots. I've had that.
Oh, there are?
Yeah. That's pretty good. I mean, it all comes back full circle, right? Like, let's think about Italian food. Italians wouldn't have marinara sauce if it wasn't for Mexico, right? Yeah, Thailand and India wouldn't have curry if it wasn't for Mexico. A lot of that comes back to, like, products that they could only get in Mexico. So in a way, everything becomes fusion, and then it circles back. And I think that's the great thing about food.
I agree.
So
that's why I was laughing when you said there's a Mexican-Lebanese fusion. I'm like,
chorizo.
Yes.
When you say Mexican-Lebanese fusion, I feel like that's just Mexican food.
Well, like the al pastor taco.
Yeah. Because you guys have.
I just had a salad kebab yesterday.
I was about to say, you guys have the doner in Mexico as well. It's the al pastor, right?
The trompos, those are the ones you see everywhere, every corner in LA.
Yeah. All right, we should dig in, right? Yeah.
All right, we got
digging
tacos in galore.
All right.
Dig in.
Cheers.
Salsas, spread them out.
Oh.
Some salsas over there.
This is usually...
Hasan, this is my wife, Samar. She's Palestinian.
Hi.
I wanted to thank you for
I wanted to thank you.
Nice to meet you.
A lot.
I wanted to thank you for everything. You
Of
have no
course.
idea how much.
Let me get out of the way.
Habibi, shukran for everything.
Thank you. I mean,
We just came back from Palestine, and you're giving everyone there so much pride.
I try my best.
I had to come and meet you.
Yeah, they used to ask me, like, oh, do you know LeBron? But now when I go there, they're like, oh, do you know Hasan? I'm like, oh, yeah. I live in LA.
Ooh, the cabeza tacos.
Oh my god.
Got the steak burrito?
Yeah.
All right, just put everything in.
Oh my god.
It's insane.
I think we ordered every taco that they have.
Wait, this might be the best burrito, the best steak burrito I had in LA. This is better than Soñoritas.
It is. It's the best 2.0 burrito you can 2.0.
Put that one next to Memo. He loves it.
That's my question, too. You want to...
There you go. Go to the one really big taco.
What happened to
Absolutely not. I'm still waiting on my
This cabeza one is so good.
Another place I should go to all the time,
Hey,
Pinch's Tacos.
Oh, yeah. They've closed a couple of them down.
Yeah.
gonna happen.
And they had a gringo menu. Where they would do a gringo burrito that I really like.
What the hell is a gringo burrito?
I don't know.
Fries
I
and
don't-
mayonnaise?
California style, like fries and
Mayonnaise?
Even though
American cheese.
I had a California burrito in San Diego, and that shit was bomb.
Yeah, California burritos are bomb as hell.
Oh yeah.
That's one thing San Diego does better.
Yeah, with the fries in it.
Yeah.
You would think.
The only thing they do better.
Yeah, that's the one thing.
Speaking of fusion, isn't there that Armenian breakfast burrito spot in Burbank?
What are they called? I wrote about him.
Bombas or something like that?
No, it's called
Isn't it something?
bread and
something generic, yeah.
bread and something. Yeah, I wrote about them.
So what are your favorite spots then? Let's talk, because you guys do a lot of food.
Well, I want to hear where Miguel goes to get carnitas.
Yeah, let's hear about Miguel's spots.
Yeah.
All right, we got the
My Nana's house used to be the spot. That was always the spot.
Kind of really.
Well, I know where is this?
Yeah, I got
What'd you
one
say?
over there, yeah. Michoacan. Yeah, rest in peace, but yeah, that was the place. I'm telling you, we used to get our meat from a place called Miller's around the corner from my Nana's house. That's where we were always at. And growing up, it wasn't like we had money, so we weren't like eating out. And if we were like ordering pizza or
Right.
I mean, it was kind of like one of those like buy one get one free things because times.
I remember there was points in my childhood where going to McDonald's was like, oh, we were going out, you know.
That was a big thing.
Yeah.
Miguel, did you grow up in San Pedro? Did I read that?
San Pedro and Inglewood.
San Pedro, yeah.
Yeah, San
And
Pedro.
where?
And Inglewood.
Okay,
Inglewood.
Yep. Right there on Queen and Park.
We're both from Inglewood.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
This one?
My parents met at Inglewood High, but yeah.
Oh, nice.
Did all of my summers in Inglewood. But yeah, I don't know now. Like, there's a couple spots in Hollywood that you can find a couple trucks. One on Western and what is that? And Sunset is a banger.
They do carnitas?
They do carnitas.
Really?
They do. And then down the street on Western, I don't even know what the cross street is, but there's a banger. Down the street, like further down towards like where it gets kind of seedy. Not quite Koreatown, but it's right on that strip. Yeah.
That's a truck or a stand?
It's a truck. It's a stand.
One order. We got some other stuff over here. Just that Carmelo. Oh yeah, I got it. Yeah, you got the Carmelo with tripas or?
Not with tripas.
What's a Carmelo?
Caramelo.
It's like a giant taco. Did you get yours?
Giant like quesadilla taco.
Hadley?
What's that?
Yeah.
Chimichanga chicken. That was yours.
Is that the chorizo?
Yeah, this is huge. I'm trying the chorizo right now. Amazing. Bro, the flour tortillas are so good.
They are so good.
Not just like, not even on some like, oh, flour or corn shit. Like, this is actually a really good flour tortilla.
They sell them.
I was going to say,
take
you
them
grab
home.
some. They actually get the flour. They cross the border 3 times a week to get the flour just to make the tortillas.
Yo, so what's going on? I know that they like basically forced Mexico to start using our corn here. Is that what's going on? Any insight on that?
Yeah, have you ever read about it? It was a non-GMO corn, right? Yeah, they're basically saying they're not gonna use or buy any GMO corn, and they're gonna try to encourage Mexico to produce their own corn again, because right now Mexico buys all their corn from the U.S. All the corn, the seeds and the kernels.
Right.
They get them from the U.S. They have a monopoly on corn. So the irony is because it's all from Mexico.
Yeah.
So Mexico's got a big movement to try to bring back like all the different varieties of corn.
Varieties.
Because especially like in farms, like where I'm from in Mexico and Zacatecas, the land has been used to grow like the yellow corn for so long that it won't grow anymore. It's depleted all the nutrients, and when you have variety in corn, they
replenish it.
It does different things. And one thing I learned, so like you can go to like places that are crazy about corn here in LA, and they'll do all the different types of corn, like red, pink, blue, right? I learned recently that from the indigenous folks from Cielo, Cielo Dilia, taught us that red corn is sacred. Yeah. Indigenous don't actually use red corn; that's only ceremonial. They use it for like Day of the Dead and stuff like that. They don't even eat it. Like to them, that's a sacred corn.
Oh my goodness.
So it's kind of crazy. So now when like I go to a store and I see red corn, I'm like, oh, maybe I should respect that.
You should report to the manager.
Report it to the manager. Hey. Be a full
red corn Karen.
Go full on red corn Karen.
Does it taste different?
Yeah, they all have different tastes. Some are a little bit more earthy.
Yeah,
sweetness, earthiness, grainier or
like
not
wine.
grainier. Yeah.
There's a great place in downtown called Comal too, and they're actually a Molino
yeah.
where they're taking different varieties of corn, making tortillas out of it, making masa that you can buy and bring home.
Yeah.
Mercado Colono.
I think they have red corn. So.
Oh, they do? Yeah.
I think so.
You have food?
Go rat him out.
A list of the red corn places.
The red corn traders. No. Is that your Lorenzo right there?
What's up?
Is that your Lorenzo? I ordered a Lorenzo.
You want them?
Oh, you did? That was for everyone.
I took a bite out of one of them.
What is it? That's just is that the vegetarian?
Someone got it.
Oh yeah, these are vegetarian. Yeah, these are vegetarian.
No, we come out with our list of 69 best tacos in LA every year, and I think this place was like number 3.
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah. It was
what was number 1?
From Frontera.
Frontera.
Lincoln Heights, that is bomb.
Banger.
I mean, if this is number 3, I don't even know what number 1's gonna look like. I don't know how you go higher than this. This is literally.
This is definitely in top.
This is literally. I think this might be the best taco I've ever had in my life. Like straight up.
It's like
Starting with
consistently
the
good.
Yeah. So I had the chorizo. What is this one?
Yeah, he was like
Cabeza. The head meat.
That's one of the best.
It's like beef cheek, basically.
Oh, okay. This
like
is
super tender.
Oh, this is the
Tripas, the guts.
Oh, hell yeah. So we got in Turkey we got kokoreç, and that's the intestines.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to like chop it up super fine with like peppers, onions, and like and spices, and then you put it in a bread, and that's how we eat it. And it's like one of my favorite late night foods that you have, like after you go out, you go clubbing or whatever, and then you have that. And then also we have a soup that's also made out of like intestines as well. So it's also a big part of it. But this is like super fried too, right? It's fatty.
Yeah, it's
and
fatty.
It's
crispy as hell.
Oh. Oh, that's bomb.
Right. I love tripas. It's such an underrated like meat protein.
I can't get with it still.
You don't fuck with it?
And I love menudo, but I don't ever eat the tripa, really. I mean, I don't, I'll eat it, but
Yeah.
I'm not like, oh my God.
You gotta have it. Yeah.
Sadly, what's the like white equivalent? Is it haggis?
Yeah, I guess haggis. I don't know.
Haggis, right? So every culture
didn't
has
grow up
that.
on it, but yes. Yeah.
Every culture has their intestines.
Has their awful dishes.
Tripe.
But would you eat it without the onions and the deep fry? No. You have to disguise it.
No.
Spice.
Everybody's got to
like,
eat with a bunch of
mellow,
things, other spices.
To it, you would eat it.
Oh, yeah.
As long as it's cleaned properly.
Yeah. No, I would eat this. I would eat this fried. Like if it's fried, it's like a chip.
Yeah, it's like a chip. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
it's actually pretty tasty. Are there any good Turkish restaurants in LA?
We're just saying.
I haven't found one yet. I've tried.
I asked her.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Have you tried a Donor Corner in Sawtell?
No.
It's good.
Okay.
Yeah, Hallie wrote about it.
For me, I got two different metrics for it.
Wilshire.
There's a lot of regulations. Like you can't use I don't know, this is what my parents just tell me, like you can't use tailbone, the oil
For the lamb?
for just everything in general. In Turkey, like you use I guess like the oil from the tailbone or something, and it's like super oily. But I guess like it's a part of the regulation here that you can't use it. So
it's interesting.
It's a little sweet.
For me, I have two different metrics for Turkish food in America, where it's like, is it close enough to the original?
That was kind of
Or
like,
is it
we'll
just
see how
good?
it goes after Pacifico.
And there are
Would
some
you like
places
it?
that are just good, but I've never
Sure.
had something that's like super close to the original anyway.
Always a great.
But it
always
doesn't
a great
matter,
choice.
you know. It is what it is.
Javier, our other team member's not here. Our editor, he's a big food writer too. He always says it's good for LA. You know.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you can't really compare it to like back home. So good for
So-
LA is his measure.
Would you say that like, especially with like Mexican food in LA though, it's like almost the equivalent? Or do you feel like it just still hits harder in Mexico?
I think a lot of things hit harder in Mexico.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
the street tacos in Mexico City, crazy.
I think the
Tijuana, crazy.
flavors are stronger, especially with like produce.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the produce you get here is kind of like picked
Yeah.
before it's completely ripe, so it doesn't get full flavor. Like you have a tomato in Mexico, and here it's like a fucking.
Even avocados.
Even
They
avocados.
pick them way early.
Yeah, everything just has way better flavor. Even the eggs. The eggs are just like.
I don't know
So,
if
yeah.
it's my age, but like I grew up in Turkey. There's seasonal like vegetables. Like now that doesn't exist. I feel like, or in America it never existed.
Yeah.
But like there are certain seasons where you're not supposed to have certain fruits and certain vegetables because it just doesn't grow, right? And not only that, but also like I grew up eating fresh fruits and vegetables that looked and tasted almost very differently. In some instances, I would say like the American version was like definitely better, like strawberries, for example. Like in America, I don't know what kind of mutated gene enhancement they have on the strawberries, but like they're so sweet. But in other examples like cucumbers, I could not believe it. For the longest time, whenever I would come to the States, the cucumbers were so big, and I had never seen that size cucumber before. Because like in Turkey, we
They were
didn't
used
have
to smaller cucumbers.
Yeah, the seeds are like massive. Oh, I didn't realize. No, but like the seeds are massive. They're like bitter. Whereas like the Persian cucumbers that they sell now, that's a normal cucumber in that side of the world.
I mean, we have pumpkin growing competitions here. You know what I
But
mean?
it's true, the produce in America has no flavor.
Yeah,
For the most part.
they lack a lot of flavor.
Just a little bit over the border, you get full flavor.
Yeah. So I think that's true. But you agree?
anything that's natural always tastes way better. That's why I'm always hitting it. On Sunday, it's like it's the farmer's market.
Yeah.
That produce is gonna be way better than all of the other shit.
So much better.
It's so hard though. I can imagine like when it's you're creating products from all of these different ingredients. I think that's the most special thing when you can find a place that uses the best ingredients and has the sauce. You know what I mean? Like has their something to it. But yeah, man, that's hard.
Like I think LA is the best city for tacos, even including Mexico City, because we have tacos from all over Mexico. But I still think it's if you pick each taco individually, they're second to the ones from Mexico. You know, I think LA even has more variety than like Mexico City. And people are gonna fight me on this, but yeah, like I think you don't see as many as like these type of tacos, the flour ones in Mexico City, as you do here. You know, just one example. That's why I love LA and it's taco scene.
Come on, bro.
That's why it's LA Taco.
That's why it's LA Taco.
That's right.
Speaking
It's
of
one
tacos,
thing that it connects us all in the city, though. Like from Inglewood to the west side to the east side, everyone has their taco spot. That's why we named it LA Tacos. It's like LA Times, LA Taco. You know, it's just like something that connects us.
these guys used to go around getting stoned and looking at graffiti artists putting up like fresh tags, and then realize there was like a taco stand like right there. So
That was the genesis of the website.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a blog originally.
Taco trucks, taco stands also brings Angelinos from all over together. People who might not normally fuck with each other.
They will still eat some food together, go to the same spot. That's right.
We need stuff in LA that unites us because it is a very divided, segregated city of like different areas. So like you need things that bring people together.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that.
And that's the birth of LA Taco, from the streets, literally.
Yeah.
I think one thing that would help is having robust public transit.
That would be the biggest
That probably
change. It would change everything.
that probably would be play a major role in bringing the entire city together.
Absolutely.
But that's precisely why it won't happen. People say it's because it's so spread out.
Yeah,
Obviously, historically,
Used to have
the
trains
automobile
everywhere.
industry has played a role in like eradicating the the cart system that they used to have.
Yep.
But like
Systematically too.
Yeah.
It was done. It was real.
But I think like the major part of that kind of initiative, like the major reason for that kind of initiative not taking place, is because wealthier neighborhoods don't want, like people in Beverly Hills don't want public transit.
Almost every bad decision in America comes down to white supremacy, and you could say it's kind of the same idea. It's like keep them out of this area, and that's public transport.
Yeah, they fought the metro going through there so hard.
It's crazy.
They're still fighting it. They're fighting it right now. Bel Air, they want to build a tunnel to connect the valley to West LA, which would be huge.
Yeah.
The valley, but Bel Air is spending millions of dollars to stop it, even though it's underneath them. Because they're like, no, it might vibrate our beautiful land.
Well, I do have to say goodbye. I have a hard out.
Oh, you're bailing?
2:30.
All right,
man.
let me get the mic off.
I have another commitment. I do need a ride.
Damn, you're busy. You're a busy guy.
This is his third thing today.
Not as busy as you, for sure, though.
No.
10 hours.
Man,
10 hours for you.
So this was a wonderful experience. Thank you so much
Thank you for having me on, dude.
We got to do the same.
In my own backyard. You dipping too?
I have to.
Oh, all right, man.
Thanks, man.
Everybody's dipping. Everybody's bailing.
We're bailing on Hasan.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep
You're
eating.
gonna have to eat a lot of tacos.
I can't eat all of this. It's crazy.
You got all that? Dude. Throw it on the fridge. Here we go.
Oh yeah. Take some. Take some. Yeah, take some back. You gotta.
Taco challenge.
What is this for?
Is everybody also leaving?
We can chill. Yeah, we're still here.
All right. Well, if you guys are still chilling, we'll mic them up. All right, perfect. Thank you.
The less one anyway.
Because I can't. I mean, I like them all. They were amazing.
Mike on the outside.
Oh my God.
No, I think that's the regular, right? That's the regular steak. That's the head meat.
Samar's gonna give you a ride.
If you want that one.
Where's the mic on the table? It's right here.
Oh, you got it.
You want it back there? Okay.
Where do you need to go?
It's not far. 10 minutes away.
Yeah, this is.
Any way that we can like help just bring any connection.
Yeah.
If you're ever doing any initiatives or whatever. And
Oh no,
also,
for sure.
I wanna pull up, man. I gotta come pull up over there.
Hasan, keep fighting for our people.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
You're such a good boy.
Yeah, Miguel, we'd love to have you on. We're big fans of your music, man.
Pull up there.
You come by. Let's kick it. We go on the Daily Memo.
We're gonna go to Inglewood and have carnitas.
Yeah, El Artista. That's the spot over there, right? Artista?
Yeah.
Nice to
you
meet you.
can't say it on live stream.
Well, we're not going there. We're not going there right now. But in theory, it's a place to go.
Oh, shit. Can we talk some more, man?
Yeah, absolutely.
However, like,
just hit me up.
Keep it going.
All right. Thank you for coming on.
Peace, man. Yeah, we'll see you in a bit. We'll see you later.
Jenny Yang?
Oh, yeah.
The comedian?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Peace, brother.
Yes.
All right,
We'll
Len.
keep in contact. You were out and about at the ICE protest too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lex.
the protests,
Lex.
yeah. Pretty much covered all the major protests.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you guys. Take care.
How'd you feel about like the local news coverage and the national news coverage as opposed to like what you were doing? Because like we have a policy of always being in front of the police line rather than being behind the police line. Because I feel like when you go, I mean, I got friends in these places too, and these other like establishment media operations. Like some of them don't do that, you know. Jacob Soboroff is pretty good. And he's the NBC guy. I think he just moved recently, but but there are others, specifically at like CNN and stuff. Like a lot of those conflict reporters, they always are behind the police line, so they have a very different perspective on the way that these protests take place or how violence escalates.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, it is a little frustrating sometimes to see like these, journalists who make way more money than me, standing behind the police line, not taking as many risks, and then I'm out there, literally dodging rubber bullets and tear gas and whatnot.
Better protective gear.
Yeah, that too.
But Lex,
Right.
Lex also has been assaulted by LAPD while covering a protest back in a BLM protest.
Yeah, and this
one too
with the feds. Yeah.
Yeah, we had some close calls. I got we got tear gas.
Yeah.
There was some crazy shit. Did you guys see the undercover? The undercovers that would like walk around with bear mace?
No, that's
with like
crazy.
a fire extinguisher. It was one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Like they had straight up agent provocateurs, or rather doing crowd control, but like they were in civilian clothes and they would run around and just like use those fire extinguisher, those like things that look like fire extinguishers, but it's just bear mace.
That's insane.
And it was just spray the crowd.
Crazy. How do you navigate those spaces as someone that's like kind of
public,
public figure,
well-known,
non-traditional sort of
I don't give a
journalist?
fuck. I don't have any security anywhere.
Yeah.
You just go
me and March. Or if he's too busy flying around, having a good old time.
I'm always there.
Then we got some other homies.
Okay, so you just go
it's
solo.
just us,
Nice.
Yeah, we just solo it. But like that's one of the things that you just said, like, oh, you don't have protected gear, right? Like that's one of the things that is so amazing about attending these sorts of things is like you go out there and there's mad people that are just like doing mutual aid. They have carts full of protective gear. They're like handing it out to people. Someone even got arrested for that, actually. Remember when someone came in with their truck and they had a bunch of face shields? And the administration was like, that's a terrorist. Like, what is this? And then, of course, they released them.
Charges got dropped.
Yeah, and the charges got dropped. Luckily, at least there is like some semblance of normalcy on that side, on the court system, where they're just like, come on.
Yeah.
These are people who are just like literally trying to help out people not get significantly damaged by the actions of the taxpayer-funded brutal police force.
And a lot of those people, I mean, I heard stories of medics, people dressed in, medics uniforms that were shot by police.
Yeah.
Clearly, just trying to help people and,
They don't give so when we were we went up to the press pen, like the area that the press had congregated. And it's really funny because we saw this like Japanese broadcaster, okay? These guys are real professional. They got gloves on. They're used to a level of conflict reporting that any kinetic situation in the United States of America is going to go way above and beyond because they could not understand. They were like, what the fuck's going on? They're like shooting at us.
Yeah.
Because they were opening fire into the fucking press pool.
Right.
Where like a lot of these international reporters were at, like, and it was just like kind of funny watching them like go through the motion of being like, what the fuck? Like they're just
there was
unloading on us.
Australian woman.
Yeah,
right?
they shot
she
the
was
Australian
like
reporter.
literally doing stand-up reporting, got shot by a rubber bullet.
Yeah, I've heard from numerous reporters who have covered stuff all over the country, like Africa, Europe, Asia, everywhere, and a lot of them say LAPD or Los Angeles police are the most violent.
They are
and
so
they've
bad.
never
dude.
encountered stuff like that.
It is pretty crazy. And like we talk about like federal law enforcement, right? They're the guys who are at the buildings. And they're definitely looking for action. Like it's clear. And they were opening fire from the downtown federal building all the way from the top of the building down into the press pool. So they were shooting less than lethals into
like
a crowd.
snipers.
Yeah, like a sniper rifle, which was insane. But honestly, most of the brutality still came from our local law enforcement. Like the way that the way that the national media covered it was like, oh, it's so brutal what Trump is doing.
Right.
Like bringing in the military. And yes, that is true. That is insane, right? That's unprecedented. But like our local cops, they had that shit covered. They had the brutality aspect of it covered all on their own, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I always tell people, to be honest, like the National Guard and even to the military extent, in a lot of ways, they're the least problematic there. I mean,
they don't want to
stand
be there.
around and they look very intimidating. They're carrying machine guns, but they're not typically that involved in like actual like crowd control and things of that nature. But yeah, it's the local police and the other agencies that are really the ones leading those efforts, you know.
No. But the question is it going to get worse? Because the budget is going to hit. They're getting those billions and billions of dollars starting like next month,
October
I think,
1st,
or October 1st. So are they going to escalate? And is there going to be a response? Like there really haven't been that much. We were talking on the way over here. There hasn't been huge protests. There haven't been a lot of. These are pretty ad hoc protests that have like spread out, but there haven't really been any big ones. So the question is, what's going to happen next?
Yeah. I mean, I see two sides to it. I see one side where it's like the feds and like Bovino to an extent. He really wants to instill this fear in people that like we're here 24/7. Like I remember he even said that like 24/7. We're not leaving. But in the reality is, I feel like it is still a job, and there are like some constraints to what they're able to do. Like there's shifts and limitations to how much people can work and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how much things escalate in the next few weeks, I guess. I mean, are you planning on going to Chicago?
Oh, for coverage? Maybe.
What's going on in Chicago?
They're
what they've been saying, that
they're deploying the National Guard.
It's essentially what they did here, Washington, and like.
Was that the whole palm trees to skyscrapers?
Yeah, it was.
Is that what that meant?
I
didn't get that.
We're going from palm trees to skyscrapers.
New Orleans as well.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ICE is coming to a city near you.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if things maybe slow down a little bit here, or if they just continue as they've been for the past 3 months.
I don't think they'll do it in Louisiana. You want to know why? Because even though they're very clearly targeting like black cities, like cities where there's a higher density of like black and brown people, I think Louisiana is too red for them to deploy. Maybe I'm wrong, but Louisiana is too red for them to deploy because regardless of people's political affiliation, I remember a lot of people who had voted for Trump in the duration of these ICE protests, and every single one was like, I didn't realize it was going to be like this. Now, I don't want to spend any time being like, you're a fucking idiot for, but it's crazy that because he said he was going to do it. I still blame the Democrats for not communicating that to the public.
No, they actually try to kind of go the other way.
Yeah,
we're tough on immigration
they leaned into it. They leaned into the whole like, no, we're the serious border control party. It's
Right,
like,
yeah.
What the fuck are you talking
He's an
about?
amateur.
Yeah, but like, that's it, right? Like when people see the military get deployed under their streets, I don't think they fuck with that. No matter how racist they might be, they go, I don't like this. This is bullshit. What's happening here? So that's the reason why I think they know that. That's the reason why they don't do like these massive raids in red states at the same level and the same frequency as they do in blue states.
No, you're right, because it's all about optics. And when people in a red state see, LA is being, attacked by ICE, they're like, good. But in Huntsville or whatever, not so good.
Yeah. It's the same thing, like, it's the same thing with crime. People be like, oh, there's crime out of control. Not in my neighborhood. Yeah. And it's like, maybe crime is not out of control in the other neighborhoods either. You're just seeing that on TV and you're thinking that that's the case. At the heat of like the LA's on fire, crime panic narratives that were springing up, people from fucking Iowa would be in my chat telling me that my backyard is on fire. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm literally like, proximity-wise, I'm like right there where the helicopter is. You know what I mean? It's like above my head. And you're telling me what you are seeing from the news helicopter is more, is allowing you to better understand my own backyard.
No,
motherfuckers that have never lived in a city at all.
There's so many young people in LA who come here from Iowa, come here forever. Their parents are always calling them, be like, "Are you safe? Are you okay? I heard it's crazy out there." It's like, haven't seen anything yet.
I also have friends that like, I have a friend who grew up and lives in a Portland suburbs, right? It's a very white neighborhood, and when he stays with me, he hears fire trucks and police trucks and ambulances. It freaks out, and that's when it hit me. I grew up in cities my whole life. I grew up in like very big cities. Like Istanbul is like New York City. I grew up in Ankara, also another very big city. So for me, LA actually is low-key not even like a real city by city standards.
Compared to,
And, but I realized like, oh my God, these people just have never been in like a real city. So when they actually come and stay in LA and they hear the police sirens, they think, oh my God, something terrible is happening. Because the reality is in your neighborhood, if you're living in a white suburb and you hear police sirens, something unique is afoot, right? But when you live in a city, you hear it all the time. It's just another byproduct of being around a whole bunch of other people. So I think that's where that comes from too, like the outsider's perspective.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, Lex, you've done a lot of protest coverage going on like 10 years now. How do you compare these ones to like what you were seeing in BLM or?
It's totally different, and I think one of the biggest reasons why is because you have all these different police agencies kind of overlapping with one another. BLM, it was largely in city of LA and sheriff's territory to an extent. But with this, I mean, you see all these local agencies, California Highway Patrol. They were even bringing in like sheriffs from Santa Barbara and Orange County, and the response was just much stronger. I mean, LAPD, for instance, with these anti-ICE protests, they use tear gas for the first time in 50 years. Like,
oh, really?
Yeah, all throughout BLM, or so they say at least. I mean, I'm not 100% sure about that. But it's been a very long time since they had responded to protests like that. So, yeah, similar but different in some ways.
So you think it's gotten more violent, like the apprehension and detention process?
For sure. I mean, yeah. Like we know of, like, just for speaking of like journalists, for instance, I mean, know of over I think 100 cases of journalists either being assaulted or having their rights violated in some way, and that's like off the charts.
Oh yeah, met a dude who lost his eye.
Yeah,
got shot in the head.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
People lost fingers. Like,
do you think that aggression is by design, like it was a strategy in terms of ratcheting things up to either?
It's hard to say.
Incite protesters or to create division, or it's just.
Oh, I think it's always. I think the entire, at least in my experience of protest coverage, like the escalating factor is always the cops. Sure, you got a couple people that like get mad and throw a water bottle or whatever, but like you got fucking gear on. You know what I mean? You got protective gear on. What the fuck's a water bottle gonna do? You're using chemical weapons. You know, you got Kevlar plated armor on. You got riot gear on. You got a helmet on. You got a shield on, and you got Geneva Convention illegal weapons that you are not supposed to be deploying in a field of combat that you are using against the taxpayers who paid for the fucking chemical weapons to begin with. I always think, like, you know, have some decency.
Yeah.
You know, what do you mean you're gonna start blasting people? And that's precisely what they were doing in the ICE protests. Like, they would just wait, riot gear would show up, single file line, and then on cue they would just start opening. Yeah. Nothing from the protester side at all. They would just start opening because they were slated to do it.
And there's almost nothing they can do in that scenario that actually gets them in trouble.
Yeah.
Like when they're out in the streets, they have body cams, they have, like, you know, they do some fucked up shit, but they don't really when they're doing the crowd control, there's almost nothing they can do that would actually get them
it seems like all
disciplined.
rules go out the door.
Yeah,
at
the
that
rules
point.
are gone.
Yeah. Did you guys see Eddington?
No, not yet. Is it good?
It's very good.
Okay.
I liked it.
You gotta check it out.
Interesting movie. It's Ari Aster movie, and it's like it's all about COVID. All about Black Lives Matter, performative activism. I liked it a lot.
Is that Steve Soderbergh or
Ari Aster?
Oh, okay, Ari
His
Aster.
movies are kind of punishing though. Like the one they hurt you. Is it like that? Is it like kind of hard to watch? But is it more?
No, I thought it was
straightforward?
easier to watch than.
Okay.
I haven't seen the other one. The famous one, Beau's Afraid.
Yeah, that one is punishing.
Yeah, it does get weird though, for sure.
Weird is
like,
good.
Like Act 3, I would say is like all of a sudden it like almost turns into a different movie.
Nice. Well, that could be good.
But it's good. I like it. I liked it a lot. All right, well, that about does it.
All
I
right,
think.
let's do it, man. Thanks for kicking it. Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Everyone eat? Everyone get the tacos? There's still a couple left.
Yeah.
Who wants them?
Good to meet you, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for having
this
us
was
on.
amazing.
We appreciate it. Anytime you need anything LA taco
for
related,
sure.
let us know.
I'm gonna hit you
got our
guys
info.
up.
Hit us up,
I'll
man.
Take
yeah.
you up on it.
We got.
What's
Where
up?
do you live in LA?
Well, I can't say, but I live in West Hollywood.
He's on stream.
I live
But,
in the neighborhood. I live in West Hollywood.
We're releasing our list of the best Mexican restaurants in LA. That's coming out next week or the week after. So maybe we'll go check one of these high-end ones out.
Okay.
Top of the list.
Do you mind?
Yep, here you go.
I don't necessarily need to take these if you want to take those.
I don't need to either. I'm just gonna take this burrito.
Who wants the guac?
I'll take that.
I don't know where the top is. I feel like this came with a top though.
There's a lid somewhere for that.
There's a lid. Oh, here it is. And there's another taco here too.
Yeah, go check out that spot, Donor Corner.
I will, for sure. All right. Well, we didn't get a car here, right? Or Hannah, did you drive? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Alice, you need a ride or you're good?
No, I got my car. I'm getting lights back to the studio.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, this horchata is insane. You didn't even have any of the tacos.
You want these chips as well?
Okay. Oh, that's true. The horchata is so bomb. Holy fuck.
I guess I'll take them.
All right, cool. I'll see you there.
Whose bag is this?
That's Marina's, I think. Marina, that's your bag, right?
Is this your bag?
What's your bag?
Okay, perfect. Wow. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Thanks for everything you do.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
We got all the mics?
Yeah.
All right.
We turned heads over
Nice to meet you, my man.
Later.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Appreciate
All right.
your work.
Thanks for everything, guys. All right, let's do it. What? Yeah.
Okay. I will not show your card.
That was fun.
It was good. I'm not mic'd.
All right, put a mic on, bro.
You're right. What am I doing?
Yeah. I thought you were a fucking pro. What the hell is this?
Oh, that's it.
I'll get in the back. Oh, we're filming. Okay.
Just don't show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I will not. Sorry, it's too dark right now anyway.
It's not gonna say out loud, right?
No, I have that off.
Oh, thank God. Is it too dark?
No, it's good now.
What did you guys think? So LA Taco, they're legends. I mean, they're amazing. Did you guys like that, chat?
Hey, chat, you like that?
Hey, chat.
You know they have that emote for you when you say that, right?
Yeah, I know. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to our regular news coverage. Obviously, in like the next, 10, 15 minutes. My house is crazy right now. My cousins just, you didn't even see them. My grandparents are there. But then my cousin just got in with his whole family from Turkey. So, yes, and gaming, yes.
Right.
I don't want to hear that bullshit. I already get enough of that as it is, all right?
You know who actually games on their stream?
Who? You do? What do you play?
I'm playing Expedition 33 right now on stream.
Oh my god. What act are you in?
2. But I'm playing on expert mode, so...
I'm playing on normal.
Yeah, I know. It's because you're not a real gamer.
Uh-huh.
You're not a real ass gamer.
I mean, aren't you getting your ass cheeks clapped by the parry window?
Wait, is the parry window smaller in hard mode?
I assume,
I just thought everything hurts you more.
I'm sure that the dodge parry window is shorter, too.
There's just no way. That'd be crazy.
Yes, it is.
It is?
There's a lot of people are saying yes, and some people are saying it's not.
Nobody knows. It's fucking liars. Well, no, I'm not getting owned that hard.
It's a Friday. It's necessary. The bots are exhausted of this week, lol. I can't. Hasan dodges. I can. Of course he does. Yes, I do dodge.
Oh, you're a dodge spammer?
I'm a dodge spammer. Well, not spammer. You can't spam it.
You spam it more than parry.
I guess. My favorite is the jump parry. It's the easiest one.
And into a team attack, it's so satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game just feels good.
Or the gradient is another great. Yeah. Gradient parry is so satisfying.
Yeah.
Because it's like, zoop, it like builds up all the power and just like brings it back.
Yeah.
I'm on I mean, you're on Act 2, so it's...
I just got Versa, no spoilers.
You just started Act 2.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing I can spoil. I will tell you this much. The beginning of Act 3 is the revelation of everything.
Okay.
It will explain everything to you. Because, like, it's very confusing before.
Yeah.
You're like, what the fuck is any of this shit?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Which I like. I like how I don't know what the fuck's happening.
I was a little annoyed with it.
Really?
Because it doesn't follow any of, like, the conventional RPG or fantasy world elements at all.
Yeah.
And I felt like it was too foreign.
It's good.
Yeah, that's why I was like, it's too foreign for me. Like, they don't have like...
Do you kill the mimes? Do you fight the mimes?
Oh, always, yeah. Because you need that gear.
They're hard as fuck on hard mode, but I beat them every time.
Yeah. Have you been hitting the, what is it, the pecto or whatever? Like the orb that runs around?
Yeah.
Those get really difficult.
I chased one and actually aggroed it before it got to its spawn point.
Wait, how?
I didn't know I could do that. No, people in chat who had been playing the game and finished it multiple times, they're like, I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, you didn't. How did you aggro it?
I'm
you
just a fucking gamer.
Annoyed it?
Yeah, I just.
You were hitting it?
I just cut it off. Like I cut it off and then I.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you could do that.
I know. There's video evidence. The VOD is there.
He called him fat.
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't even seen the gimmick boss, the circle one that just like you have to spam dodge. The one that was like a meme. It's not a story boss, so it's not technically a spoiler. There will come a time when there will be a boss.
That makes me switch to normal mode?
No. It won't make you switch to normal mode, but it's the one that you see in all the memes about Expedition, like and the spam, like the dodge iframe or parry component. The bouncy one, yeah. Yeah, there's one where you won't be parrying. I think it's like physically impossible for you to parry that one, actually. Chat, he stopped spoilers. You can unmute.
Didn't even spoil anything.
Yeah. Oh, you can parry it? Okay. Just parry, scrub. Okay.
You gonna play Silk Song?
No, I'm not like a major
Metroidvania.
Yeah, I've never been a big like 2D side-scrolling platformer guy. Never liked it that much.
It's fair. I mean, I never played Hollow Knight. I just heard it's good.
I played Hollow Knight a little bit.
Oh.
It's very confusing and difficult. Like the maps was confusing for me. Maybe because I'm a boomer. Side-scrolling Keck W. What? Is there a B in the car? Why are you guys saying Haas B? Something sounds frizzy?
Maybe the AC, no?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It's usually not, unless one of the connections got fucked up. Are we buzzing?
I don't know. Are we buzzing, chat?
I mean, we're almost back.
Yeah, you should just hide the camera from this point on, I think. And we'll keep talking, but what are you zooming in on?
Oh, nothing.
What the fuck? It's crazy. It's
Wait,
crazy.
I wasn't pointing at anything. I was just...
That's wild. Being sexually harassed by my cam op / producer.
Because I'm a man of the people.
Yeah.
Don't you get it? I work for chat, not for you.
Hasan, you shaving before Murat's wedding? No.
You're not gonna clean shit? You're gonna freestyle a speech? Like you do all your speeches?
I have to write something. I'm just not good at public speech, man. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I don't think I am.
Literally public speak all the time. You're public speaking right now.
Well, that's not the same.
It is different, but
no, I feel like
is gonna be weight.
Like a pre-canned speech that you're supposed to deliver requires a level of fanfare that I don't have in me. It almost feels inauthentic, and I'm incapable of delivering an inauthentic pre-canned speech at this point.
We were actually talking about this in my chat yesterday. I'm not self-plugging. I promise it's relevant. They were saying how we're talking about you and your Michigan speech, Detroit speech, and how good off the cuff you are. And somebody made a point. They're like, sometimes it feels like with a pre-planned speech, it gives you more anxiety to like try to hit certain talking points that you pre-planned. Do you feel that way?
I don't know. I've never been able to do it well. I've never been able to do a pre-planned speech well, and I feel like my unplanned speeches are not that good either. But
I think your unplanned Detroit speech was better than your Washington D.C. speech. I don't think the D.C. one was bad, but I think your Detroit one was actually very good. Glaze. Sorry.
Yeah. Bro's gonna talk politics with Bro's best man speak? No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
You're gonna start fielding chat from the audience?
It is. I will say this.
Say it.
It is much easier to speak convincingly in public, wherever you are, without a bunch of fucking annoying little nuisances in the chat chirping, there is a bee sting. I'm hearing a bee buzzing.
Are they still Haas being?
No. It's... Oh my god.
Do you think Miguel knows that you don't listen to music?
I didn't want to tell him. I didn't have the heart to tell him that. I feel so weird about that because, like...
He was so nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, artists. There's a lot of musicians. There's a lot of artists that will be like...
Let's link.
Yeah, let's link up and build. And I'm like...
You're like, build what?
I just don't... It's so embarrassing. It feels embarrassing that I don't listen to music.
You can start listening to music.
And you can charge your vehicle.
Oh, I wasn't sure if your mom was...
Well, it doesn't matter. She can park the car on the street. That's crazy. I'm so disappointed.
Well, I love Miguel's music. Sure Thing, Skywalker, bangers.
I listened to his new song too. It's sick. New Martyrs.
Yeah, more embarrassing if you make your own AI song to listen to. Why are you calling me out, dude? I can't believe Hasan was out getting tacos when the news broke that Trump was a white hat FBI informant tasked with taking down Epstein and Lamont. Wait, what?
That's insane.
No, you just fucking made that shit up. Did I miss it? Did I miss major news happening? Did Eric Adams drop out?
No, that only happens when you're offline. Being live IRL still counts as being on, so it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
during your brother's wedding, so much news is gonna break.
I fucking hope not.
It's gonna be crazy.
Wait, what the fuck? That's not even a joke. Unusual Wales. Breaking. Speaker of the House announces Trump was an FBI informant tasked with taking down Epstein. Ain't no fucking way.
Wait, that was real?
That is a wait, no shot.
Wait.
Someone said, what the fuck? That would actually make sense. No, it wouldn't.
Oh my god, he's a white hat pedo.
He's
it's
a
real.
Oh my god, everything that we joke about turns into the fucking truth. All right, I'm gonna swap it over.
Yeah, swap over.
Chat, I'm gonna swap it over, and we're gonna. You'll see me in a second from the studio, okay? All right, we're back. Oh my God, everything is crazy. Okay. All right, let me fix this real quick. My whole family's here too. All right, everybody. We're back. We're live. We're alive. The Grays are back. What were the memes? The secret memes is not a real secret meme. Eric Adams is starting right now. He's staying in the race. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Okay. Breaking. Mayor Eric Adams will not drop out of the race. I guess that's a bit surprising. I'll be honest. That was an hour ago. Okay, bro, calm down. I'm a news. What? I'm a news broadcaster, and you guys are so used to me breaking the news literally as it happens, or even before it happens, that this comes across as like old news to you when it happens an hour ago. Everybody needs to calm down, okay? Oh, let me put my normal glasses on. Let me fix everything up a little bit here as well while we get back to the American economy being in tatters, okay? Eric Adams' video, he did a whole video on it, huh?
Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar.
I am in this race, and I'm the only one that can beat Bandana. Andrew has had a career pushing black candidates out of races. You heard me say it over again. Carl McCall, Charlie King, David Patterson. This is his career that must stop with me. Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar. I am in this race, and I'm the only one that can beat Bandana. Andrew has had a career pushing black candidates.
I like that he's saying like he's doing this for black people. Like that's what it is. That's why. Thank God. He's like, I'm not gonna let Andrew Cuomo kick out another black person from the race. I mean, that's cool. He's like taking out Andrew Cuomo in the process. A little bit like a little bit of a leg up for Zoran, I guess. Typical leftist infighting, yeah. He's doing character assassination on Cuomo and Mamdani is the only acceptable option, and he knows that. Wait, no shot. If you think that he's like unironically trying to preserve, unironically trying to defend Zoran, you're out of your mind. Okay. I will say I find it very funny. I can't get over this Trump. I can't get over the whole white hat pedophile thing. I can't get over it. That's so crazy. Check my chat logs. I called the Epstein Trump informant. It makes sense why he's obsessed with deep state since day one because he's been working with them. Dude, what are you talking about? If you think Donald Trump was working with the deep state to like take out Jeffrey Epstein, you are insane. They're lying, chatter. What the fuck are you saying? You called this is day one. No, oh. Eyvah, ben çok küfür ediyorum ama. Yok yani. Dude, chatter, you really need to stop eating radioactive shrimp. That's crazy. That's crazy that you believe that. That's insane. Kaya. Kaya, please. Come on. Come on, please. I feel like Chatter had too many radioactive shrimps, I think, because you got to be crazy. Anyway. Amazing.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago.
Disposable vape usage making young people receive higher amounts of lead poisoning than their grandparents, and I ain't even joking. I mean, clearly. Yeah, man, he was in on it all along. Dude, anyone that believes this, oh my God, dude. Oh, it's so awesome. This is such a funny turn of events. Yet another instance where something that we have joked about has become the fucking the reality now. Yeah. You're going to need some serious Yeah, you're going to need to do some serious forgery here. Also, the funniest part about this is like saying he's an informant also doesn't automatically assume his innocence. In many circumstances, people turn state's witness because they're caught. So what is even funnier about this is that this still kind of feels like it's still like even their freaking counter here, their counter narrative that they're going along with here still implies that he could be a pedophile. Can you make a joke about the president of Portugal dying, please? We're desperate. No. Please joke more about a workers' revolution. It doesn't work that way, man. The only things that I joke about that are in the that inevitably end up happening are shit that's just like worse than ever. Like man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Okay? Man-made horrors beyond comprehension. It's only when I make jokes about things getting worse than you possibly could have ever imagined do those jokes become reality. Like coming up with when I see an issue, right? When I see an issue that's taking place and I think to myself, like, what's the dumbest way that they could argue their way out of this? Usually that's the only thing that comes to fruition. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, this is we will say this again so mainstream media and all verified blue check marks learn it. The only reason why President Trump attended Epstein parties was to extract information and evidence from the inside and send it to the FBI and the US military. TRDJ plus. This is like from 2019. It's a QAnon conspiracy from 2019. I love that the current Speaker of the House is refrying previous QAnon conspiracies, because why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? When you put it like that, it sounds downright noble to associate with someone who systematically abuses children, says Travis View. And I love that is now the current Speaker of the House's assessment. He was 100% not an informant and stopped associating with him publicly at a point which would make no sense. This is the most blatant lie. Okay. Not only is it a blatant lie, it makes no fucking sense for him to say it's a hoax and it's a Obama conspiracy or a Biden conspiracy if it was a real investigation that he partook in. Trump is not exactly a person who is capable of any sort of espionage or secrecy. If in any way, shape, or form was he involved in the uncovering of a pedophile ring, he would constantly talk about it. He would literally... Donald Trump takes credit for shit that he hasn't done. What makes you think that he would be quiet about something that he has done? Are you out of your mind? Hey, Hasan, I want to tell you encouraging news that I think I've recently gotten through to my conservative mom who was repeating Israeli talking points, but I've been sending her videos and totally... Today, she unprompted sent me a clip of Bill Burr doing his Human Shield stand-up. But all this to say, there is hope to reach your family. Hell yeah. Also, that's kind of the reason why the whole Agent Krasnow shit doesn't make sense either. That's like... You need to demonstrate a certain amount of competence to be able to be like a secret agent for a foreign adversary, especially, right? And Donald Trump does not have that. Like, he is completely incapable of doing any sort of espionage and holding on to like any sort of secrets. Like, it's just not gonna happen. You have two types of people. Major breaking. The Speaker of the House just claimed Donald Trump was an FBI informant tasked with taking down Epstein. So let me get this straight. They want us to believe Trump was working with the FBI to infiltrate Epstein's orbit while simultaneously partying with them for years, appearing in dozens of photos and getting named by multiple survivors. And then the other one is Brian Cassidy. But the Cassidy brothers are being like, they're joking. They're being sarcastic. Breaking. Mike Johnson just claimed that Trump was an FBI informant to help take down Jeffrey Epstein. If this is the case, then Trump would be a hero after it's all released in the Epstein files. Release the files. Agent doesn't include spy. Agent doesn't include James Bond. What are you talking about? Being deep undercover as a double agent for the KGB since the USSR era requires a tremendous amount of espionage that is like literally the closest a normal human being can be to James Bond. Being an FBI informant also requires an element of like secrecy. But it's such an idiotic, God, this is so funny. This is like, you can be an asset without wanting to be an asset. I just don't believe it anyway, because, you know, it just makes no sense. Especially after all is said and done, he would have revealed that he was a hero in this story. I cannot believe that this motherfucker is going with this shit. No, my God, that's not true. You could be a sleeper, means no contact until you are in position. You think Donald Trump is capable of keeping a secret that severe? Like, he has that level of investment in any ideological cause whatsoever, that over the course of 30, 40 years, he actually built himself up to run for president eventually, win the presidency on a fucking long shot, and then only after that he got activated. That's what you're talking about, is like a Manchurian Candidate style situation, and that doesn't exist. Like, it literally is impossible to make, which is precisely the reason why the whole concept of brainwashing was developed by the American media, because they could not come to terms with the reality that the prisoners of war that were held by the Chinese military and by the North Korean military during the Korean War were actually defecting and saying quite nice things about their captors. So they invented an alternative reality. Then they believed said alternative reality that these guys actually had the power of hypnosis. That's where the Manchurian Candidate concept comes from. That's where the hypnosis or the brainwashing stuff comes from. And then the American government also implemented their own version of this, because they were like, oh, they have hypnosis. They have the power of brainwashing people. They have the power of making them, turn against their own beautiful state. So then you have MK Ultra, an abject failure in terms of trying to actively break people's minds and then be able to control them, to brainwash them and do shit like that. Okay? There are no like sleeper agents and trigger words and things like that. MK Ultra succeeded in other ways in terms of like building some of the most psychotic serial murderers and terrorists that this country has seen, but it obviously failed as far as like being able to brainwash people into doing their bidding. So no, I don't think Donald Trump is a Manchurian Candidate either. I can't, like, this seems less like a press release and more like an offhanded remark in a moment of panic. So I really want to know if this was like a pre-planned approach to disparage the rumors that Donald Trump is a pedophile who had sex with children alongside Jeffrey Epstein, or instead this was like just in a moment, on a whim, this guy went off script. The Speaker of the House went off script and just blurted that out, and now people have to go with it. FBI handler, welcome back, Secret Agent Donald Trump. Trump, no, not again. I told you people I'm done. Handler, we have one last mission for you. We need someone to get jacked off by a 15-year-old. Trump gets up to walk away at Jeffrey Epstein's house, says the handler. Trump stops. Trump, why me? Because you're the best pedophile. Cut to pedophile training facility. Bigger lie than stop the steal and the virus will disappear by Easter. It's just more insane. It's more insane, and like stop the steal and the COVID will be done. The virus will stop spreading by Easter were lies that people wanted to believe. I don't think there's enough people even in Trump's base that would go along with this narrative. Because there is too many inconsistencies, especially post Trump's revelation that he is actually against the release of the Epstein files, where too many people are going to be like, that doesn't make any damn sense. It's fake. It's an AI video. It's fake. Johnson is in Canada today. I mean, it is sped up, but I just thought it was like sped up. I doubt it. It could have been like an offhanded remark he made like yesterday that's only gaining making the rounds today. Here's another angle of the video.
Every single one of them nodded and said, of course, yes, please do that.
But Trump called it a hoax yesterday.
What Trump is referring to is the hoax that the Democrats are using to try to attack him. He has never said or suggested or implied. I've talked to him about this many times, many times. He is horrified. It's been misrepresented. He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago. What he's talking about is the Democrats who are doing this with impure motives. If they cared so much about this, why didn't they do something during the 4 years of the Biden administration when the Biden DOJ had all the records? They didn't say a word about it. Now they're doing it for political purposes. Not everybody, but a lot of them, and that's what the president's frustrated about, and we all are, that they're creating a hoax just like the...
Dude, he's not even very good at lying. He's not even particularly good at lying. His heart's not in it, dude. He just keeps going, yeah, I'm just fucking bullshitting, actually. Can you guys just let this the fuck go? Like, let this go. Let it go. Just leave it. Just leave it. Stop asking me about this fucking thing. Trump hinted at this himself. Wait, what? Come on, man. That's not... No, that's just a cool photo in his mind. A cool AI photo of him. He reposts shit like that all the time. That doesn't mean anything. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, this was... What was he saying here?
Did with the Russian dossier because they think it's going to somehow be mud thrown on him. It's not. He has no culpability in this thing at all. The president has clean hands. He wants all the records out. He has told me that himself.
Should he meet with the victims? Should he meet with the victims?
I suspect he probably will. Yeah, he has great compassion for them. The president has a very compassionate heart. He hates...
Dude, that's so funny. Dude, saying that the president is so compassionate when he is like been found not guilty in a criminal court, but like at least in a civil proceeding, been found to have done a rape to a woman. Like, that is, I'm sorry. There's something deeply fucking fried about this assessment. He's a very compassionate guy. I could not ever in my life sound as dishonest as Mike is here if I tried. I know. The fact that he just said this, makes me feel like now that the clients, because this is like coming right off the heels of the clients list potentially being released by the victims themselves. This kind of feels like one of the fucking victims is going to be like, Donald Trump was a person that was like, one of the Jeffrey Epstein victims is going to come out and just straight up be like, yeah, he raped me. And that's what it makes me feel like. This almost feels like a way to get ahead of the story, to be like, oh, we were there all along as a white hat pedophile.
Hates the fact that these women were suffered those harms. He hates what Epstein is accused of.
Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, he sounds... Bro, this is... What's up with this admin, bro? This is like the most Kash Patel-ass response I've ever seen. I've never seen this motherfucker lie through... Like, look like he's lying so hard. Like, if you play this on mute and you just listen, you just look at his body language, you're like, this is a dishonest person. Like, look at this. It's like he's trying to convince himself about what he is saying. What the hell? I've never seen him look like this. Yeah, Donald Trump is so compassionate that he once famously said one of his accusers was too ugly to actually sexually assault. Body language expert now? Brother, I don't think you need to do any fucking fake pseudoscientific body language expertise to actually look at this man with his beady little eyes without listening to what he's even saying. Like, this is a man who looks like he's trying to convince himself. Look. Like, this doesn't require any expertise. Real, fake, pseudoscientific. This requires just 2 eyes and a brain. This man could be saying back my order at the counter and I'd be like, you shat in my food. Like, there is something off about this normal, otherwise normal process. Why are you so shifty? Why are you behaving like this? What do you have to hide?
Oh yeah, he has great compassion for them. The president has a very compassionate heart. He hates the fact that these women were suffered those harms. He hates what Epstein is accused of and who he was. And when he recognized that, he realized Epstein wasn't just some sort of, socialite. He was an evil person and alleged to have been involved in evil schemes. And the president distanced himself before he was president from that, because that's not who he is. And I think he's being falsely accused and maligned. And that's a frustration of all of ours. That's what he's talking about when he says the hoax.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway. He has to hide his porn. Yeah, that's what he sounds like. Did they not follow up on the FBI part? Yeah, this was yesterday. And it's interesting that it's only gaining virality now. What is this? Oh, yeah, this is David Pacman talking to Representative Richie Torres.
And the reason I want to talk to you about this is I see you really, when people ask me, who do you see right now as the sort of progressive that you like to be at the head of this movement going forward? I think of you, and there's a bunch of different reasons why. And unfortunately, there is right now a bit of a division, as I see it, on the left on a number of issues. That includes foreign policy. Certainly, the Israeli-Gaza situation has brought this into the forefront for a lot of people. On the progressive,
I feel like, oh, this was really funny. Hosberus praises Israel for only getting spit on once while he was there. I saw that. That was awesome. Yeah. The reason I was thinking about this, Richie Torres recently, so David Pacman interviewed Richie Torres and said, you're like the future of the Dems. You're exactly the type of progressive I want, which I think is a horrible decision for the future of the Democratic Party. Like, people accuse me of being against the Democratic Party and like wanting the Democratic Party to fail, secret Republican or whatever. But honestly, if I was a secret Republican or a secretly invested in like making that was a year old, by the way, that clip is very old. I know that makes it worse though, because that's at the heat of that's like in the heat of the Israel stuff going on when Richie Torres was gaining prominence as a pro-Israel Democrat. I mean, I guess it's worse now. If he said this like yesterday, that would be even worse. But like, it was still pretty bad back then. My point is, it's definitely worse now. But even back then, it was still very bad, right? Like, because remember, the only optics that Richie Torres had, like, as far as like a national political figure, was that he was unconditionally and uncompromisingly pro-Israel, more so than he cared about his own fucking district. So it's, regardless of how old it is, unless it's literally before October 7, I would say that this is a really bad look. If it's pre-October 7 and you know his policies on Israel, because he had stated his policies before Israel as well, then it's still a bad look, but it's nowhere near as bad as a look. But like post-October 7, Richie Torres gained prominence specifically for being like an attack dog for Israel. So in any case, the reason I'm using this as a jump off point, I don't really care about, I think Dave Pacman's like made his position on this issue clear. Richie Torres says, Mamdani is far more complex than the apocalyptic caricature his critics paint, and I have fewer fears about him than others do, apparently. He said this to Dave Weigel. This actually scares me. Okay? I hope Richie Torres is only saying this because he's fearful that he is going to be unseated. Okay? He is fearful that they are going to kick him out of his district, and that's the reason why. And not because like he talked to Zoran behind the scenes and was like, oh, he's fake. Thank God. I really, really hope, because this is, I assume it's the fear that he has of being primaried, right? How'd you go from outside to back at computer? What the fuck? What do you mean? I'm a professional broadcaster. And Hakeem Jeffries, on the other hand, is, I guess, not so fearful of a primary. Because he actually came out and was like, nah, I'm no for Zoran. A question was presented to him yesterday. The question was, the DNC posted in support of Mamdani yesterday. Are you out of step with your party on this issue?
Part of Zoran Mamdani's campaign yesterday with a statement of Mamdani saying, we welcome anyone to join this movement. You've met with him twice, and stay tuned, declined to endorse him. Are you out of step with your party on this issue?
I don't know. I guess people are going to have to figure that out. If that's the question you think that my constituents are asking me, because they're not. Thanks.
The DNC posted in support of Zoran Mamdani's campaign yesterday with a statement of Mamdani saying, "We welcome anyone to join this."
Maybe the real five-hit play here is that Hakeem Jeffries knows how fucking unfavorable he is in the eyes of the electorate, and that's why he's not like openly endorsing Zoran Mamdani in an effort to boost his chances. Maybe that's what's going on. I'm joking, of course. No, I think it's because he's a fucking pro-Israel stooge. He is a New York politician. Like, he's a New York Democrat. You're a fucking asshole. His constituents love Zoran Mamdani. His constituents are pro Zoran Mamdani. That much is clear by like a super wide margin, as a matter of fact. So the notion that you're like, oh, I don't know, wishy-washy on this bullshit is because there's another factor here, which is Israel.
You've met with him twice, and stay tuned, declined to endorse him. Are you out of step with your party on this issue?
I don't know. I guess people are going to have to figure that out. If that's the question you think that my constituents are asking me, because they're not.
Yeah, Zoran won his district by double digits. It's so dumb not to endorse him to try to avoid a primary. I don't think it's just about Israel. It's about his progressive policies. Yeah, you're right, but it's definitely also Israel, especially for Hakeem Jeffries. Jeffries keeps laundering his opposition to Mamdani through the alleged preferences of his constituents. He used to claim he was listening to Jewish New Yorkers or some of such squishy nonsense, but now it's just a box he checks. He's bored with his AIPAC disciplining operation. Jeffries isn't endorsing Mamdani because Mamdani refuses to throw Palestine solidarity under the bus. Jeffries can't give this reason, so he keeps mumbling about further conversations, alleged squeamishness with Mamdani his constituents have. Mamdani won his district by 12 points. I know blaming AIPAC can sometimes be reductionist, but it is truly nuts how obscene it is. What percentage AIPAC makes up of Jeffries' main donor base? This is why I said it's AIPAC. This is why I said it's Israel. Yes, I have covered this already. I know, I covered this already. Torres invested in weapons makers. He backed billions in arms for Israel. I covered this when it first came out. I know. So, but I'm telling you right now, for Hakeem Jeffries is Israel. Like, he doesn't like the progressive policies, but he'll endorse progressive candidates. It's Israel that is like really driving a wedge here. You're the leader of the Democratic Party. Okay. You're Nancy Pelosi's, you're handpicked and groomed by Nancy Pelosi for this position. Nancy Pelosi would have endorsed Zoran. Like, not even a question. I don't even have, like, will she do it now? I don't know. It doesn't matter, right? But Nancy Pelosi, if she was currently the leader of the party, still in that role as Hakeem Jeffries, she would have 100% endorsed Zoran. Guys, Nancy Pelosi is a demon, okay? But she was a vicious whip, okay? She would have endorsed Zoran and then immediately brought Zoran under her wing and tried to, she would have tried to, like, pacify Zoran. She is a much better politician than Hakeem Jeffries. She did this with AOC to a certain degree, okay? You're talking about someone who endorsed Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, AOC. Ain't no fucking way. Nancy Pelosi, I have smoke for Nancy Pelosi because she's good at her job and we are ideologically not aligned. Okay? It's a very different type of criticism that I have for Nancy Pelosi than I do for someone like Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries is just bad at his job and he is a charlatan. Anyway. It is interesting. But I will say, like I said, you know, over and over again, AIPAC plays a formative role here. Leaked Israel's own research. The world sees it as a genocidal apartheid country. Oh yeah, this is the internal Israeli memo that they intercepted, where they're like worried about how to message around the pesky little thing called genocide. Anyway, Mamdani responded to text from the New York Post and rival Angel Cuomo the reference to the 2021 DSA platform, which included an end to all misdemeanor offenses, abolition of the carceral state, by telling reporters that my platform is not the same as national DSA. He got no blowback for doing so from the national or city chapters of the country's largest democratic socialist organization, which condemned Cuomo for having no ideas of his own. Mamdani has previously walked back his support for defunding the police. He now favors raising NYPD salaries, with the left offering no notable criticism. I wouldn't say that that's correct. He said that he wouldn't increase the head count for the NYPD and would focus on taking some of their work off of their taking off some of their workload and giving it back to social workers. Do with that information what you will. New York City DSA's priorities are enacting a rent freeze, universal childcare, fast and free buses, supporting workers, and electing leaders who will ally with us to make this a reality. New York City DCA told Semaphore, I guess it's DSA, told Semaphore, that's why NYC DSA is prioritizing Zora Mamdani's mayoral bid to make New York City affordable. Representative Richie Torres, who was not endorsed Mamdani, told Semaphore, I do not expect Zoran to abandon his convictions. He chalked the shift up to Mamdani being smart, strategic, and pragmatic enough to adapt to the realities of governing in New York City. Mamdani is far more complex than the apocalyptic caricatures his critics paint, and I have fewer fears about him than others do, Torres said. Further afield, Senator Bernie Sanders, who will campaign with Mamdani this weekend, ended the summer with rallies for Democrats running in swing seats, including Rebecca Cook in southwest Wisconsin and Graham Plattner in Maine. But Cook has not endorsed Sanders' Medicare for All legislation, instead favoring a suite of incremental expansions of Medicare and Medicaid. Wait, what? That's sad. We may not be in the same place on Medicare for All, but we both agree in my community and across America are hurting now, she told Semaphore in a statement. Oh, that's so... God damn, dude. What the fuck is going on? There is no discipline in the left flank of this party. I guess there's no one else, but why put your reputation out there anyway? She's an economic populist running in a 50-50 battleground district. Even then, Medicare for All would be fucking great. It's great for every district. I think when people say, oh, no shot a leftist is going to get this seat, you guys just like fundamentally misunderstand what this kind of policy positioning implies. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. You should be unafraid. I'm not saying run around saying you're going to abolish the police, okay? Medicare for All is not a part of that equation. Israel is also not a part of that equation. Like, these are broadly popular, universally popular provisions that would benefit any politician from adopting. It's good for them. So when we're not talking about like trickier elements within American politics. Trickier elements as in like things that could be beneficial for the broadest majorities, but people are still like genuinely afraid of, right? Saying healthcare is a human right and therefore we must present Medicare for all. That's like bare minimum shit. That's good for you. So when a politician stands against that kind of provision, it makes me feel like they just have bad instincts or something more sinister, right? Same with Israel. Like, you come out there and you say, no, that's not Plattner. I know that's not Plattner. Plattner's platform is good. It's very good. The part of his, the thing that's like suspicious about Plattner is his background, okay? the decisions that he's made in his life in terms of multiple tours, active duty, seen combat, and then even that is, you know, within the confines of acceptability, but then going and working with a private mercenary in the private mercenary fields, the PMC, that is insane, especially as late as like 2018. Blackwater is like is definitely a scary stain on his reputation, because you that means you went above and beyond. Okay. Oh, thank God it's not an IRL stream anymore. Lol, internet lol. Take a week off. Fuck you. I'm not going to perma that person, but, you know, if they don't want to come back after a week on that one, then they don't have to. Anyway, we might not be in the same place as Medicare for All. In an interview with Semaphore, Plattner said that he did not consider himself a progressive, though he had supported Sanders for president. I get a chuckle out of a lot of people in the media trying to pigeonhole me into this weird progressive bucket, especially considering I'm a small business owner and I have a gun safe. Ugh, that's well full of guns. I don't give a shit about the guns. But like, I'm not a progressive. I'm a small business owner. Is so, once again, even if you're saying that in a phony way, it harkens back to Kamala Harris. Oh, I'm a small business owner. No, the gun stuff is not that stupid. That's fine. Come on. It's America. Everybody has a fucking gun, okay? He's a hoorah chud. Of course he has guns. Like that's nothing. That's just a thing, okay? That is a permanent fixture of American politics. You know what I mean? But when someone says, I'm not progressive, I'm a small business owner, that's like obviously the average American doesn't code that as like, oh, I love exploitation. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not what I'm saying. But that comes across as disingenuous because you're like that's not a thing. That's not a thing that that's a thing that like Democrats say. Okay, that's the thing that Kamala Harris said. It's just like, it just shows me that like, even when you're trying to market yourself, the way you're trying to market yourself is by one, taking an antagonistic position to being progressive, even though you are trying to unseat a Republican. But it is still crazy to say that you're like a small business owner. Okay, well, it just shows me that it makes me feel like you don't fully understand why you have popular momentum behind you. You kind of like lucked into it a little bit. and I worry that you're going to turn around and like present yourself as like my mother was a small business type candidate. And I still don't think he's going to be like a John Fetty Wapman style freak. I don't believe that at all. Stop saying it works differently in Maine. It doesn't work differently anywhere. If it worked differently in different states, Kamala Harris would have won some of these fucking states. Okay? Jesus Christ. That shit's so goddamn annoying. What do you mean? That's the same fucking reason why Kamala Harris said she was gonna win all these different swing states. The IRL streams are ableist. Some of us has ASD and it can cause a lot of distress when you're not in your correct place. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, of course Plattner's better than fucking Collins. Yeah, I mean, Plattner's better than all the other Democrats running too. That's not the equation that that's not the calculation I'm making here. No shit. It's not even a question. I get a chuckle out of a lot of people in the media trying to pigeonhole me into this weird progressive bucket. Plattner also worked as a contractor for Constellas, a successor to security company Blackwater, which has angered some online activists. That hasn't kept the influential progressive in national politics from endorsing him. He was a security contractor for several months, but left after becoming completely disillusioned with America's deeply failed foreign policy and endless wars, spokesperson for Plattner told Semaphore. His experience overseas uniquely prepares him to fight back against the broken and corrupt foreign policy that consumes Washington. I don't know what you mean by become John Fetterman. He already took that path to the furthest logical endpoint by killing civilians. No. Chatters, I need you to be serious for a moment, okay? I need you to please be serious for a moment. You live in the United States of America. You're talking about a dude running for fucking Congress, okay? If they served and they did active duty combat, that's it. Your assessment is slapped onto every single person that has done so. And if that's your assessment, you're going to have a really hard time. That's crazy. Yes, you have to work within the confines of like what if we're talking about American electoralism and you have the opinion that both sides are the same, imperialist, warmonger, bloodthirsty assholes or whatever, then like this is a conversation that you're not even in anyway. Who cares if one is like marginally better and will maybe be pro-labor union as opposed to the next? If you're looking at this from a third worldist perspective, it fucking doesn't move the needle at all for you from your perspective. Okay? Ay, ay, ay. Like, the unfortunate reality of the matter is, like, this is a jobs program. It's really fucked up that it is, but for a multitude of different reasons, a lot of people find themselves swept away in this process. It's a very predatory process in general. And I haven't made my own personal assessment off of like what his ambitions are, what his motivations were, but it's just funny that people are just like, dude, what do you mean? This guy served. It's not even that. It's the black. If he was just like active duty combat guy, that's one thing. Okay. But it's like the personal choice to join, Blackwater after his like 11th rebrand that is suspicious. Dude, let's not downplay the Blackwater part. Come on. I like that is the only thing that I'm focusing on that I think is like an actual significant cause for concern. And the chatter just keeps repeating that back to me. Like I'm over here being like, nah, it's awesome that he joined Blackwater. Oh, shut the fuck up. Like I'm literally saying someone touring versus someone joining fucking Blackwater after his 11th rebrand is different, okay? He just keeps, like, this is what I mean. Chatters will fucking unironically turn around and repeat back to me the thing that I'm saying that is a cause for concern. I'm telling you, bro, these people don't give a shit about that guy or about what you're saying. They just want to appear more moral to you. I don't know. I don't know where this fucking comes from. A left-wing candidate has two roads they can go down. Double down on their leftism, socialism, branding, principled, unapologetic, or Trojan horse it through the game of American electoralism. I think Zoran's a little bit of both, same with Bernie, but it remains to be seen what Plattner's deal is. I don't want to be pigeonholed. Stuff seems mostly the latter, assuming his left-wing convictions are real. Yeah. Sorry for their ignorance, but what is Blackwater? Blackwater is one of the most evil American companies in a sea of unimaginably evil American companies. It's a private military contractor that is famous for not being known as Blackwater any longer because they just kept doing massacres. Okay? Unaccountable, former veteran comprised private military contractors, mercenaries. Yeah, and the old term of it is mercenaries. Yeah. He's a long-term majority report listener and an active duty. Goes to Blackwater. Isn't a thing I'm willing to cut him loose for. Yeah. Anyway. Blackwater is Israel of corporations. I mean, I guess you have Palantir, you have Anduril, you have so many other Israels of corporations in general. But Blackwater is certainly one of them. Yeah. All right. I know vets that took the PMC route when they got out. The money was hard to turn down compared to enlisted pay. Yeah. Is blood money, but they paid really jack shit in the army. The fact that he left it behind is good. You can trust it. If he had SOF background, it would be a Fed plant for sure. Fuck him for becoming a merc, but I also know folks who did it for the bag after getting out of the army, and I don't know, it's complicated. Yeah, he's just like, that's the difference between like someone working for a company that also happens to be a defense contractor and then working for a company that is or on the division where you build the rockets. You know what I mean? That's the difference. You build the rockets, you're going to make a lot more money. Okay? But with that, there's a reason why you get a lot more money when you do that. It's because the shit that you're doing is, the money is going to wash away your sorrows or wash away your conscience. That's why they pay you more. Anyway. The other part of it that is like somewhat suspicious is that he runs on this campaign of like fixing the military. No more bad foreign entanglements instead of just being anti-war. Because a lot of left flank vets will be just straightforward anti-war, right? Anti-recruitment, like actively telling people the horrors of enlistment and like how dog shit it is. As opposed to just saying like, oh, I just don't want bad foreign entanglements. I want good foreign entanglements. It's like, the fuck do you mean a good foreign entanglement? Right? Like there's the Mike Prisner is one of the best examples of this as like as a veteran, right? And now a guy with a PSL, an anti-war left flank vet, like a real hardliner. When someone says like, oh, I want to rebuild the military to make it more efficient, it's like, okay, well, that seems a little wishy-washy. That seems a little strange. I feel like, fine, man, Blackwater's really bad. That's all I'm saying. It's fine for people to have doubts and getting mad. No, people are getting mad at you because you just repeated what I said, but you made it seem as though I wasn't saying that same thing that you're saying. That's why people are making fun of you. You just repeated what you said. If he says invasion of Israel is a good policy, I support him 100%. Yeah, that's what he meant. When he said no bad foreign entanglements, only good ones. And by that, I mean invading Israel militarily. Yeah. using the entire might of the American military to finally invade Tel Aviv, boots on the ground, military warfare. That's what they meant. It's time to build a robust coalition of the willing. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, Department of Defense is now Department of War. Some lame ass bullshit. There is a progressive victory update for the record. Now, once again, as is the case with every single thing that I cover on this broadcast, when I talked about Bad Empanada's progressive victory coverage, I actually added a lot of clarification to his commentary, saying that it wasn't just about like Israel, or it wasn't just like a DGG slush fund or something. But of course, it seems like a lot of people didn't hear me say those things, because I met some of the progressive victory people. Some of them are Hasanabi, as you met them at the DNC, right? But the reason why I shied away from working with them and did not want to work with them was specifically because they were working with Brianna Wu. And I thought, well, that means your head's not in it, right? They were working with like Destiny and a bunch of other people, and they were working with Brianna Wu, which made me feel like they were not a group that I wanted to be associated with, because I didn't feel like they were very serious, right? Because like you just have bad instincts at best. Like I'm not even saying like, oh, this is just some like super cynical, you're a super cynical organization, but you just have like genuinely bad instincts if those are the political operatives that you think are like worthwhile aligning with. And of course, none of that matters, because every single person that covered the progressive victory shit just uses an opportunity to try to once again implement this like fake deplatforming, stupid deplatforming initiative, claiming that I was actually doxing people. Looking at FEC filings, myself included, because I have looked at my own FEC filings as well on this broadcast, which is publicly available data that actually doesn't show the full identity or the full fucking addresses of people, is not doxing. It's never been doxing. A big part of this broadcast is revolves around going on Open Secrets, which is the website that Bad Empanada was using. Okay. Ironically enough, these guys aren't even mad at Bad Empanada for making the video, but more so mad at me, which for not only responding to the video, but also adding additional information about this organization that I knew about. Now, of course, that probably allows you to understand that this is not really a sincere fear that people have about doxing or whatever, but instead it's just to use as an opportunity to fucking farm some drama and clout. But the notion that like Destiny was not heavily involved with progressive victory is of course incorrect. He himself has admitted that he was like playing a formative role in progressive victory and all this stuff. So that was, again, like I said, aside from having Brianna Wu work with the organization, it made me believe that it wasn't super serious. Having said that, it was the FEC site directly, not Open Secrets, by the way. Okay, FEC site directly. Now, Progressive Victory has come out and released a statement. It was our PAC's FEC filing that inadvertently doxed Dylan Burns and other creators we worked with last year. Creators who use our FEC filing as a source are not at fault. We are a digital third place with a volunteer electoral organization sprinkled on top. Our goal is to become infamous for being the Democrats' greatest threat in the primary, but their greatest ally in the general. Our leadership is Dr. Zamala's, Ben J Makes Movies, Jen Werfelerson, and many more volunteers. Progressive Voice hired Brianna Wu in a contract position in 2023 when we were new in the space and trying to make contact with more creators. We cut ties Brianna December 2023, and for good reason. So that actually gives me a little bit more confidence, okay? Because, you know, I didn't know that they had done that. But the very fact that they worked with her initially was the reason why I literally was like, I'm not touching this shit. Okay, even when they had like good opportunities, and that's why I said like it's more than just like being, it's not like being pro-Israel at all, or it's not just about that at all, or it's not just like a slush fund for DGG and Destiny's Orbiters, but it did turn into that at a certain point, clearly. As for Destiny, last year our media program consisted of trying to unite the audience of as many political creators as possible in order to get them to cross over onto each other's content and advertise PV's organizing program. What we quickly discovered is that most creators have very little desire to do either. With that, we scuttled our media program after the election and have not continued to mix liberal creators with our leftist values. This year, with stronger community leadership, we have doubled down on the things we are best at, building our community and helping elect candidates that they choose to support. Progressive Victory has issued a statement clarifying his role as a digital third place for political discussion organization, basically just Democrats for gamers, where a further distancing self from Destiny's orbit, DG slurpers are melting down on the replies. What is this? Doxing isn't just releasing the information, it's releasing it with malicious intent to harass or threaten. You can't absolve them of what they did, and it's gross to try. Wait, where's there evidence of malicious intent to harass or threaten? There isn't any that you would understand. What is this? I don't even know what this follow-up is. In any case, Wu was booted from Progressive Victory in January 2024. She's bizarrely still listed as a primary contact for Rebellion PAC. This is what's funny is like Rebellion PAC is Jank's PAC. And I literally told Jank this as well. I was like, dude, you're doing, this is crazy. You know? But the reason why I'm, the reason why I covered the Bad Empanada piece was because it's complementary to the Wired piece that was revealed, the Wired piece that was released by Taylor Lorenz that summarized the points about Progressive Victory in my coverage of the Wired piece about Chorus, talking about a multitude of different liberal and somewhat more progressive Democrat Party PACs and Democratic Party like activations that exist out there, ones that I have chosen not to work with or chosen to work with in the past. So that's the reason why I covered it. And in the process of covering that, I did not actually engage in any sort of fucking doxing. That's an utterly ridiculous accusation to launch. One that one that's not even worthy of dignifying nor even attempting to defend, because it's such a fucking insane statement to make that I think falls on its own without even a little bit of scrutiny applied in that direction. Having said that, though, what a lot of these content creators were doing when they were trying to manufacture drama was to say that I was doing that because the video itself featured FEC filings, which is not only publicly available information, but it has people's first names, last names, and also their zip code. That's it. So it's basically like saying, "Oh, Hasan, you doxed yourself when you said you're Hasan Piker from West Hollywood, California, Los Angeles." That's not. I mean, that's ridiculous. Yeah. FEC filings are obviously public for a good reason. It's public so you know who's funding what. Like, that's it. I don't know. Speaking legalese to say you're going to jail. I love this man, dude. How the fuck do people... Twitch openly allowing what appears to be prima facie criminal electronic harassment and cyberstalking, California Penal Code. What? I don't understand. Golden Boy is untouchable. Edit. He thinks it's untouchable. It's his Icarus moment. I don't understand why people just like will believe a fucking fake lawyer just because they. Oh my God. Oh, people are so fucking stupid. We're getting dumber. We're getting dumber by the second, chat. I don't know. I don't know how to fix this. Okay. This is just idiotic. These guys just keep upping the ante, being like, no, Hasan is going to prison. He is going to be fucking shot by a military death squad anytime, any moment now. Any moment now. It's over. There's going to be a drone strike on his home. And it's like, And it doesn't fucking happen. And then people just double down and go, oh, it must be because he actually controls the levers of power, I guess. He must have like some kind of control over fucking Twitch. It's like, no, dude, it's not. It's because you just made this shit up on your mind. If you actually looked at this with a shred of scrutiny, you would realize that this is a completely fucking made up thing. It's not serious, not real. I don't understand why people voluntarily delude themselves to such a degree that they just give themselves schizophrenia. I don't understand. I genuinely will never understand this. Yeah. Also, this is the type of shit that these supposedly liberals are consuming. The content that this fucking dipshit has made. Myth of St. Floyd debunked. Walt Disney World corruption exposed. DEI abolished. LawTube called misogynist again, featuring Nate the lawyer. And it's like the only views that he's ever gotten is from dumbfuck people who fancy themselves to be liberals, who just want someone, yet another fucking person, yet another fucking person to just say like Hasan sucks, he's bad, he's dangerous, he's going to prison. Keep reading the progressive voice tweets. They nuke Brianna. Yeah, I saw that. What we quickly discover is that most creators have very little desire to do either. This year's stronger community leadership. Built by the Internet for America, Progressive Victory is a new kind of political institution seamlessly marrying the electoral impact and volunteer power of traditional progressive organizations with the culture and community of digital third spaces. Dedicated to pushing the Democratic Party to the left, we partner with left-aligned content creators to achieve their disaffected, terminally online audiences, converting them into lifelong on-the-ground organizers, providing the necessary structure and resource to empower viewers and the volunteers. Our innovative community-first model utilizes familiar online space to introduce and demystify the world of political organizing. Progressive Victory embraces queer and neurodivergent, new to activism volunteers of all backgrounds, ethnicities, abilities. Over the long term, we aim to mainstream the online progressive power bloc burgeoning within the Democratic Party and prove that it is and us are too big to ignore. As you can see, our core organizing strategy is committed to replacing centrist Dems with real progressives. Does that sound like either Brianna Wu or Destiny? One final note: scrutinize us, criticize us, love us, hate us, call us out if you want. But our community is not Zionist. We back Mamdani, and we'll back many more like him. You'll just have to let our future actions speak for themselves. I think the reason why people, myself included, assumed that there was a Zionist association with the organization, even though I knew that they like were working with like obviously people who were anti-Israel as well, you know, they weren't just like only working with pro-Israel people, was because of the Brianna Wu and Destiny Association. It's like very understandable when an organization chooses to build on their foundations by like working with these kinds of groups, especially in their development phase. Like they are actively working with a guy who is at that point very famous for being a pro-Israel content creator, who's like pro-genocide by his own admission. It's understandable, but at least it's good that it's healthy and good that they recognize that it was a mistake. You know? What is this? Can you confirm Restrainer and Loner Box both just stated publicly that despite claims to the contrary in the past, you directed content creators with 5 stories to cover each week? I don't know what this is. What is this? I say this with love. The Schadenfreude. I say this with love, but bro, schedule an appointment with your barber. Your beard is getting out of control. Love you. Bye. Don't time me out. You got immediately blasted by the mods for good reason, to be fair. And I'm going to get a fucking haircut and a beard cut. But why the fuck do you care? I'm a goddamn adult. I mean, I'm not going to get a beard cut. I'm just going to, fix it up a little bit. I'm going to keep growing the beard. But yeah, I'm old enough to be your dad. Calm down. The next couple of replies are wild. If you follow through on this, and there will be a community that supports it, don't listen to Destiny Post spamming cuck. Seems like you're just throwing all the creators who were doxxed under the bus as a way to cover for Hasan, who thinks you guys are some weird dark money fund. Good move. I mean, what? I need to hear what you say. I know this was such a psychotic thing. The person that the EU foreign policy chief saying that China and Russia had no victories in World War II is so psychotic. It's not only obviously ahistorical, but like to say that is just like what the fuck? How much do you hate? Like, how anti-communist can you get at that point, you know? How anti-communist can you get that you just like envision an alternative reality? What is this? What the hell is going on? Yeah. She's about to be like, it's actually Germany. It's actually Germany that defeated the Nazis, which was in Russia. They were in Russia. That's how World War II happened. When the USSR did the Holocaust, and then the Germans actually fought them, famously. It's ironic because the USSR and China are the two countries on the right side of history that suffered the highest number of casualties. Okay? What the fuck? Here, this is the statement. Why is this? God damn it, dude. It's, oh my God. Oh my God. Does anyone have another? Chen Weihua, who just recently, after 38 years of working for China Daily, retired, says she's a stupid scumbag. Yeah, it's not, the video's not working because it's so busted. Very brave of her to say no one studies or remembers history anymore in the midst of confidently stating probably the most wrong thing anyone's ever said about the 20th century history. Like, even when we talk about like Chinese involvement, like, if you are even remotely aware of World War II history, and as a person who is like a foreign policy chief for the EU, you should fucking know at least basic shit about World War II. Like, but let's say you just like don't really fully know anything because like they don't teach it in schools that well or at all, like China's involvement. But to say that fucking Russia didn't do anything and was not involved or didn't like play a formative role in bringing about the decisive victory for the Allied forces is so insane. Reddit link if that works better. Radioactivity of drinking water in Estonia is among the highest in Europe. Yeah, she said, here, this is it. Kaja Kallas, the EU foreign policy head, doesn't even seem to be aware that Russia and China were among the winners of World War II. Immensely ironically, she dismisses it as something new and propaganda for people who don't read or remember history that much. Not sure how she explains how Russia and China got their permanent seat at the UN Security Council. Woke. That's how it was woke.
You know, that Russia was addressing China like you and like Russia and China, we fought the Second World War. We won the Second World War. We won the Nazism. And I was like, okay, that is something new. But then you can see. first you can, you know, if you know history, then, you know, it raises a lot of question marks in your head. But, you know, I can tell you.
What are they teaching? Like, what the fuck? What could you have possibly learned? Like, let's say you don't know about China, okay? Even though it's fucking idiotic. But what could you have possibly learned in school that eliminated the most consequential country for World War II? Like, how? How do you just say, like, oh, what do you mean Russia defeated, were the winner of World War II? Like, what the fuck?
Nowadays, people don't really read and remember history that much, which is that, you know, you can see that they buy these narratives. You know,
extreme anti-communism in Estonia only covers the USSR reuniting the Baltics with it. Yeah, apparently China, I saw this video as well. China got so mad that a Chinese senior foreign leader literally called her, or a Chinese official called her a fucking idiot. It takes a lot for China to officially call a senior foreign leader an idiot, but that's what they essentially did with the EU's Kaja Kallas after she ridiculously claimed that China and Russia weren't among the winners of World War II. The statement made by relevant EU officials is full of ideological bias and lacks basic historical common sense and blatantly stokes rivalry and confrontation. This is disrespectful to the history of World War II and undermines the EU's own interest. It's preposterous and irresponsible.
欧盟有关官员的言论充满了意识形态偏见，缺乏基本历史常识，公然鼓噪对立对抗，既是对二战历史的不尊重，也损害欧方自身利益，十分错误，极不负责。中方对此坚决反。
Yeah, I don't understand, because if she's Estonian, like, doesn't that mean her, like, grandparents probably also fought the Nazis? Am I misunderstanding? Like, what? So, like, what the fuck? They are right about Russia, though? What are you talking about? No, they're not. What the fuck? Maybe they were collaborators or something? I don't know. Maybe her grandparents were collaborators? Because, like, every country has, every country on that side of the world has its history of, like, you know, going to the other major power and aligning with them, or at least having, like, collaborators. But regardless, none of this matters, because ultimately, if you're looking at, like, an accurate assessment of historical events, something as formative and as important as World War II, to deny the involvement of the USSR, which bled like 20 million people, and then China another 20. That's crazy, man. That's like, these are on the Allied side. These countries took the most significant penalties, man. The USSR, 26 million, sorry. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, far more than America. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? This isn't to discount, like, America's involvement. I'm not even saying that. But to say that the two countries on the Allied side that lost more people than any of the fucking Western Front countries is crazy. It's crazy. The fuck? These people bled. These people fucking bled. Russia did a fuck ton by China. How much did China really do? Best is keeping Japan at bay. Dude, they had their own Chinese-Japanese version of the Holocaust. What the fuck do you mean? What did China do? Oh my God, please open up a history book, chatters. What the fuck is happening? That's crazy. Imperial Japan was doing the Japanese version of the Holocaust to mainland China, to the Chinese population. I don't deny that, but to compare Russia and China in World War II is just crazy. No, it's not. What the fuck? If I were to turn around and say America did nothing during World War II, they just coasted to a fucking comfortable victory, you probably would have a very you probably would be mad at me for saying that. Most people would. They'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Okay? The notion that like China just didn't do anything is crazy. I guess a part of that is because Japan just did the ultimate move, which was to deny their historic atrocities. You know? So people are just like oblivious. Yeah, look at the civilian deaths and military deaths for World War II. Like I said, China and the Soviet Union bled the most. China and the Soviet Union bled the most to secure a fucking victory for the Allied forces in World War II. Not even a question. It's gross. It's insane to just deny them their history. Isn't that the Chinese military flag? Well, the flag at the time during World War II was the nationalist force. So the communist Chinese, the communists were also fighting under the same banner, the nationalist flag. I am beginning to realize that a lot of people just don't know about Chinese history at all. I assume that you just didn't learn anything about it, so you're just kind of confused about everything that's going on. Like, do people not teach? Do people not educate? Like, do they not talk about like Chinese involvement in World War II at all? Is that like not even a question? Is that not just brought up? How do they teach people World War II and like the other side? You know, is it just like Americans came in and they bombed Japan and it was awesome, and then we nuked them, and then they were like, please, sir, no more. We will create anime. Is that how they teach it? It's like Nazi Germany was big bad. They were doing the Holocaust, which, by the way, fucking people didn't even know about it. That's not the reason why World War II happened. But I assume like the way that Americans learn about it is like Nazi Germany was doing the Holocaust and Americans wanted to protect Jewish people, and they knew that the Holocaust was happening. So, Japan also was helping the Nazis. So then they did a sneak attack in America, and then America was like, fuck you. And then they were like, you know what? We're going to save the Jews from the concentration camps. And then they invaded, they did D-Day, and then that's it. They brought in, they secured a dub on every front, basically. They secured a dub. They did Pearl Harbor, Japanese sneak attack. That pissed America off, and they were like, fuck you, don't you dare piss off America, hell yeah. And then they did D-Day, and then they also went to Japan, and they bombed it, and then they nuked it, because the Japanese were, refusing to concede. And then refusing to concede, and that's why they had to be nuked, and then anime. Is that how they teach it? Am I missing something? Literally, yes, no Asian resistance against Japan is mentioned, and EU allies are just a footnote for US exploits. Brother, China nor Russia never came up in high school. It was entirely Anglo-centric. What the fuck? Ain't no way they don't teach you about the USS. Wait, what? No. How is that different from what actually happened? Saying that while we're looking at like military deaths and civilian deaths of the all allied forces is so funny. Like it's right in front of you how different it actually was. Like, look at the screen. What do you mean, man? Look at the screen in front of you. Fuck you mean? How is that different than what actually happened? So what happened to these guys then? I was taught some about the USSR, but it was largely focused on how Stalin is evil. What the fuck? Dude, this has actually been an eye-opening experience for me. I'm beginning to realize that, like, okay, I can't tell if you guys were just not paying attention in school and you're just like memeing, or if this is sincerely not taught. Like this profoundly important, world-changing sequence of events that took place that literally brought about the new world order that we exist under is not properly taught in schools. Like I'm Turkish and they teach us this shit because, you know, Turkey was like, we'll see ourselves out of this. You know, we already took one L with aligning with Germany one time. Okay. World War I, not a good bargain. We're not invested in this. We're going to see ourselves out of it. Sorry. That's a you thing. We're not doing it. And like, that's the Turkish involvement. So because of that reason, I think like they just actually do teach what happened in World War II as far as like all of the different parties involved. And it's not just America came in and fucking killed everybody. And it was awesome. High fives all around. Nobody else did nothing. This is a one-on-one of how Americans are taught.
My teacher? Yes, little Hitler? My desk is small. I need this Polish boy's desk also.
Everyone gets the same size desk, little Hitler.
Little Hitler, such a scam!
Now, class.
My teacher? I will need the Czechoslovakian boy's desk as well.
Little Hitler, where's little Pulaski?
Little Hitler, always having fun!
What's going on here?
It's not my problem. Now, it's my problem. Little Hitler!
This is just a summary of how I was jokingly saying this is how it was taught in school. The education I received about World War II ended up leading me into learning a lot about World War II as an adult because I started to watch some documentaries that show how wrong we were taught about it. I feel like it'd be kind of funny to just like go through like a history textbook in like a regular American high school. What the fuck do people do? First of all, here's a common misconception that I have had to clarify in these last 2 years, especially. Okay. I think because of the post World War II movies that came out, and many of them were like Holocaust concentration camp centric for obvious reasons, because it was a historic atrocity, that a lot of people think that America fought the Nazis because of the Holocaust. Like which was shocking to me. Like, people unironically think Americans fought the Nazis because the Holocaust was happening. And that is just not true. That's not, like, so when you watch Band of Brothers, for example, why do you think they're confused when they see the concentration camps? Shouldn't they have known if they knew ahead of time? Like, why is that a big moment of revelation in the TV series? Here, I'll use, Gunburger analogies in television because that's what Americans learn shit from, apparently. Hi, current high school teacher here. U.S. history, we have to teach us hyper-focus on American exceptionalism. We have strict standards that make America look its best. We have to teach the test for it. It's all fucked. I do my best to interject more. With the rules, it's tough. Like, I think people I've met a lot of Americans that legitimately think that everybody knew the Holocaust was happening and America was like, this is unconscionable. We have to stop it. And then they came in and they did D-Day and the Nazis were like, no, like they don't know that like the Russians were the ones who liberated the camps for the most part. Like they think America was the one who, and then Hitler was just like rolling through all of the Eastern territory and only took an L because they like tried to invade Russia in the winter. That's the only reason. Like there was no battles. It was just a slaughter. They were blitzkrieging through all of its eastern flank. And everyone was like, oh, they were like, no, yet I wish the Amerikanisch would be here. My Tovarish, they could save us. And then the Nazis were just like, haha, we are killing you because Americans are not involved in this. And then they're like, oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben, they found out about the Holocaust. Now they're attacking us. No, nein. And then Hitler killed himself. It's not quite that bad. They give the USSR some credit. They don't even mention anything about Italy or Spain. They just tell you Mussolini was a bad guy in Italy. What the fuck, dude? That's crazy, man. What is this? Oh, you found the chapter. World War II. There's a textbook. This is the middle school history book I used when they taught about World War II, and there was no mention of China in World War II other than one time. The United States joined with the European nations and nationalist China in a combined effort to defeat Japan. Oh my God. It literally is. Look. Britain and France declare war on Germany. Spanish Civil War ends. France falls to Germany. Japanese attack Pearl Harbor. Nazi death camps in full operation. Allies under Eisenhower launch D-Day invasion. Germany and Japan surrender. United States drops atomic bombs on Japan. That's crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. Like, we make fun of, like, Aiden Ross and shit for not knowing how to say fascist. But, I mean, if this is what you're learning, are you really learning at all? Hitler and the Soviets. The Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact. Wait, do they have appeasement in here? They do, right? Yeah, demands and appeasement. So they have appeasement. Fair. For years, Great Britain and France have been attempting to make an alliance with the Soviet Union against Nazi. Yet in August 1939, Hitler shocked the Western powers by making his own agreement with Stalin. The Nazi-Soviet non-aggression wait, that's upside down. That's crazy. Okay. The Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact was one of the last steps leading to World War II. By secretly agreeing to split Eastern Europe with the Soviets, Hitler knew that he would not have to fight with the Soviets when the war began. He invaded Poland about a week after signing the non-aggression pact. Despite this pact, Hitler did not intend to keep his promises to Stalin. The Nazi-Soviet alliance would last only until 1941, when Hitler invaded the Soviet Union. This is why French commies saw you as a golden rarity, a 24-karat gold Labubu. Another one, 50 best World War II American Army movies. As a Brit, they kind of cover the USSR involvement would push to Stalingrad and the Eastern Front, but China is never really mentioned here either, but also Pacific Theater isn't really mentioned outside of Pearl Harbor. Then it's like Pacific Theater, New Asian Order. What were the causes of World War II? I mean, they don't actually say that like the Americans knew of the concentration camps and that's why they invaded here, though, at least. It doesn't seem like it. I think that's like a movie thing. I think post-World War II movies is the reason why a lot of people are just like totally brain broken about like what happened in World War II. Because they hyper-focused on American intervention, and Hollywood did a great job with that. It's like peak of the Cold War. They're making movies that either erase Russian involvement or I mean, yeah, just really greatly overemphasize American involvement or talk about the Nazi atrocities, specifically during the Holocaust against Jews, which is the other thing that a lot of people don't realize. Like, most people in America, I don't think, realize that like Nazis didn't just kill 6 million Jews. The Nazis also put the Roma population in concentration camps. They put socialists in concentration camps. They put trade unions in concentration camps. They put communists in concentration camps. Like it wasn't just Jewish people either. And I think because of like the way that movies were, it was disabled people, exactly, Slavs. So, I think like given the faucet of movies that came out, and this isn't to say that these were like movies that shouldn't have been made. I think that America's accomplishments in World War II are quite significant, and these are great movies in general. But I think that I don't know if this was a primary purpose or if it was just how things panned out. But this is the reason why that famous French study exists from 1945. All the way to 2005, where they polled the French population in 1945, like who played the most impactful role in winning World War II, and the majority said the USSR. And in 2005, when they polled the French population again, they said America by like an insanely wide margin. So I think like there is an entire there's an entire field of study dedicated to this, where people just have developed the wrong opinions. Like, look, yeah, see, 57% French poll on which nation contributed the most in defeating Germany in World War II. Example of how history can easily be written by the victor. Okay. In 1945, they understandably said the USSR, 57%. By 2004. They thought 58% of French people said, or French people thought it was the United States overwhelmingly that contributed the most in defeating Germany in World War II. It's called World War II Historiography. They also skipped the American Japanese internment camps. Yeah, just a little blip. The director of Enemy at the Gates made a movie about an SS officer's diary from Tibet and how the Dalai Lama was cool and Mao was bad. Taking the credit barely did any work. I mean, it's not true to say that the Americans did any work. It's just that it was far more consequential for the USSR than it was for the United States. But to say that they didn't do any work is also wrong. They did a lot of work. Great work, mind you. Okay? But the French reflection of who contributed the most in May 1945 is correct. All the comments are how it's because the French just hated the U.S. back then and not because of historical revisionism. America's biggest contribution was incredibly vast manufacturing output. Sure. That was a huge contribution. Absolutely. I present to you the worst thing I've ever seen. DHS.gov. Homie is afraid of the entire Western Hemisphere. Yo, we suck so bad. We are the fucking Nazis. God damn, dude. This country is what a shameful experience. Of course, no one here has the capacity to feel shame. But god damn, dude, if we did, holy fuck, we should be feeling it. I certainly do. The money was old phrase. World War II was won with American money, British intelligence, and Russian men. I thought it was American steel. On World War II anniversary, China seeks to... Wait, what? On World War II anniversary, China seeks to erase U.S. role in victory. I don't think they are doing that. But it would be pretty funny if they were to do like what America's doing back to America now. You know what I mean? Seemingly after years and years of the United States of America just like erasing through its history books, through its movies, the involvement of both the USSR and China as well. We were taught in Canadian history class in high school that Stalin and Mao forced their parliaments to clap for them for hours, and the first person to stop clapping got publicly executed. Much of what is taught about the USSR and communist China was either North Korea-style rumor mill bullshit or lies by omission. What? As a Canadian, that is not true. I'm telling the truth. Taught that too in Alberta. Dude, what the fuck? The history textbook chapters on 2016, 2028 are going to be so cooked. I mean, they're just going to be like, I assume if the fascists continue winning, okay, they will most likely reflect very positively on this era. They're going to say the Chinese bioweapon came and tried to take out our big, beautiful president. He fought back. The dear leader fought back bravely with valiant effort and activated some of the best patriots who we will cover extensively in the Ashley Babbitt chapter of our textbook. Okay? The hero of Ashley, the heroism of Ashley Babbitt will be reflected on in a chapter on its own. But before we get to the January 6 heroes, of course, or in the aftermath of the January 6 heroes, the deep state communist pedophilia. Well, I guess at that point they'll legalize pedophilia, so they won't use that as a negative term to associate the Democrats with. They'll say the deep state communist vampires, also known as the demon rats, fraudulently stole the election in spite of the valiant effort of the heroic January 6 revolutionaries. And then after 4 years of death and destruction, Donald Trump the dear leader was able to win once again and bring about the great American prosperity that you can experience. This is the part of the history book where we want you to take a deep breath, because you can't really breathe poison any longer, but and look outside at the glorious bounties that he has brought. Do not pay any attention to the radioactive material that you see, nor the mushroom clouds that are developing outside of your window. Those are mushroom clouds of peace and prosperity. It's awesome. Yeah. The Great American Israel Alliance was actually secretly conducted by dear leader Donald Trump, and the secret communist demon rat Joe Biden actually tried to stop Israel from enacting its brave conquest against the parasitic force of the Palestinians. That's like another chapter in there. And they'll, I guess, talk about how brave the Israeli military is. This is the part of the chapter where you have to say 10 Am Israel Chais. If you don't say that, you will get executed by your teacher, who has a machine gun as a self-defense mechanism that was implemented in the second Trump turn to combat the school shootings that are taking place 3 times a day now. I don't think people will know how to read by then, truly. Yeah. Also, it'll be AI anyway. It's not. It's going to be PragerU, corporate sponsorship, machine gun turrets in every classroom. The teacher is AI. The machine gun turret is also AI. And also PragerU is AI as well. Everything is AI. Fox News YouTube channel was part of my high school history class curriculum. Stop. Ay, ay, ay. Everything's computer. Everything's transgender. Oh. Yeah. Great stuff. Fantastic. This was funny. Let's watch this.
In Israel, if you actually talk to the majority of Christians, talk to them, you'll see what they say. They say Israel is the only place where we're respected and protected.
And I can attest to that as a Christian who went to Israel. I spent 2 weeks there with the church, and we had an incredible time. We had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors, and it.
No. Brother. I mean, no notes. No notes. Officer Tatum shilling Shinergy, natural energy, natural lifestyle, is having a conversation with international war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. And as a Christian, he tries to talk about how wonderful his experiences were in Israel. And he says, we only got spat on one time. Amazing success. I don't get it. Isn't one spitting incident good? Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's a positive development. When I told you guys that Christians get spat on in Israel, a lot of you motherfuckers thought I was joking. It's not a joke. Okay? It's not a fucking joke, man. It's such a common meta that this dude literally said it as a positive that they got spat on one time. That's half a spit a week. You are misconstruing what he's saying.
Tom, we had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors. And immediately after, there was an adult that came by and said, that's not a representation of who we are. You know, we love you guys. You guys are always welcome here. And I have to say, no adults gave us any grief.
Yeah, no adults spat on us. Just one child. Oh, that's awesome, man. That's an awesome story. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You have proven. Am Israel high, you know?
We had no issues whatsoever in our experience there. It was actually an amazing experience.
In Israel,
please explain a bit more. I need explanation. Yes, dude. The fucking ultra-Orthodox settlers are fucking sickos who genuinely will just, like, if you go to Jerusalem, they will spit on you. That's it. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why, but that's a thing, okay? There's a thing that happens in Israel, okay? Well, they're Jewish supremacists. What do you mean? Like, the way that, it's funny because, like, the way that fucking neo-Nazis, like anti-Semitic neo-Nazis present, like, how all Jewish people are, is not even the case in Israel either. But, like, Israel is a Jewish supremacist country, so, of course, they reflect Jewish supremacist values in Israel. There's going to be a lot more of that. It's a fucking Nazi country. And a part of that is spitting on Christians. Oh, it's so funny. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Here's a video. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Oh. Dude, yeah. This happens all the time. It's worse around Easter when we march the old city. Oh.
Yeah.
Is this AI or real? No, man. Why would this be AI? Bro, it's not like this is unique,
One
bro.
had spit on journalists, including our producers, just inside the Damascus gate of the Old City. Another had held a flag of Lehava, a far-right anti-Arab organization. A far-right, in some cases, a nationalist crowd here.
Like when they do the fucking Liberation Day events, like they're all just singing "Death to Arabs," "May your village burn." You know, it's just it's a fun little clan party. You know, it's just great, straight up. Like that's what it is when you got the Nazi youth congregating in the city to fucking celebrate how much of a Nazi they are.
Part of the flag march on Jerusalem Day, making their way into the Muslim quarter of the Old City. As we have stood here for several hours, we have heard some of the nationalist chants that have become associated with this event, with this flag march. This is Jewish land. We have heard Arabs are sons of bitches. We hate all Arabs. Those are the sorts of chants here. And
also, yeah, this isn't like just far right anymore. I would say that like big chunks of Israeli society used to say that these guys are not reflective of broader Israeli society. Broader Israeli society is very progressive, blah, 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 all this shit. But like post October 7, I think we've completely done away with that kind of approach, because like a lot of people clearly don't give a fuck that this is just how it goes.
And that is the feeling of the crowd as they make their way into the Muslim quarter here as part of the flag march, and then on their way to the Western Wall in the heart of the Old City of Jerusalem. It is not Ben Gvir's first time in the Old City today. He visited the Al-Aqsa compound earlier this morning, the Jewish Temple Mount, as it's known to Jews, where he says Jewish prayer is allowed here, which would be a severe violation of the status quo. It's a claim he's made before. It is clearly a position he has openly pushed, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has had to push back on that repeatedly, saying there is no change to the status quo, but that is very much what he has pushed, and that's what we've seen pushed here by this crowd. There was a flag here earlier today that said 1967, Jerusalem in our hands, referring to the Six-Day War when Israel seized the Old City of Jerusalem and East Jerusalem itself. And then right below that it said 2025, Gaza is in our hands. This crowd very clearly in favor of the reoccupation and the resettlement of Gaza.
Which is, would you say in all sincerity that this position is now simply just a far-right position in Israeli society? Or would you say that this is now broadly adopted by every subsect of Israeli society, with the exception of the few anti-Zionist Jews in Israel? I'm not talking about the Palestinian citizens of Israel, but just the anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. I think it's inappropriate to consider this to be like a far right position now. Because if this wasn't a far right position, if this wasn't like the true center position at this point, just like given something that is going to happen, then there would be Israelis going crazy at this moment. Not simply to demand a halt to the fighting to extract the remaining 20 hostages or whatever, but like genuinely Israelis that are storming the streets to be like, this is unacceptable, this is fucking completely this is inappropriate, we do not want to murder Palestinians, we do not want to occupy Gaza. So that's the situation. And for those of you who say, well, the Israeli new generation will be like hopefully we'll be able to find a better alternative. No, it's actually the Israeli new generation that is entirely fucking the Haredi population. That is the highest population density, because the ultra-Orthodox are the ultra-Orthodox are keeping the Israeli population above replacement rate. So every single year that goes on, there are more and more incredibly reactionary children. It's the like anti-Zionist or like even liberal Zionist Jews that live in Tel Aviv or have a deeper connection to the Western world, stuff like that. Like those guys either are leaving Israel or don't feel as connected to Israel, or just simply don't have children at the same levels as like the super far right militant ultra Zionists are having children. And that is a dangerous prospect that I have mentioned numerous times. It's one of those things that people clip chimp me all the fucking time when I say like Israel inevitably is going to become a nuclear armed state that is completely captive to the whims and the mercy of like uneducated ultra Zionist freaks. It's not fully there yet, but in the absence of any sort of real viable resistance against that sort of initiative, against that sort of encroachment, you're just going to see the Israeli society completely be overtaken by the dudes that you're seeing spitting on the fucking Christians and shit. And yes, a big part of this, or if not the most consequential aspect of this societal change, stems from Israeli society and its broad inability to address its settler colonial occupation in its history, and also its ongoing genocide in Gaza. And because they never address or even seek to look at that contradiction, and they only continue to advocate for more death and destruction as a belligerent nation in this region, the more reactionary they get year over year, and they don't even fucking realize it. They just think, oh, well, they're angry at us because they're anti-Semitic. Is it possible that Israel will progressively be more and more separated from Jews outside of Israel, and Israeli Judaism will be seen as a completely different thing? There is a generational opportunity. Yes, I think that's already happening for my generation and younger, for sure. I think that is already a significant attitude shift. I'm not just talking about like the anti-Zionist Jews. I'm talking like straight up people that feel a sense of shame for associating with Israel. I mean, there's so much. The very fact that there is an incredible network designed to constantly churn out new American Jews in the West to go and like live in Israel through birthright, through a Jewish camp and all these other like Jewish institutions of learning, and yet they still fail. They still fail to succeed with this generation. Gives me hope that I think there will definitely be. I mean, I think from this generation onward, like I don't think Israel will ever truly recover and bring in a new crop of American Jews into the Zionist camp.
Drop site, and here at Breaking Points, we have obtained quite an interesting document. This is the result of a number of private focus groups done around the world, paid for by the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
This is Israel's propaganda operation, but yeah, The implications are immediate. Here, this is like the fertility rate. Jewish demographer warns the threat of disappearance of so-called Israel. Head of the Shoresh Institute, Professor Dan David, warns of strategic... Patrick Ben David. Patrick Ben David. Professor Dunn Ben David. Professor of Valuetainment at the Shoresh Institute of Valuetainment says... He warns the strategic threat to the existence of Israel. His forecast, high birth rates combined with collapsing education quality could push the state into economic and military breakdown. Fertility rate in Israel is 2.9 children per woman, more than twice the OECD average. Okay, this is true. But the highest birth rate is in the ultra-Orthodox sector, 6.5 children per woman. Half of Haredi men don't work, and those who do earn less than half the national average. According to demographer Gilad Malach, the GDP loss from ultra-Orthodox male non-participation is 54 billion shekels, $14.6 billion USD per year. By 2065, cumulative losses could hit 6.7 trillion shekels, which is 1.8 trillion USD. This is what I meant when I said Israel is cooked in and of itself for this reason as well. About half of the children occupied Palestine and Israel are educated at global periphery standards, especially in ultra-Orthodox schools and peripheral Jewish areas where boys skip core subjects entirely. When education lags behind birth rate, the state slides towards low-income world economic status. For Israel, that means it becomes impossible to fund both its army and its bloated social systems. The implications are immediate. A ballooning demographic that rejects conscription and drains resources, a shrinking tax base feeding higher welfare costs, erosion of the tech military age that sustains the Zionist war machine, recruitment gaps, brain drain, and budget wars already hitting the IDF. This is why the academic boycott is so consequential, is so significant, because it's like when there are art boycotts and academic boycotts, you basically starve Israel of its its capacity to do any sort of brain drain whatsoever from a bunch of Jews that live in the Western world and all around the world, rather. And it no longer has that same like communication and back and forth, because every aspect of Israeli society is feeding into the settler colonial entity. It's feeding into the machine of a genocide and apartheid. And therefore, when people understandably want to forcibly sever ties for these things that I just mentioned, all of a sudden it becomes, it no longer can present itself as like a Western aligned nation, you know, this Riviera in a sea of barbaric, scary, monstrous, rapist, decapitators that are, you know, Muslim countries. Isn't that a good thing? Well, it's only a good thing if Israel recognizes this this devastation and stops behaving like it has since its inception. That's the entire point. The entire point of these sorts of boycotts and divestment initiatives isn't to like do revenge on the Jewish society of Israel. The reason for why these initiatives are launched is so that they stop doing the violence and offer dignity, humanity, sovereignty to the Palestinians, offer restitution to the Palestinians. So obviously they're not invested in doing that whatsoever because they're so horny for blood and murder and destruction. But yeah, that is going to cause the inevitable demise of Israeli society as we know it and as we understand it. It's already played a formative role in tarnishing the good reputation of Israel for the past multiple decades, right? Or not even the multiple decades, really. For the past 8 decades, they basically, Hasanabi, it's not Muslim either. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Muslim, okay? God damn, I'm fucking Turkish, dude. I'm Muslim. I'm Turkish. Shut the fuck up. I'm speaking English right now, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh, I can't believe you're not saying Muslim. Oh my God. Who the fuck actually is me on this shit? Like, what the fuck? Why don't you say Muslim? Why don't you say Muslim? In Turkey, we say Müslüman, okay? Müslüman. Yeah, I can't believe I got the fucking haram police in the chat. Like, what is going on? Language, though, that's a valid comment. No, man, it's not. It's not a fucking valid comment. What the fuck? Musliman, is that what you want me to say every time? Even Caroline says Muslim, right? By the way, not Muslim. I'm Muslim! The fuck? Shut up! What is going on? Why are white Americans telling me how to say fucking Muslim? Shut up! I'm saying it in English. So is Caroline. ... soon, inshallah. Wait, you didn't say inshallah. You said inshallah. That's fucked up. We replaced vegans with the haram police. No, I banned a vegan earlier today. He kept spamming. He kept spamming over and over again. Will you try once a week? I just asked the Grand Mufti of Brooklyn, and he said that it can be forgiven if you say astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah. There you go. We fixed it. Anyway. Recruitment gaps, brain drain, budget wars already hitting the IDF. This is a self-inflicted siege. The entity is rotting from within while Gaza and the resistance bleeded from without. This threat is no distant forecast. It's in motion now. I don't even think this is copium. I think this is reality. By the way, because like some people do engage in copium where they say like, oh, Israeli society will collapse any day now. And I don't think so, because their anger, their resentment, and their hatred for Muslims, their hatred for the Palestinians keeps society together. And it would probably be far easier to collapse Israeli society in the absence of permanent war. Like if the dust were to be settled, and if the genocide were to be put on pause, then Israeli society could truly actually collapse. But as long as there is like a beating heart of fascism, a singular focus that Israeli society can focus on, then they're fine. And that singular focus is like the complete evisceration of all Palestinians, this revenge mission that they're on. So that's part of the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu continues this genocide as well. Because, I mean, this is how it happens in fascist movements, even though they like historically fall apart before it gets to this stage. But if this is the reason why we say fascism is a suicide cult, is a suicide pact, because there has to be a permanent outgroup that you're waging war against. So if in the unimaginably unfortunate set of events that take place, and they were able to finalize this ethnic cleansing campaign, then first they would move the crosshairs immediately to what Israeli society designates as Arabs, non-Jews, Palestinian citizens of Israel specifically, and then they would eventually move on to different subcategorizations. They'd probably go back to like Mizrahi, like anti-Mizrahi sentiment. You know what I mean? But it never ends. It's like it's a never-ending a battle where the in-group shrinks and the out-group grows ever larger. Well, of course, I'm talking the surrounding Arab countries first. Of course, chatters. They would go before they did that. I'm talking like they finalized the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, and then they would move on to first southern Lebanon and more parts of Syria as well. They would inevitably try to overtake Jordan as well. But I'm saying that like eventually they would shrink the in-group You must thank Erdogan for supporting the HTS-type Salafis already influencing Turkey. Erdogan is doing that because he's a dog to America. This map presented by Finance Minister Smotrich proposes Israel annexing 82% of Judea and Samaria, has the Ministry of Defense logo on it. Yeah. Far right figure, Smotrich.
And leaked to us. So we're going to roll through some of the findings here. But to back up, the purpose of this project is clear. It is to test what messages will work for Israel going forward, particularly, quote unquote, after the war, in order to kind of try to regain some of the international legitimacy and standing that they have lost over the years. They did 15 focus groups, 6 in the United States, 3 groups each in the United Kingdom, Germany, and France. They also did what they call quantitative message testing, 8,050 total interviews, 3,250 interviews in the US, 1,200 each in UK, Germany, France, and Spain. This is to set a baseline, a starting point, to find out where people are now when it comes to their opinions on Israel. Spoiler, people in Spain do not like Israel's conduct. And then phase 3, what they call animatic testing. This is 5,600 interviews, 4,000 in the US and 1,600 in the UK and Europe, which isn't totally complete, but by the time that this was put out. But
yeah, this has been really successful. I'm being sarcastic.
Is testing specific, what they call messages, tone, and delivery. So what are they doing? They're sitting down with people. This is very expensive work, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Millions and millions. And it's going to Stagwell Group, which is Mark Penn's firm.
Interesting.
Yeah, Mark Penn, former Clinton guy, now more of a Fox News Trump guy.
Sort of centrist.
Yeah.
Third way type,
but a
maybe.
quirky, anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
You can look him up. Go down the Mark Penn rabbit hole if you want. He and his wife are involved with No Labels. Like They launched No Labels.
There you go. We just explained it perfectly.
Yeah, there you go. So what they do these focus groups, then they do telephone interviews, get baseline, and then they go back to people and try to figure out what can move people from their current baseline, basement level views of Israel to something that gives them some level of international legitimacy and avoids the isolation that is quite obviously coming their way. To short circuit and get right to the chase, effectively what they recommend is ramping up Islamophobia. They argue that when Israel is compared to when Israel is compared to Iran or Hamas, people generally prefer Israel to Iran or Hamas. And they also then survey people's attitudes, particularly in Europe, towards Muslim immigrants, and find that there are a lot of people in Europe who have some.
I mean, I could have told you that. Yeah, they're literally like, we can't defend Israel on the normal virtues of it being like a moral state or whatever. So the greatest way that we could defend Israel is by saying, well, it's a bulwark against like Islamo-style communism, Islamo-Gauchism, or whatever the fuck, right?